Chapter 1: A Beautiful Wife from a Flash Marriage. Los Angeles. Fan Hong, walking on the sidewalk, had a frown on his face. Behind him, his girlfriend was chatting on the phone with someone else, beaming from ear to ear. Fan Hong stopped in his tracks and finally couldn't hold back any longer. "Are you here to hang out with me, or are you here to chat with him on the phone?" "Mua, I'll hang up first, we can chat again tonight." Luli kissed the phone, then glared at Fan Hong with dissatisfaction. "What's wrong with you? What's wrong with me chatting with my best friend? You have a male best friend? Why not? Haven't you heard of the term male best friend? Then I'll go find a female best friend right now." "No way. Can there be a pure friendship between a man and a woman? What about you and your so-called male best friend?" "I'm different from him." Fan Hong scratched his head in annoyance. What kind of weird logic is this? Luli can have a male best friend, but he can't have a female best friend? At that moment, a voice message came through Luli's phone. "Lily, what's wrong with your boyfriend?" Luli brought the phone to her mouth and replied, "He's gone crazy again." "Just ignore him." Fan Hong couldn't stand it anymore. "Lily, who's the one who's gone crazy?" "Fan Hong, you dare to yell at me, do you want to break up?" "I've had enough of this, if we break up, I'll be the one who loses out. If we break up, don't come crying back to me." The two of them were not far from the Civil Affairs Bureau. The owner of the fruit stall next to them was eating melons and watching the show. After Luli left, Fan Hong sat on the stone bench in a depressed mood. He had been dating Luli for more than half a year, and at first, Luli behaved normally in every way. But as time went on, Luli became more and more prone to unreasonable behavior. If he did not obey her, she would threaten to break up with him. Recently, she had gone so far as to find a male best friend. The two of them would stay up all night talking, getting intimate, and Fan Hong could not say a word. In his opinion, Luli had not just found a male best friend, she had clearly and unabashedly found a new boyfriend. So he did not want to serve this master anymore. Whoever wants to serve, the hell with serving. Suddenly, a pleasant voice came to his ears. "Hello." Fan Hong looked up, and a woman in a black dress with a cold temperament was standing in front of him. The woman's eyes were red, and her delicate and pretty face was covered with tear marks, as if she had just experienced something. When a beautiful woman cries, I feel pity for her. Fan Hong was shocked by her stunning beauty for a moment. Luli's appearance was already quite outstanding among women, but the woman in front of him was a presence that instantly outshone Luli. Her legs are really long. "Hello, what's the matter? Can I marry you?" "Huh? Why do you want to marry me?" Fan Hong was a little dazed. Not just Fan Hong, but even the fruit vendor next to him was dazed. Just after breaking up, an extremely beautiful woman took the initiative to propose. How popular is this guy? There are 100,000 yuan in this card. You don't need to know so much, as long as you marry me, it will be yours. Wait a minute, I've suddenly experienced a lot of things, let me think about it. The fruit vendor was beside himself with worry. She was beautiful and generous, wasn't she the typical rich and beautiful woman? Why was he considering a woman like that? What a waste. He was so full of himself, he didn't know what hunger was. Fan Hong thought for a moment. He finally agreed to the woman's proposal. First, he didn't think she was a bad person. Second, she was offering him too much. Third, he was angry. Since Luli was looking for a boyfriend, he would just find a wife. When they came out of the Civil Affairs office, the two had red passports in their hands. It was only then that Fan Hong learned that the woman's name was Lung Yu. She really was like her surname, like an iceberg beauty. Even when standing next to her, there was a distinct sense of distance. "There's also 100,000 yuan in here, I have to go first." Lung Yu handed Fan Hong another card, turned around, and got into an Audi S8 and left. Ding, the strongest soft food king system has been bound. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the novice gift pack. The novice gift pack has been opened, and the host is congratulated on receiving the soft meal king rebate. The mechanical voice in his head made Fan Hong jump. System. But what is this soft meal king rebate? Soft meal king rebate, the other half is a double rebate of the host's consumption amount. Fan Hong suddenly understood. If Lung Yu spent 1 yuan for him, then he could get a 2 yuan rebate. As long as he kept eating soft meals, reaching the pinnacle was just around the corner. This marriage is a real bargain. The gloom of a breakup instantly dispersed. Fong Hong hummed a little tune as he walked home. Back at the apartment, the neighbors passing by couldn't help but look at Fong Hong strangely. Fong Hong wasn't surprised. In the eyes of these people, he had previously been a boiling goat. During the 6 months of their relationship, Luli had not worked, and she had completely relied on Fong Hong for food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. He treated Luli like a treasure and protected her. Luli, however, spent all day talking about breaking up and making unreasonable demands, threatening Fong Hong into giving in. Whenever they had a fight, the neighbors would get crazy and eat melons, and even the tenants in the apartment next door would come over to join in the fun. In the room, Luli was talking to her male best friend, Wang Zhenghao, on the phone. "I'm so tired of it, I lost again, and it's all Fong Heng's fault." Luli threw her phone down and complained about Fong Heng. "Indeed, if it weren't for him, we wouldn't have lost so many hands. When he comes back, if he doesn't kneel down and beg me, I'll never get back together with him." "If you don't get back together, what are you going to do next?" "Well, I haven't thought about it yet." Luli didn't really think Fong Hong would break up with her. After all, they had broken up many times before. In the end, Fong Hong would always give in and coax her. So this time it would definitely be the same outcome. Wang Zhenghao teased, "Ha, Lily, if it really doesn't work out, the two of us can just get along." Luli was about to reply when she heard the sound of the electronic lock and immediately changed her tone. "Fong Hong is back, I'll teach him a lesson first, we can chat later." Luli took off her headphones, glared at Fong Hong, and commanded in an imperious tone, "Clean up the trash." There were a lot of leftover snacks on the computer desk, and the floor was covered with fruit crumbs. Seeing Fong Hong slowly walking over, Luli's mouth curled into a confident smile. "Humph, he's still as obedient as usual. I'll show you how I'll fix you today." But the next moment, Luli's expression changed. She felt like she was being lifted into the air. An uneasy feeling welled up within her. "Fong Hong, what do you want?" Chapter 2, My wife is not 100 times more beautiful than you. Fong Heng's expression was cold. "You want me to take out the trash, I'll throw out the biggest trash first." Luli struggled hard to get away. "Fong Hong, you're still in this attitude, don't you really want to get back together?" "What's there to get back together for? It's not good enough for you to continue being close with your male best friend? You're not still jealous, are you? That's really petty. You don't have any perspective as a man." Luli rolled her eyes. "You're the one with perspective. I said I wanted to find a girlfriend, but you never agreed. I'm tired of arguing with you. Bottom line, do you really want to break up? I'm serious this time. I hope you understand the situation. We've already broken up. You'd better think again. Meeting a beautiful girlfriend like me is probably the only chance you'll get in your life." Luli became more and more narcissistic as she spoke, and she even flicked her hair. Fong Hong couldn't help but laugh. He opened the marriage certificate and held it in front of Luli. "Don't be so conceited. Open your eyes and look. Isn't my current wife 100 times more beautiful than you? Marriage certificate? Wife." The sudden flood of information was too much for Luli to process at once. She came back to her senses. Luli snatched the marriage certificate from Fong Heng's hands. In the photo, the woman next to Fong Hong looked like a fairy, and even she was amazed. Even though Luli usually boasts that she is the most beautiful woman in Los Angeles. But when she saw Leng Yu for the first time, she still felt ashamed. But Luli thought about it. Apart from her, there were no other women in Fong Heng's phone. How could he possibly know such a beautiful woman and marry her in such a short time? Luli suddenly felt enlightened and said, "Fong Hong, don't make me laugh. Is it funny to use Al to make a fake marriage certificate and trick me?" Fong Heng felt annoyed even when he looked at Luli one more time, and he didn't want to waste his breath. "Believe it or not, take your things." "Oh, no, I paid for all of these, and you don't have anything either." After he finished speaking, Fong Hong threw Luli out like she was a little chicken and then closed the door. Outside the room, seeing this scene, the neighbors were stunned. What's going on? Isn't Fong Hong always so hot-tempered? Why has he suddenly become so tough? The stares from the neighbors made Luli feel a little uncomfortable. Lu Li began to panic. Since confirming their relationship, this was the first time Fong Hong had treated her like this. Lu Li pounded on the door. Fong Hong, open the door quickly. You have 5 counts of seconds, otherwise even if you kneel down and beg me, there is no way we can get back together. 5. 4. 3. The 5 counts were about to finish, and Lu Li's heart grew more and more uncertain. Is Fong Hong really not going to get back together? Fortunately, it counted to the last second. The door opened from the inside again. Lu Li let out a sigh of relief. It seems that everything is still under control, and Fong Hong still can't live without her. The neighbors, on the other hand, were furious. They had thought that Fong Hong had finally stood up for himself. This is the result? What a disgrace to men. Lu Li folded her arms across her chest, looking condescending, and was about to scold Fong Hong. Unexpectedly, Fong Hong just snatched the marriage certificate from her hand, then closed the door, and coldly added, "If you don't leave, I'll call the property management to evict you." The neighbors let out a long sigh of relief, and secretly gave Fong Hong a thumbs up. What a good guy. You really haven't let us down. Lu Li, on the other hand, was completely flustered. Fong Hong's actions were so unfamiliar that she felt like everything was spiraling out of control. Lu Li kept knocking on the door, threatening Fong Hong first, and when that didn't work, she started to relent, which was rare. Fong Hong, open the door. It's almost dark, can you bear to let me stay out here alone tonight? Ah Hong, I know I was wrong. Hong Hong. However, no matter what Lu Li did, Fong Hong remained indifferent. Before long, several security guards in uniform arrived in an intimidating manner. Lu Li was worried that they would really carry him away, so she had no choice but to leave in a huff. The next day, Fong Hong went to work as usual. He worked as an ordinary employee at a company called Guangyin. Guangyin is quite well known in Los Angeles. It operates a number of businesses and is a strong family-owned enterprise. Every year, many college students try their best to get in. He had just arrived at the sales department when Fong Hong met his supervisor, Li Hua. He happened to be submitting some documents. The two entered the office one after the other. Hey, Fong Hong, you look good today. It seems like your girlfriend didn't mess with you yesterday. She did, but we broke up. You broke up? Li Hua was a little surprised. He and Fong Hong were on good terms, so he knew a bit about Lu Li. He couldn't stand a girlfriend with princess syndrome for even one day. Fong Hong was able to get along with her for more than half a year before breaking up, which Li Hua admired. It's good that you broke up. There are so many pretty girls in our company, and with your looks, it's not easy to find a girlfriend. Fong Hong was always recognized as the school's grass during his student days. When he first joined Guangyin, many female colleagues took the initiative to pay him court. They only stopped when they learned that he had a girlfriend. Forget it, I'm not looking anymore, Fong Hong said. After this relationship with Lu Li, Fong Hong's heart was a little tired. What's more, he already has a wife, so it's not appropriate to find a girlfriend. It's just that this wife of his is currently unknown whereabouts. Because after getting married yesterday, he forgot to leave his contact information. You're still young, how can you be so downhearted because of this little setback? Li Hua comforted Fong Hong, and then suddenly remembered what happened last night. Speaking of which, yesterday, Marketing Director Wang was asking about you, so it's possible that one of the girls in their department has a crush on you. What do the people in the marketing department want to know about me? Fong Hong was a little puzzled. I don't know either. Maybe they want to recruit you because they like your abilities. Of course, it's not impossible that it's like I just said. As he spoke, a short man with his hair parted down the middle pushed open the door and appeared in front of the two. Director Li. Hey, Director Wang, just as you were talking about him, here he is. Li Hua smiled at Wang Zhenghao and then introduced Fong Hong. Director Wang, this is Fong Hong, the capable person in our sales department that you were asking about yesterday. Wang Zhenghao looked up at Fong Hong and his eyes were not friendly. Are you Fong Hong? What does Supervisor Wang want with me? Fong Hong inexplicably felt that Wang Zhenghao's voice was a bit familiar. Are you even a man, kicking Lily out of the house like that yesterday? The mention of the name Lily made Fong Hong suddenly realize. So this guy is Lu Li's boyfriend. Unexpectedly, he is also the head of the marketing department. Chapter 3, My wife is actually the company president. I thought it was someone else, but it turns out you're the shameless one. Watch what you say, who are you calling shameless? Wang Zhenghao suddenly flew into a rage. Didn't hear me? I'm talking about you, you shameless person. The sudden quarrel between the two men left Li Hua completely confused. Hey, stop fighting, what's wrong with you? Fang Heng said, he's the new male best friend that Lu Li has recently made. Ha? Manager Wang, this is a bit unfair. Li Hua's look at Wang Zhenghao suddenly changed. Lily and I have common topics to talk about, what's wrong with having a better relationship? We're both men, we know exactly what's on our minds, Manager Wang, you can lie to others, but don't lie to yourself. Fang Heng sneered. It's your own dirty mind. Wang Zhenghao said. You're quite stubborn, but I'll give you a friendly reminder, Luli is not easy to please. She's also a heavy face controller. Manager Wang, with your height and appearance, TSK. Fang Heng didn't forget to attack the heart while killing. Of course, if you haven't met yet, I advise you to put on some makeup in advance and put some more insoles in your shoes, so as not to die when you meet. Fang Heng, you should speak to me with more respect. Wang Zhenghao was hit right in the sore spot by Fang Heng's sly attack. He and Luli were having a good chat, but when they met last night, Luli instantly changed like a different person, ignoring him and making excuses to leave after a few words. He thought that Luli was just in a bad mood after the breakup, but now it seems that everything is just as Fang Heng said, that his appearance doesn't meet Luli's expectations. I'm just telling the truth, Manager Wang, don't be so sensitive. This is the company, and for a little employee to be so arrogant, do you not want to continue working here? Oh, are you getting anxious? Yes, I am anxious, and very anxious. I have a good relationship with the Human Resources Department, so you just wait and see. Wow, I'm so scared, I'm petrified, Fang Heng said in a deliberately strange tone. He didn't care if he was fired or not. After all, with the current system, as long as he kept sucking up to the boss, he would never starve to death. Li Hua sighed. Of course, he heard the threat in Wang Zhenghao's words. He immediately set a stern face and stopped acting as a peacemaker. Instead, he chose to stand on the same side as Fang Heng. Fang Heng has performed excellently since joining the company, and Li Hua really likes him, to the point where he is thinking of recommending Fang Heng for the position of team leader. Now that Wang Zhenghao is trying to move someone from his sales department, it is equivalent to slapping the face of the head of his department. Manager Wang, this is a bit too much. Fang Heng is one of our sales department. Manager Li, it sounds like you are going to protect this kid? Wang Zhenghao was a little surprised. I'm not just going to protect Fang Heng, if anyone dares to touch anyone in my sales department, I, Li Hua, won't let it happen. Li Hua's eyes were firm. At this time, the office door was just pushed open. A woman with big waves in her hair and wearing an OL outfit and black stockings walked in. Li Hua recognized the woman at a glance, and the woman was the Human Resources Manager, Lang Ruyue. Director Li, you have a big mouth, is it that I have to get your consent before I touch anyone in the sales department? Hello, Manager Lang. Li Hua immediately lowered his posture. Lang Ruyue snorted lightly, looked at Fang Heng, and raised an eyebrow slightly in confusion. Among Wang Yan's employees, Fang Heng was the first one she had seen who did not take the initiative to greet her. Wang Zhenghao leaned over to Lang Ruyue and whispered, obviously reporting Fang Heng's misdeeds. Afterwards, Wang Zhenghao silently retreated to the side, with a smug look on his face. Lang Ruyue looked up and down at Fang Heng. Well, he's quite handsome, but unfortunately we don't have room for you, so pack your things and go to the finance department. Li Hua anxiously said, Manager Lang, Fang Heng has always performed well. Oh, it seems that Supervisor Li disagrees with my decision, why don't you go with him? Li Hua was shocked and immediately dared not speak. Lang Ruyue was ostensibly the manager of the Human Resources Department, but in the background she had another identity, and even the director did not dare to provoke her lightly. Li Hua has a wife and children, and he supports his family entirely with this job. At this moment, he had no choice but to compromise, and looked apologetically at Fang Heng. Fang Heng could understand, and if he dragged Li Hua down, it would make him feel a little embarrassed. I can do it, but the compensation cannot be less. Don't worry, Guanyin has a big family and business, they won't be unable to pay this compensation. Lang Ruyue said. Fang Heng shrugged, it didn't matter if he lost his job, as long as he was paid. After all, with the system in place, who wants to go to work every day? On the way here today, he was thinking about whether or not to resign. It was mainly because Wang Jianghao made him a little upset. Thinking about this, he girded his loins and slowly approached the other party. Wang Jianghao saw Fang Heng's intentions. He subconsciously backed up and said, "What do you want? I warn you, this is the company. Don't you dare mess with me. Just try it." "So what if it's the company? I've already been fired once, can they fire me again?" Fang Heng grabbed Wang Jianghao by the collar and gave him a good beating. Wang Jianghao shouted, "Manager Lang, help me." Long Ruxue was shocked. She had not expected Fang Hong to be so bold as to dare to beat someone up in the company. She looked at Li Hua and said, "Supervisor Li, don't you want to control your people?" "I'm sorry, Manager Lang, you've already fired Fang Hong, I have no right to discipline him." Seeing this, Lang Ruxue had no choice but to call the security department. In no time, a group of security guards arrived at the sales department. The staff were talking excitedly. What happened in the supervisor's office? First Supervisor Wang, then Manager Lang, it seems that it's not a small matter. Look, the assistant to the president is here too. Hiss, I really want to go in and see what's going on. Don't be stupid, if you dare to break in, you won't exist tomorrow. At that moment, in the office, Fang Hong was still beating Wang Jianghao, whose face had already swollen up like a pig's head. Seeing the security guards finally arrive, Lang Ruxue immediately ordered, "What are you doing? Arrest this person now." The security guards were about to make a move when a voice suddenly came from behind them. "Stop." Then, a woman wearing a small black suit and a single ponytail walked in. Li Hua was a little at a loss. It seemed that things had gotten out of hand, and even Su Mu, the assistant to the president, had been alerted. Lang Ruxue frowned. "Assistant Su, what do you mean by this?" Su Mu ignored Lang Ruxue and looked at Fang Hong, asking, "Are you Fang Hong?" "Yes. The president wants to see you." Fang Hong was slightly startled. He had been working for so long that he didn't even know who the president of Guangnian was, so why did he suddenly want to see him? However, Fang Hong still followed Su Mu behind him, ready to find out what was going on. They had just left the office door. Lang Ruxue chased out and angrily said, "Don't go." Su Mu glanced at her and said indifferently, "Manager Lang, if you have any complaints, you can talk to the president. I'm just doing what I'm told." Without waiting for Lang Ruxue to say anything, Su Mu led Fang Hong away from the sales department. Lang Ruxue had nowhere to vent her anger, so she had to walk out with Wang Jianghao, one behind the other. Wang Jianghao, who was walking behind them, hid his face with his file bag, afraid that someone would see his miserable state. But what he was afraid of came true. Wang Jianghao fell to the ground accidentally. The file bag flew a few meters away, and his swollen face was exposed. Despite the silence, Wang Jianghao wished he could find a hole to crawl into. Panicking, he picked up the file bag and fled. Finally, at this moment, the entire sales department completely exploded. My God, it was so explosive. Who do you think hit Manager Wan's face? I think it was Fang Hong. I also think it was Fang Hong. Damn, Fang Hong is really something, daring to hit Manager Wang. Good hit, Manager Wang harassed me before, he's no good. Meanwhile, President's office. Su Mu led Fang Hong to the door and left. Fang Hong knocked on the door. "Come in." Fang Heng's heart tightened. This voice. When he walked into the office and saw the cold and beautiful woman in a black dress in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, he held his breath for a moment. Holy shit. Wife. It turned out that the president of Guangnian was Leng Yu, who had proposed yesterday. Chapter 4, Get a Chair for Fang Hong. This was the first time they had met since getting married. They looked at each other, and the atmosphere was a little awkward. But before the two of them had a chance to speak, Lang Ruxue led Wang Jianghao storming into the door. Leng Yu put down the coffee cup in her hand and slowly sat down in the office chair. Manager Lang, what's the rush, barging in without even knocking on the door? Her voice was as beautiful and sweet as a spring brook. Leng Yu, are you deliberately targeting me? Wang Jianghao, who was accompanying her, was greatly shocked. Lang Ruxue was only the manager of the Human Resources Department, but she dared to be so rude to the president Leng Yu. He was really worried that if Leng Yu became angry, she would fire both Lang Ruxue and himself. However, when he thought about the fact that both of their family names were Lang, he understood what was going on. His heart sank a little, but he also felt a little more confident. Lang Yu was slightly puzzled, and her attention fell on Wang Zhanghao's face. What's wrong with the person next to you? Wang Zhanghao pointed at Feng Hong and immediately began to cry. President Lang, I was beaten by this Feng Hong. Did you hear that? This employee named Feng Hong assaulted someone. I just wanted to ask security to deal with him, and you're stopping me too? Lang Rushue said discontentedly. Lang Rushue and Lang Yu were cousins, and their relationship had never been harmonious. Because Lang Yu had been outstanding since childhood and was deeply loved by the family elders, Lang Rushue, who was the same age, was inevitably compared to her. Over time, she was constantly overshadowed by Lang Yu's powerful aura, which caused Lang Rushue's personality to become distorted, and she began to hate Lang Yu. Since joining Guangyan, the decisions she has proposed have frequently been vetoed by Lang Yu, which has only increased Lang Rushue's hatred. Don't be so self-righteous, I don't have time to pay attention to you. Lang Yu just felt that Lang Rushue was as inexplicable as ever. She had asked Feng Hong to come expressly to discuss personal matters. But since it had already happened, and it involved her newlywed husband, she naturally had to deal with it. So Lang Yu looked at Feng Hong. Tell me why. Why did you hit this person? Wang Zhanghao felt a little uncomfortable. Company employees had to politely address their supervisors when they saw him. But in Lang Yu's mouth, he didn't even have a name. But there was nothing he could do about it. As the president of Guangyan, it was normal for her not to remember him. Feng Hong, on the other hand, was a little unsure about Lang Yu's attitude. Although the two were married, their statuses were very different. It was possible that after today's incident, Lang Yu would divorce him. If that happened, not only would he be unable to live off her, but the system would also be finished. He was pondering how to respond when. Wait. Lang Yu suddenly called out, summoning his assistant Sumu. Sumu said, What can I do for you, President Lang? Bring Feng Hong a chair. Lang Rushue was a little puzzled. She didn't know what Lang Yu planned to do. Sumu, on the other hand, suspected that he had heard wrong. Are you sure, Boss Lang? Just do as I say. Sumu pushed over an expensive chair. Just as everyone was puzzled and waiting for Lang Yu's next move, she said in a somewhat gentle tone, No rush, Feng Hong, sit down and talk slowly. In an instant, everyone was stunned. Lang Rushue and Sumu knew Lang Yu well, but this was the first time they had seen him treat a man in such a manner. Wang Zhanghao's eyes widened even more. He had thought that Lang Yu was going to punish Feng Hong in disguise, but now it seemed that the truth was the opposite of what he had thought. Moreover, he had a vague feeling that something was amiss. Feng Hong sat down very naturally. Here's what happened. Early in the morning, Director Wang came to the sales department looking for trouble. I didn't indulge him, so he threatened me, saying that he had connections in the human resources department and could fire me. Lang Yu nodded upon hearing this, and looked over to Lang Rushue. What do you have to say? Wang Zhanghao said in a panic, President Lang, don't listen to Feng Hong's nonsense. I didn't deliberately pick a fight, and he was the one who started the fight and hit me first. I never hit back. You didn't deliberately pick a fight? If that's the case, let's get Manager Li to come here and have a confrontation. Lang Yu signaled Sumu to contact Li Hua. In a moment, Li Hua entered the office quietly. When he saw Feng Hong sitting in the chair while the rest of the people were standing, he almost thought he was seeing things. Are you crazy? Everyone else, the head of the marketing department, the human resources manager, and even the assistant to the president are standing. How dare you, a small sales department employee, sit? Li Hua immediately rushed to Feng Hong and kept blinking. Sumu said, Director Li, stop blinking and tell the president everything you know. Li Hua was a little embarrassed and hurriedly told the whole story. Wang Zhanghao became more and more panicked as he listened, while Lang Yushua's brows furrowed tighter and tighter as she listened. After Lang Yu had understood what had happened, she signaled Li Hua to leave. Before leaving, Li Hua did not forget to wink at Feng Hong, reminding him with his mouth to get up quickly. Seeing that the other party was indifferent and even smiled at him, Li Hua could only leave with a hand on his forehead. Lang Yu looked at Wang Zhanghao and said, I understand everything. Are you the head of the marketing department? Yes, Lang Zong, my name is Wang Zhanghao. Sumu, give me his information. After receiving the information, Lang Yu got up from his office chair and slowly walked up to Lang Rushue. Your people have done a bit too much bad stuff. Do you need to take a look? Lang Rushue took the information and, while she didn't think much of it at first, she looked grave after reading it. She glared at Wang Jianghao and said, "You actually did all this behind my back? That's unfair, I didn't do anything. Open your dog's eyes and take a look. This is all evidence. How are you going to explain this?" Long Yushue snapped the file in Wang Jianghao's face. Wang Jianghao took it down and looked at it, a look of disbelief on his face. The file contained a complete record of his violations since joining the company. Embezzlement, bribery, harassment of staff, etc. There were even some things he could barely remember himself. It was as if he suddenly lost his strength, and the file slipped from his hands. Wang Jianghao suddenly collapsed to the ground. Wang Jianghao looked at Long Yu, the beautiful president of Guangyan, who at the moment terrified him like death itself. Lang Yu said, "Sumu, have the security department restrain the person and then hand them over to the police." No, Sister Ruoshue, help me, I don't want to go in." Wang Jianghao instantly became agitated and turned to embrace Lang Ruoshue's legs. The two were alumni, and during university, Wang Jianghao had always been Lang Ruoshue's lackey. Thanks to Lang Ruoshue, Wang Jianghao was able to enter Guangyan and quickly become the head of the marketing department. Lang Ruoshue had no intention of helping Wang Jianghao deal with the thorny mess. She kicked the other person away and said, "Get out of the way." Seeing this, Wang Jianghao had to place his remaining hope in Fang Heng. Because he sensed that Fang Heng and Lang Yu had an unusual relationship. Perhaps if Fang Heng spoke, Lang Yu would let him off. Chapter 5, Baby. So Wang Jianghao rolled and crawled to Fang Heng's front. "Brother Heng, I was wrong. I am indeed shameless. Please help me, from now on, I am willing to do anything to repay you." Fang Heng would never be sentimental. If it weren't for Lang Yu, he would have been fired by now, and Wang Jianghao wouldn't be kneeling on the ground begging him. "It's useless for you to beg me. I'm just a small clerk, what help can I give you?" Fang Heng spread out his hands. Lang Yu suddenly said to Fang Heng, "I can let him go, it depends on your decision." Sumu and Lang Ruoshue were both astonished. They were even more curious about the relationship between Fang Heng and Lang Yu. Ma Shun, the head of the security department, who had just entered the door and heard the news, was also very shocked. He couldn't help but speculate about who Fang Heng was. He even has a say in the decisions of the president. Wang Jianghao was overjoyed and said, "Brother Heng, you are like a real brother to me. From tomorrow onwards, I will take your surname. Please save your younger brother." Fang Heng did not expect things to develop in this direction. Seeing that everyone's attention was on him, Fang Heng coughed dryly and said, "I don't know him. Take him away quickly." This time, it was Wang Jianghao's turn to be dumbfounded. "Brother Heng, you can't do this. You just beat me up." Ma Shun gave one of his subordinates a look. Wang Jianghao struggled as he was dragged out. After everyone left, Long Yushue turned to leave as well. "Stop." Lang Yu blocked her path and looked at Sumu on the side. Sumu nodded and consciously exited the office. Long Yushue was puzzled. "Lang Yu, what do you want?" Lang Yu's expression gradually turned cold. "Manager Lang, please address me by my position in the company." "And, you don't think you're in the clear, do you? What's the matter with me?" It was only Lang Ruoshue who suddenly remembered that she had just decided to fire Fang Heng. But she didn't care. He was just a small employee. What difference would it make if she fired him? At that moment, there was a loud crack. Lang Ruoshue suddenly felt a burning pain on one side of her face. She covered her face and said incredulously, "You actually hit me for him? Fang Heng is mine, if you dare to touch him again, it won't be so simple next time." Long Yushue's eyes reddened, both surprised and aggrieved. She glared at Lang Yu fiercely before slamming the door and leaving. Fang Heng, who had witnessed everything, was dumbfounded. He never expected Lang Yu to go to such lengths for him. At the same time, a system prompt sounded in his head. "Ding, congratulations to the host for accumulating 30% of the soft rice value. The Do Not Disturb function has been activated for small amounts of soft rice value. Note, you can enter the lucky draw when the soft rice value reaches 100%. Lang Yu didn't even spend any money herself, but her soft rice value increased? It seems that there are a lot of subtleties to being a soft rice provider. And when the soft rice value reaches 100%, you can enter the lucky draw." Fang Heng began to look forward to what good things he would win. He came back to his senses. Lang Yu had already sat back in her office chair, her jade hands holding a coffee cup. "Don't worry, as long as I'm around, no one will dare to touch you." Fong Hong was a little flattered. But luckily he wasn't a little girl, otherwise his cheeks would have turned red by now. Recalling Lung Yu, who had tearfully proposed to him yesterday, Fong Hong simply could not believe that the other person was the rumored, ruthless Guangnian CEO. Fong Hong finally couldn't help but ask, "You're not going to try to control me, are you, by marrying me? You're thinking too much. Then why did you choose me to marry? It's a secret." "Okay." Since Leng Yu didn't want to say, there was no point in asking more. "From today onwards, I will take care of your food, clothing, accommodation, and transportation. Just let me know if you have any requests, and just do one thing well. Be a good husband?" "Yes." "Is that right? Can I really make any request?" "Yes." After Fong Hong left, Leng Yu thought back to the events of the previous day with interest. She had proposed impulsively. She had never expected Fong Hong to say yes. At that moment, Sumu walked into the office. "Leng Yu, may I ask, what is your relationship with Fong Hong?" "Husband and wife." "Huh?" Leng Yu reached out and pushed Sumu's chin up, helping her close her wide mouth. "Don't look so surprised, it's time to meet the client." Fong Hong returned to the sales department. The staff swarmed around him like they were seeing a celebrity. Although they weren't quite sure what had happened. They had heard about what had happened to Wang Zhenghao. Most people in the sales department hated Wang Zhenghao. Because of him, it was always difficult to carry out work between the two departments. He even harassed female colleagues frequently in private. Fong Hong had, in a way, rid everyone of this evil. Even those who were usually a little jealous of Fong Hong being courted by female colleagues. At this time also threw a approving glance. The appearance of the supervisor Li Hua made everyone silently return to work. He gave Fong Hong a look. The two entered the office one after the other. Li Hua locked the door and said, "You kid really has a big heart. Just now when I hinted at you like that, couldn't you read it?" In retrospect, Li Hua still felt a little shaken. Everyone in the company with a higher position than Fong Hong was standing. As a result, Fong Hong was sitting there, looking silly. Anyone who didn't know would have thought that Fong Hong was the chairman. "It was President Lung who told me to sit." Fong Hong picked up the fruit on the desk and started eating. "Who told you to sit?" "You mean it was President Lung who told you to sit?" "Yes." "Do you know President Lang?" Li Hua said, lifting up her teacup. "Not really." "So what's your relationship?" "She's my wife." Puff. Li Hua spat out the water he had just drunk. Fortunately, Fong Hong had ducked in time. Li Hua wiped his mouth while helplessly saying, "You're not serious, and you made me laugh." "Hey, I really didn't lie to you." At this time, the landline on the desk rang. Go, I'm doing my work, and you hurry up and go to work too." Fong Hong took another tangerine and then left the office. It was normal for Li Hua not to believe it. After all, if a colleague said something like that, Fong Hong would also think that the other person was joking. It was the end of the day. Fong Hong was debating whether to take the bus or ride a shared blue bike home. A black Audi S8 pulled up in front of him. The window lowered, revealing the beautiful face of Long Yu. "Get in." Fong Hong went to open the back seat door. Long Yu said, "You can sit next to me." So Fong Hong sat in the passenger seat. "What can I do for you, Mr. Lang?" "Fasten your seatbelt." Fong Hong fastened his seatbelt and said, "Then what?" "Your address." "What are you doing?" Fong Hong asked in confusion. "I'm taking you home." "Oh, thank you, Mr. Lang." Lung Yu turned the steering wheel. "You don't have to call me that when we're out of the company." "Then what should I call you?" "It's fine." "Baby Bay?" Fong Hong said tentatively. As a result, not only was Lung Yu stunned by this outburst of baby, but soon even Fong Hong himself was stunned. Chapter 6 Cohabitation. The atmosphere in the car suddenly became a bit awkward. Lung Yu brushed her hair behind her ears. "You can just call me by my name normally, except of course on special occasions when you can be more creative." "Understood." Fong Hong scratched his head. It seems that there is no need to try so hard in private. After the two left, Li Hua, who was not far away, squinted. He was highly myopic, and today he had gone out and picked up the wrong glasses, so he could see the distance a bit blurry. After work, Li Hua had planned to take Fong Hong home and accompany him while drinking to relieve his boredom. After all, Fong Hong had just broken up. But he couldn't find anyone. Just now, he saw a familiar figure get into a car and leave, but he wasn't sure if it was Fong Hong. Meanwhile, Fong Hong was inwardly feeling that it was really different to ride in a car worth millions. Then he received a message from Li Hua. Fong Hong replied with a voice message, "Thanks for the offer, Li Hua, but I'm already with someone." Lang Yu said, "It seems you and Li Hua are on good terms. He's always looked after me." At this, Fong Hong suddenly remembered what Lang Yu had said in the morning. "Right, I want to make a request." "You want me to promote Li Hua?" Fong Hong was a little surprised. He didn't expect Lang Yu to have read his mind so directly. "Yes. Li Hua has been treating Fong Hong well since he joined the company. Today, Lung Rushue ordered to fire him, and Li Hua even took the risk to speak up for him. Fong Hong should repay the favor. Your phone is in your bag. You can call Su Mu directly and ask her to send me Li Hua's information." Fong Hong took out his phone. The call connected. Su Mu's voice came quickly. "Hello, Lung Zone. Mr. Lang said to send the information of Li Hua, the head of the sales department, to her." "Are you Fong Hong?" Su Mu was unable to hide her surprise. "It's me." There was a moment of silence on the other end, and then she replied, "Okay." Lung Yu glanced at Fong Hong and asked, "Besides that, what position do you want to go to?" Fong Hong said, "I want something easy, preferably something where I don't have to do anything and I still get paid." "I understand. I'll arrange a clerical position for you, and I'll leave the work to Su Mu. You can come to work or not." "Really?" Lung Yu nodded to indicate that it was true. Fong Hong was directly overjoyed. He had originally only wanted to slack off at the company, but as a result, he would be able to get paid without even having to show up for work. This was simply too good. The phone was still on the hook. On the other side, Su Mu could hear everything clearly. At this time, she was speechless. She really couldn't understand why the CEO would choose a husband like Fong Hong and indulge him in his freeloading ways. Could it be just because he was good-looking? Su Mu thought back to Fong Hong's appearance. He was indeed quite handsome, with a teardrop mole in the corner of his eye. But the CEO wasn't the type to fall for a pretty face. Su Mu racked her brains but couldn't figure it out. The Audi S8 stopped at the apartment building. Fong Hong unbuckled his seatbelt and said, "Thanks, and be careful on your way back." Lang Yu also unbuckled his seatbelt. "No rush, I'll accompany you up and take a look." "Huh? Is that inconvenient?" "No, come this way, there are fewer people waiting for the elevator here." The two got off the car and walked together towards the back door of the apartment. The back door was near the park. There were many street vendors. Among them was a fruit vendor who was the most conspicuous. Tourists passing by were attracted by the household registration on his sign. They thought it was some new marketing technique. What they didn't know was that the fruit vendor had been inspired by Fong Hong the previous day, and had also wanted to meet a beautiful white-collar woman who would propose to him. However, after a day of waiting, he hadn't met any white-collar women who would propose to him, but his business had gotten better and better. At this moment, the fruit vendor happened to see Fong Hong and Lang Yu walking into the apartment. He was so jealous that his back molars were about to bite the dust. "We're both men, so why did you meet such a good thing, but I can't?" On the other side of the elevator, Fong Hong and Lang Yu arrived on the same floor. The two entered the room together. Such a scene. It left the neighbors, who were gathered on the balcony chatting, dumbfounded. What's going on? Fong Hong just broke up yesterday, and today he's already bringing home a new girlfriend? The key point is that Lu Li was already considered a rare beauty. But this new girlfriend is many times more beautiful than Lu Li. Among the group of people, someone was originally teasing Fong Hong for not knowing how to cherish Lu Li, a beautiful woman like her, and just letting her go. But it turned out that the clown was actually himself. "Fong Hong, this is not knowing how to cherish, it is clear that you can find someone better." The room was a bit messy. "You can sit anywhere," Fong Hong said. He spent quite some time last night just throwing away Lu Li's things. There were still many places that he had not had time to tidy up. Lang Yu looked around, and his gaze finally settled on a piece of women's underwear. Let's move. Move where? Move to my place. Fong Hong froze. Are we going to live together? Isn't this a bit too fast? But then he thought, the two of them had already gotten their marriage certificate, so what's fast about it? Besides, moving in together would make it easier to live off him and make use of the system. Fong Hong immediately started packing. Because he had spent all his money on Luli before, apart from his computer and some daily necessities, Fong Hong didn't have much. Soon everything was packed, and Fong Hong wiped the sweat from his forehead. Done. Lung Yu pointed to the underwear she had seen earlier. What about this? Cough. You don't need to bring this. Fong Hong then noticed that Lu Li's things had not been completely thrown away. They left the apartment building. Lung Yu received a phone call, which seemed to be related to company business. She handed Fong Hang the car keys, opened the car door, and sat down in the back seat. Fong Hong understood, put the package in the trunk, and then walked towards the driver's seat. At this time, a voice came from behind. Fong Hong? Fong Hong looked back and saw that it was none other than his ex-girlfriend Lu Li. He said coldly, "You've got the wrong person. Is this your car?" Lu Li looked at the car in front of her in surprise. The latest Audi S8. The price starts at least 2 million. Fong Hong ignored her and opened the door, got in, and drove off as soon as he stepped on the accelerator. Hey, don't go. Lu Li tried to chase after him but failed, and instead, she got a mouthful of exhaust fumes. She had come today hoping to reconcile with Fong Hong under the pretext of picking up something. Because she had met Wang Zhanghao last night, the other party's appearance was really too different from her imagination, which made her lose her appetite and she ran away without even eating. Lu Li reflected on it all night and realized that she had really gone too far. Fong Hong is handsome, willing to spend money on her, and no matter how angry she got before, he always spoiled her. A man like this is hard to find even with a lantern, and she should cherish him. The point is, Fong Hong is now driving a luxury car worth millions. He may have deliberately hidden his identity before, and he may be the young master of a wealthy family in seclusion. When she thought about this, Lu Li was even more determined to reconcile with Fong Hang. She immediately used her mobile phone to contact Fong Hong. However, the call could not be connected, and no message could be sent. It was obvious that she had been blocked. Lu Li stamped her foot in frustration. Oh. Fong Hong won't really leave me, will he? Chapter 7, The Perfect Woman. In the car. Lung Yu looked thoughtfully at Lu Li through the rearview mirror. However, she soon averted her gaze and once again focused on communicating business with the person on the other end of the phone. Fong Hong didn't know the exact address and didn't want to disturb Lung Yu, so he deliberately slowed down the car. Lung Yu noticed and said, "Miss Shan, hold on a second." Then she reported the address, and Fong Hong accelerated according to the navigation and drove there. "Sorry, Miss Shan, let's continue." On the phone, the woman called Miss Shan said, "Hey, Lung Yu, who are you talking to?" "My family." "I thought you only had a younger sister." If I heard it right, that was a man's voice just now, and it sounded like a handsome guy. "Well, it's my husband." "When did you get married, and how come I didn't know about it?" The woman said in surprise. "We got married yesterday, it was quite rushed, we didn't have time to hold a wedding banquet." "Oh, our CEO Lung has finally come to his senses." "Quick, turn on the video so I can see how handsome your husband is." "He's driving, so it's not convenient." Lung Yu looked at Fong Hong. "Oh, you're hiding a pretty girl in your house, and you're afraid I'll see her?" "No." "Then it's settled. I'll treat you to dinner on Sunday, and you bring your brother-in-law. I'll have to ask his opinion first." The famous CEO Lang, even after getting married, still can't make decisions on his own. Fong Hong said, "I'm fine with it." "I heard my brother-in-law's voice, he said it's fine, so it's a deal, we'll see you on Sunday, bye." "Hey, wait a minute." Lang Yu held the phone that had been hung up and muttered, "This woman, we haven't finished the business talk yet." She sent another message to the other party. After a while, the woman sent back a voice message. "Oh dear, Lung Yu, you two just got married, what business is there to talk about? A spring night is worth 1,000 in gold, hurry home and make a baby." Before the voice message finished playing, Lung Yu immediately turned it off. The car fell silent. Fortunately, they were not far from their destination. Junyuan is located in the heart of Los Angeles and is one of the more prestigious neighborhoods for the wealthy. Fan Hong got out of the car and was a little shocked by the sight of the large villa in front of him. There was also a swimming pool in the courtyard, and all kinds of facilities were readily available. After admiring the interior of the villa, Fan Hong was even more amazed. Indeed, the life of the rich is extraordinary. Lang Yu took off her jewelry and said, "There are many empty rooms, you pick one you like, I'm going to take a shower first." Fan Hong nodded. After Lang Yu entered the bathroom, he didn't rush to find a room, but first took a stroll around the villa. Fan Hong was surprised to find that in such a large villa, there were only traces of Lang Yu's life, but they were well organized. Many of the rooms were unoccupied, but they were all beautifully decorated. In the end, Fan Hong chose a room on the first floor by the corner, because there was a large French window, and you could see the courtyard scenery by opening the curtains. Fan Hong placed the things he brought one by one in the room. After a while, Lang Yu, wearing a home suit, appeared in the doorway. Good taste. Finished washing so quickly? In Fan Heng's impression, Luli would take at least an hour to take a shower. I don't like wasting time in the bathroom. Lang Yu turned around and was about to leave, but suddenly thought of something. Right, there's food in the fridge. If you're hungry, you can cook for yourself, or you can order takeaway. I've already sent you the address. Okay. Fan Hong said. That night, Fan Hong didn't sleep very well. It wasn't the bed, of course, but the old problem of insomnia when he arrived in an unfamiliar environment. The next day, he woke up at the crack of dawn. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, he saw Lang Yu in the pool. The surface of the pool was sparkling, and she seemed to be a mermaid swimming back and forth. In a moment, Lang Yu got out of the pool, and the water droplets slowly slid off her body. She was wearing a conservative swimsuit, but it still couldn't hide her hot body, so Fan Hong was stunned for a moment. Their eyes met. Lang Yu said, "You've finally woken up. We still have a lot to do today, so get up quickly." She walked out of the room. Fan Hong saw breakfast on the table. Thoughtful and capable, Lang Yu is truly a perfect woman. Whoever marries her will be truly blessed. But on second thought, it feels a little strange. Fan Hong washed up and ate breakfast. Lang Yu changed her clothes and walked down the stairs from the second floor. She didn't wear a skirt today, but instead, a fitted summer dress. Fan Hong asked, "What are the specific arrangements?" "We need to prepare for the meeting with President Shan tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Fan Heng suddenly understood that they were going shopping, and couldn't help but feel happy. The soft Rice King rebate could finally be put to use. Junyuan is in the city center, and there is everything nearby, so it's just a short walk to the mall. The first stop was a clothing store. The GC on the storefront immediately awakened Fan Heng's memory. GC is a well-known high-end brand in Los Angeles. When he first started dating Luli, she kept nagging him to buy clothes from there. Fan Hong had no choice but to agree, and he spent 5,000 yuan on just one short-sleeved shirt. "Excuse me, sir, is this one of interest to you?" A voice pulled Fan Heng's thoughts back to reality. He looked at the clothes introduced by the salesperson, and the price tag was just 10,000 yuan. In the past, he would have turned around and left. 10,000 yuan was really too much to spend. But things were different now. Lang Yu was paying, so he didn't need to worry about whether he could afford it or not. Fan Hong was used to being poor, his entire outfit didn't add up to 1,000, so a 10,000 yuan shirt naturally satisfied him. But when he thought about having the soft food king rebate, he decided to pick something more expensive. "Let me take a look." Fan Hong moved forward, and the salesperson followed enthusiastically. Lang Yu didn't say a word, as if she was also selecting clothes. In the end, Fan Hong selected a 20,000 yuan item. "I want to try this on," Fan Hong said, pointing at the clothes. "Okay, just a moment," the salesperson said, anxiously beginning to fetch the clothes. "This one costs 20,000 yuan, which is double the price of the previous one." The salesperson had only just started working here, and although she worked here as an office worker, she simply couldn't afford to buy any of these clothes. In a moment, Fan Hong came out of the fitting room and stood in front of the mirror. The salesperson said in a slightly infatuated voice, "Sir, you are quite handsome already, but now you look even better in this shirt." "Really?" "Of course." The salesperson nodded as if she were smitten. She said this because she wanted to sell the shirt, but Fan Hong was indeed very handsome. "Then, why not just take this one?" Fan Hong said tentatively, while observing Lang Yu's reaction. Although there is a soft meal king rebate, the more money you spend, the more you get back, but after all, it is Leng Yu who is paying. Leng Yu walked up, looked at the clothes, and then looked at the price. She suddenly said, "This one won't do." "Huh?" The salesperson was a little confused. Seeing that the clothes were about to be sold, why suddenly wouldn't they work? This took Fong Hong a little by surprise. Could it be that Leng Yu felt that it was a bit expensive? If I had known, I would have chosen the one that just cost 10,000. Chapter 8. I'll put it on for you. Unexpectedly, Leng Yu said, "This one is too cheap and doesn't match my husband's status." The salesperson froze for a moment, and then a feeling of ecstasy washed over her. "Beauty, so which one do you want?" Leng Yu picked up a piece of clothing and motioned for Fong Hong to try it on. Fong Hong changed into the new clothes. Once again, he emerged from the fitting room. He looked in the mirror. It felt like the craftsmanship of this one was even more exquisite than the 20,000 yuan one from earlier. Leng Yu asked, "What do you think of this one?" "It's fine." "Then we'll take it." The salesperson swallowed hard, suppressed his excitement, and said, "Beauty, are you sure? This one costs 50,000 yuan. Fong Hong was a little shocked to hear this. He hadn't had time to look at the price. He didn't expect the price of this shirt to be 50,000 yuan. It was more than twice as expensive as the one he had just chosen. "Wait a minute." Leng Yu stopped the salesperson who was helping to pack the shirt. The salesperson was suddenly a little uneasy, guessing that Leng Yu might not want to buy anymore. Indeed, she should not have spoken. Otherwise, the clothes would have been sold. This was the most expensive clothes in the store. 50,000 yuan. Just the commission is quite a lot. Thinking about this, the salesperson almost wanted to cry. Leng Yu, however, said, "I want to take 2 more. Are there any other styles?" The salesperson was instantly dumbfounded. She had imagined so much, but it turned out that the other party did not want to give up, but felt that one was not enough. "I have some. I'll go get them. Please wait a moment." The salesperson was so excited that she couldn't think straight and ran to the storeroom in a flurry. Soon, she brought out a series of styles for Fong Hong to choose from. "This one and this one." Fong Hong chose 2 with different colors to distinguish them. Leng Yu, on the other hand, took out her bank card. Just swiped the card. It went well. After doing everything right and personally seeing the 2 off, the salesperson finally couldn't hold back her inner excitement. At that moment, the store manager walked in and saw her like this, so he asked what had happened. The salesperson trembled as she told the whole story. The store manager had seen it all before, but still felt a little surprised. A young couple who had entered the store with the intention of just looking but not buying were very surprised to hear this. What kind of family situation is this, buying clothes worth 150,000 yuan directly? Fong Heng sighed. A prompt from the system quickly came to his mind. Ding, detected that the other half is spending on behalf of the host, triggering the Soft Meal King rebate. Congratulations, host, you have accumulated 70% of the soft meal value. Fong Hong looked at the balance, which was exactly 500,000. Leng Yu had given him 200,000 when they got married. The extra 300,000 was the rebate generated by the clothes just bought. And with another 30% of the soft meal value, he could enter the lucky draw. I wonder what good things I'll get. At this moment, a thought popped into Fong Heng's head. Since Leng Yu would get a rebate for spending on him, would giving Leng Yu money and then having Leng Yu give it to him trigger the Soft Bread King rebate as well? Fong Hong felt in his pocket and found that he had exactly $1. So he handed it to Leng Yu. "Here." Leng Yu looked puzzled. "What is this?" Fong Hong said, "You take it first." Leng Yu took the dollar. "Then what?" "You give it back to me." "Here you go." Leng Yu placed the dollar bill in Fong Heng's palm. Fong Hong expected the system's prompt to sound in his head. But nothing happened. Just as he thought there was no hope, the system finally spoke. The Soft Meal King rebate can only be triggered by the host spending the other half. Note, there are no loopholes in this system, and all rewards are reasonable. Fong Hong sighed inwardly that it really didn't work. If you can find a bug, it's like stepping on your right foot with your left foot, and you can go straight to heaven. Leng Yu didn't know what Fong Hong was doing, but he didn't think much about his inexplicable behavior. Later, the 2 of them arrived at the DL jewelry store. This store was not far from the GC clothing store just now, and it was also a well-known high-end brand in Los Angeles. There were many wealthy women in the store, as well as young couples preparing for engagement. As soon as they saw Lang Yu, the sharp-eyed clerk immediately came up to them. "Excuse me, are you Ms. Lang?" "It's me," Lang Yu said indifferently. "This way, please. Please follow me to the second floor box. The store manager will be there shortly." The two followed the clerk up the stairs to the second floor. The customers below noticed this scene and couldn't help but be shocked. Some of them were regular customers. None of them had ever received such treatment. Second floor box. Fong Hong and Lang Yu had not sat down for long when Yang Huimei, the store manager, appeared in front of them, panting. She was going out to run an errand, but as soon as she heard that Lang Yu was here, she turned around and hurried back. No one else could know, but as the manager of DL, she had to know. Lang Yu is the famous president of Guangyin, and he is also a Lang. The Lang family's influence in Los Angeles is beyond imagination. With just one word, DL could close down that day. Therefore, when Lang Yu personally called last night to say that she wanted to order a custom wedding ring, Yang Huimei was both flattered and on thin ice. She instructed the people below her to make it overnight, and she herself didn't sleep well all night. "President Lang, here is your custom ring, please take a look." Yang Huimei pushed the ring box in front of Lang Yu, while carefully observing Fong Hong next to her. You should know that Lang Yu is not only from a prominent family, but also has a face that is like a picture. Countless suitors racked their brains trying to get her, but this cold and beautiful woman is completely unmoved. Now she is looking at a wedding ring with a man, which means their relationship is definitely not ordinary. Lang Yu turned her face to the side and asked, "Fong Hong, what do you think of this ring?" "It's quite nice." Fong Hong was a little surprised. He had thought that Lang Yu had come to buy jewelry. But they were both married, and it was a bit strange not to have a ring. "Let's try it on first." "Okay." Lang Yu was about to take the ring, but Fong Hong took it first. Then she felt a pair of warm hands rest on the palm of her hand, and the touch of the ring between her fingers. Lang Yu couldn't help but freeze for a moment. "It fits quite well," Fong Hong said. This was the first time he had touched Lang Yu's hand, soft and cool, and it felt good. Lang Yu was momentarily flustered, subconsciously pulling back her hand, and then taking out the ring from the ring box. "Let me put it on for you." Lang Yu held Fong Hong's hand, and then put the ring on her ring finger, slowly pushing it in. "It seems a bit tight," Fong Hong said. "Maybe the size is too small, Lung Zong, you try this one again," Yang Huimei said hastily. Lang Yu took the new ring and put it on smoothly this time. "Well, it's fine now." The scene of Fong Hong and Lang Yu putting on each other's rings was enough to shock Yang Huimei. She hadn't thought about it much before, but the situation now was enough to show that the two had reached the point of discussing marriage. Yang Huimei couldn't help but wonder just who Fong Hong was, and how he had managed to win over Lang Yu, the cold and beautiful woman. For a moment, Yang Huimei didn't even dare to breathe. She was afraid that if she wasn't careful, she would offend the two of them. If that happened, she and DL would both be finished. Chapter 9, I'll wait for you to come back. Lang Yu was very satisfied with the ring, so she handed the bank card to Yang Huimei. "Go pay the bill." "Okay, President Lang, Mr. Fong, please wait a moment." Yang Huimei took the bank card with both hands, took a few steps back, and then turned around and quickly walked downstairs. "In a moment." The system's prompt sounded in Fong Hong's mind again. Ding, the other half has been detected as spending by the host, triggering the Soft Meal King rebate. Congratulations, host, you have accumulated 90% of the soft rice value. Fong Hong checked the balance, and it was 500,000 more than before, already reaching a total of 1 million. In other words, the pair of rings was 250,000, and the double rebate was exactly 500,000. Fong Hong felt like he was dreaming. In just a few days, he had an extra 1 million in his hands. When he was with Luli, they were typical spendthrifts and could not save any money at all. Yang Huimei returned and handed him the bank card. "President Lang, as you requested, this ring cost a total of 500,000 yuan, but after discussing it with the boss, I've given you a 50% discount." Fong Hong. A 50% discount? Isn't that a loss of 500,000 yuan? But thinking that Lang Yu had saved money, Fong Hong was relieved. In a way, the couple had really made a profit and a loss. Then the two left the mall and returned to the Junyuan. Lang Yu got out of the car and pointed to the delivery box at the entrance. There's your delivery in there. I didn't buy anything online. Just go and check. Fan Hong rummaged through the box and pulled out a large stack of deliveries, which were so high in his arms that they almost reached his head. He put down the deliveries and checked the labels one by one. This is all in your name. Open it and take a look first. Fan Hong guessed that this was something Lung Yu had bought for him. He opened it. It was indeed full of high-end men's shoes. Slippers, sneakers, leather shoes, etc. Any one of them was worth a lot of money. But strangely, if Lung Yu had bought them, shouldn't there be a rebate from the Soft Rice King? Hey, system, what's wrong with you? Is it broken? Lung Yu said, these were sent by manager Sean, she has a shoe factory. So it was the woman from yesterday's phone call. But it was still thanks to Lung Yu. In fact, it could be said that everything Fan Hong currently had was thanks to Lung Yu. Ever since he had agreed to Lung Yu's marriage proposal, his life had undergone a sea change. Lung Yu, thank you, Fan Hong said. You're welcome. By the way, I'm going to the airport to pick someone up later, so I might be back late tonight. Okay, I'll wait up for you. MMHM. After a short while, Lung Yu drove away from the villa courtyard. Through the rearview mirror, Lung Yu subconsciously glanced at Fan Hong again. The sudden ringing of his phone made Lung Yu have to look straight ahead and speed up at the same time. On the other side, Fan Hong was trying on shoes, and the system's prompt made him perk up. Congratulations, host, you have accumulated 100% soft rice value. Would the host like to proceed with the lottery? Finally, I can draw the lottery. Fan Hong didn't hesitate and chose yes. Congratulations, host, you have obtained physical enhancement. Your soft rice value has been cleared, and you can continue to accumulate it to participate in the lottery again. In an instant, it felt as if a warm current had been injected into Fan Hong's body, making him feel full of strength. Fan Hong put on his sneakers and went to the basketball court in the community to try some exercises. He was surprised to find that his speed, strength, and endurance had all increased by more than a few times. He estimated that with his current strength, he could easily kill a tiger with one punch. Overjoyed, Fan Hong played basketball with a young boy. The little boy's grandfather was leaning on a cane and cheering excitedly from the sidelines, his momentum comparable to that of a cheerleading squad. Fan Hong was really worried that the old man would pass out, so he returned to the villa after not playing for long. It was still evening when Lung Yu did not return. Fan Hong looked in the refrigerator and found that there were not many ingredients left. When he closed the refrigerator, he saw the familiar cat sticker again. Fan Hong had seen this sticker several times before, and it was even in his room. And Lung Yu's phone lock screen and the hanging ornament in the car also had elements of cats. It can be seen that Lung Yu should really like cats. But what Fan Hong can't quite understand is that Lung Yu hasn't deliberately kept a cat. After closing the refrigerator door, Fan Hong is ready to go out and buy food. Having received so many benefits from Lung Yu, he naturally should reward the other party. After all, the wife makes money to support the family outside, and it's not quite appropriate for her husband to just stay at home looking beautiful. Fan Hong arrived at the market with ease. Before living with Lu Li, he did all the housework, so buying food and cooking were second nature to him. After picking the vegetables and paying, Fan Hong discovered that there was a shortage. He was arguing with the vegetable seller. Not far away, something seemed to have happened. The vegetable seller didn't even bother to pack up her stall, but ran off to eat melons, and Fan Hong couldn't stop her. He had no choice but to chase after her and say, "It's no use running away, I must solve this matter." The vegetable seller said, "Hey, you young man is so petty, wait a minute, look, someone is going to jump off a building." Fan Hong turned his head and saw a young girl standing on the opposite building. A beautiful woman downstairs, who seemed to be the girl's mother, said, "Nana, I was wrong, come down quickly." "I won't," the girl said. The girl's name was Wang Nana, and she was going through a rebellious phase. She had originally gone shopping with her mother, Wang Meishan, but had just been lectured a little, so in a fit of anger she had climbed up to the fourth-floor balcony railing. Wang Meishan said, "Be good, it's dangerous up there, and I won't scold you anymore." "I don't believe your nonsense." Wang Nana had already regretted climbing up, and she was now shaking all over, her legs already starting to go weak. But there were so many people gathered below, and she was a little embarrassed to come down. Just then, Wang Nana's foot slipped and she fell. The crowd went into an uproar. "Nana!" Wang Meishan's heart went up to her throat. Fortunately, Wang Nana quickly grabbed the railing and didn't fall directly, but she was hanging in midair, teetering. Wang Nana didn't care about saving face and cried out, "Mom, help me." Wang Meishan, a woman, knew she couldn't catch her daughter and had to turn to the crowd for help. "Please, can someone save my daughter?" The crowd looked at each other. This was the fourth floor, no one was sure they could catch her, and if there was an accident, they might even get hurt themselves. Therefore, no one was willing to step forward when Wang Meishan asked for help. Fong Hong had no intention of intervening. He had just arrived and saw someone making a phone call, and the rescue team should be here soon. Besides, he was not completely sure he could save the girl. Unexpectedly, the vegetable-selling ant pointed at Fong Hong and shouted, "Someone can save her, and this little handsome guy says he can." Holy shit! Is this some kind of joke? Fong Hong glared at the vegetable-selling ant. The vegetable-selling ant, however, snorted lightly, obviously deliberately digging a pit for Fong Hong because of what had just happened. Chapter 10. Do you have a girlfriend? No one else knew these details. Upon hearing the vegetable seller say this, they really thought that Fong Hong volunteered, and for a moment, all their attention was focused on him. This young man is really handsome and kind. Yes, I don't have the courage to do that at all. We should learn from him. Wang Meishan stumbled over and grabbed Fong Hong. Thank you, please save my daughter, she's about to fall." Fong Hong was a little speechless. At the moment, he really wanted to punch the vegetable lady. But looking at Wang Meishan's anxious expression, he had to steel his nerves and say, "Okay, don't get excited, I'll try." "Oh mama, I can't hold on much longer." Wang Nana's hands were losing strength, and she was slipping down a little bit. The hearts of the onlookers were hanging in the balance. It's over, the rescue team hasn't arrived yet, it's too late. This young man doesn't look strong, and I don't think he has much strength. I'm afraid something will happen even if he catches her. Yes, this is the fourth floor, it's no joke. Some people chose to believe Fong Hong, but there were also people who didn't think too highly of him. Naturally, this included the vegetable-selling woman. She even thought darkly that it would be best if something happened to Fong Hong, so that she wouldn't be hassled over the missing weight. Just as everyone was talking, Wang Nana completely lost her strength and fell rapidly. At the critical moment, Fong Hong, like a shadow, suddenly rushed to the bottom. He caught Wang Nana firmly before she hit the ground. At this moment, the scene suddenly fell silent. Everyone was dumbfounded, looking at each other in disbelief. They didn't even react, and Fong Hong had already saved the girl? Pop. 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 First, someone led the applause, which quickly spread. The scene soon exploded again. No one expected Fong Hong to rescue the girl so easily, and the key was that both of them were unharmed. Even Fong Hong himself was surprised. This physical enhancement was truly terrifying. "Young man, you are truly awesome. Buddy, my horsehide skin has never been subservient to anyone, but today I submit to you, and I admire you with all my heart. Hero. Hubby." The praise came one after the other, and Fong Hong was like the brightest star. But despite the praise, how did her husband get out of it all? Fong Hong almost thought Long Yu was also at the scene. At this moment, Wang Nana slowly opened her eyes. The handsome face that came into view made her breathing almost stop. What a handsome young man. And he is also her savior. No. This is the prince. The moment she fell, she had given up hope of survival, and it was Fong Hong who had given her a second life. Wang Nana was so entranced by Fong Hong that she just stared. She didn't react when Wang Meishan asked if she was feeling unwell, until Fong Hong put her down. Fong Hong said, "Apart from a few minor scrapes, I don't think there's anything wrong." Wang Meishan thought her daughter might have been too shocked. She then looked at Fong Hong and began to express her gratitude. Fong Hong indicated that it was nothing, just a trivial matter. Wang Meishan looked Fong Hong over carefully and suddenly said, "Handsome boy, do you have a girlfriend?" Upon hearing this, Wang Nana suddenly came to her senses. "Ouch, Mom, what are you doing?" Wang Nana was both resentful and shy, and obviously misunderstood what Wang Meishan meant, thinking that she was trying to matchmake Fong Hong with her. Wang Meishan glared at her daughter and said impatiently, "Don't think so much. Are you worthy of him? I'm just asking on behalf of someone else." Wang Nana pouted embarrassedly. Fong Hong laughed and said, "Thanks for your kindness, but I'm already married." "What? That's a pity. It seems my friend isn't that lucky." Wang Meishan was slightly surprised. Wang Nana, on the other hand, felt a little disappointed. Just to be on the safe side, Wang Meishan was going to take Wang Nana to the hospital for a checkup. So Fong Hong and the mother and daughter said goodbye. At this point, the rescue team arrived late. Seeing that everyone had dispersed, they were a little dazed. Where is everyone? Aren't they here to save people? The rescue team leader asked someone for news. An enthusiastic member of the public pointed to the departing Fong Hong and explained the situation. When they heard the whole story, the rescue team was shocked. It was precisely as professionals that they knew just how outrageous this was. Catching someone who was jumping off a building with bare hands is something with an extremely low success rate, almost impossible. If someone else hadn't come forward to testify, they wouldn't have believed it was true. Therefore, looking at Fong Hong's departing back, they felt like they were looking at a monster. On the other side of the street, Fong Hong returned to the vegetable stand. The vegetable seller was packing up her things and preparing to run away, but he caught her in the act. Fong Hong said, "Auntie, you want to run away again? We still haven't resolved our issue." The market administrator had arrived with the rescue team. The rescue team had left, but he had not. Noticing the situation, the administrator immediately came forward. "Young man, what happened?" Fong Hong said, "I was just buying food, and she deliberately shortchanged me and refused to refund the money." The passerby was both surprised and angry, and recognizing Fong Hong, he began to accuse the vegetable seller. "You even rip off a good person. Do you have a conscience? A black-hearted stall like this should be shut down immediately. If this isn't resolved, I'll never come to this market again. Yes, I'll tell everyone around me not to come here either." The crowd was enraged. The administrator, whose face had turned black with anger, had ordered the vegetable seller to make improvements after a similar situation had arisen before, but she had still done it again. This was a huge blow to the image of the market, not to mention the fact that Fong Hong was a hero who had come to the rescue. He immediately said, "That's too much, refund the money immediately." The vegetable seller played the rogue and said, "How can it be like this? You can't just return the vegetables after buying them, I'm not returning them anyway." The administrator slapped the scale and angrily said, "Don't you dare not refund the money." The vegetable seller shrunk her neck, really taken aback. Seeing that many people were scolding her, and there were even quite a few stall owners among them, she finally reluctantly refunded the money to Fong Hong. "I'll refund it this once, but next time, I won't refund it for anyone," the vegetable seller grumbled. The administrator snorted coldly, "Don't even think about it. Starting tomorrow, you don't need to come to the market anymore." Upon hearing this, the vegetable seller was dumbfounded. "I refunded the money, so why are you treating me like this? My whole family depends on this stall for food. You were given a chance before, and this is your own fault. No one is to blame. You're just bullying me, I'll fight you to the death." The angry vegetable seller reached out to scratch the administrator. Luckily, the administrator dodged in time, otherwise there would be more bloody marks on his face. He immediately ordered the security guard to control the vegetable seller. "Clear her stall and throw her out, along with the goods." "Yes." Amidst the cheers of the crowd, the disheveled vegetable vendor was dragged out of the market. Then the manager rushed over to Fong Hong with a face full of apologies. "Sorry, young man, it was our oversight." Not only that, but after some of the stall owners learned about the situation, they sent over fruits and vegetables, as well as chicken, ducks, and fish. Fong Hong was flattered, and couldn't believe that he had been forced to do a good deed and was treated like this. Chapter 11, Hugging. Fong Hong went back with his arms full of bags and packages. Suddenly, a dark figure sprang out of the bushes. Fong Hong was startled and thought it was a big black rat. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a dirty kitten. The kitten chased after him, meowing the whole time, and Fong Hong couldn't shake it. So he treated it to some meat, thinking that would be the end of it. But as soon as Fong Hong turned his back, the kitten caught up with him. It was obvious that the kitten had taken a liking to him. He hailed a shared blue car and said, "If you can get in, I'll take you with me." The kitten seemed to understand what he said, and actually jumped up. Then it tilted its head and looked at Fong Hong, as if to say, "You keep your word." Fong Hong had no choice but to take the little guy to Junyuan. They passed a pet shop. He thought about giving it a bath first. When the bath was over, the shop owner carried it out again. Fong Hong almost thought he had mistaken the cat. The cat that was just now dirty and messy had now directly risen in appearance value by several grades. It seemed to have transformed from an ugly duckling into a swan. The shop owner said, "Sir, you are very lucky, you have actually picked up a purebred Muppet cat." A stuffed cat? Fan Hong didn't know much about cats, but he simply thought that this cat looked good and had a feeling of a little princess. "Yes, this cat is in excellent condition. If you are not comfortable keeping it, I am willing to pay 10,000 for it." 10,000? Fan Hong didn't expect that the cat he picked up casually could be worth 10,000. "Well, if you think it's low, I can add another 2,000, or of course 5,000 is fine." The shop owner has been in business for many years, and this is the first time he has seen a stuffed cat of this quality. It so happened that someone had recently asked him to buy a cat, and this cat could definitely make a lot of money if he bought it and resold it. "Forget it, I'd better keep it for myself." Fan Hong guessed that Lung Yu liked cats and decided to take the stuffed animal home and give it to her. The shop owner was stunned. He couldn't believe that Fan Hong wasn't willing to sell it even though he had offered 15,000. He said, "Okay, can I keep in touch with you? If the kitten gets sick later, or if there are any other issues, you can contact me at any time." "Okay." Fan Hong and the shop owner exchanged contact information. Then, he turned and walked towards the gates of Junyuan. Watching this scene, the shop owner was a little surprised. No wonder Fan Hong didn't sell it even though he offered 15,000 yuan just now. It turned out that Fan Hong was an owner living in Junyuan. Junyuan was famous in Los Angeles, and the people living there were not ordinary people. Just then, the shop owner received a message. "How did it go with the cat?" The shop owner immediately typed a reply, "I found a very good-looking stuffed animal, but the owner doesn't want to sell it." He sent the photo he just took. Soon, he received a new message. "Give me the contact information of that person." Fan Hong returned home and found that Lung Yu had not yet returned. He first carried the kitten to his room and then poured some cat food he had just bought. "Stay here and eat, don't run around, okay?" The kitten meowed at him and then focused on eating the cat food. Fan Hong went into the kitchen and started preparing dinner. In the meantime, Fan Hong took a moment to look at the cat, afraid that it would mess up the room. Fortunately, the kitten was surprisingly well behaved. After eating the cat food, it quietly fell asleep on the floor. It took nearly an hour to finish. Fan Hong brought the last dish to the table. Outside, the sound of a car came. Fan Hong couldn't help but feel happy. Lung Yu was back just in time. In the courtyard, Ling Yu got out of the car. She took a deep breath to compose herself before walking towards the villa. Opening the door, the aroma of the meal and Fan Hong's smile made her momentarily dazed. "You're finally back, sit down and eat." Fan Hong paused for a moment as he saw Lang Yu's reddened eyes and the tear stains on her cheeks. This scene seemed to take him back to the day they first met. Lang Yu didn't say a word and turned to go into the bathroom. Fan Hong silently returned to the dinner table. He couldn't help but wonder, who was it that could hurt Lang Yu, this strong woman, so badly? Could it be the person she was going to the airport to pick up today? A moment later, Lang Yu walked out, as if nothing had happened, and everything was the same as usual. She pulled out a chair and sat down, saying, "Did you prepare this especially for me?" "Yes, if." Fan Hong wanted to say something, he stopped himself and didn't ask. Although he didn't know what had happened to Lung Yu, she would tell him sooner or later if she wanted to talk about it. "What's wrong?" "Nothing, just eat, the food is getting cold." "I won't be rude then," Lung Yu said, picking up a piece of meat and nodding in satisfaction after tasting it. "I didn't expect you to be quite a good cook," Lung Yu said in surprise. "It's just so-so, I just cook a lot." "That's pretty amazing too." Fan Hong was quite surprised that Lung Yu would praise him. When he was with Luli, even if the food he cooked was delicious, Luli would never praise him. On the contrary, when he didn't do a good job, Luli would keep on teasing him. "Thank you." "You said thank you again, there's no need to be so polite between us." "Okay." The two finished eating. Lung Yu vaguely heard a cat meowing, and a trace of doubt appeared on her pretty face. Fan Hong took the opportunity to ask, "I see that there are many cat-related elements in the house, do you like cats very much?" "Yes." "That's good, I want to give you a present." Fan Hong got up and walked towards the room. "You're not going to." Lung Yu vaguely guessed what the present would be, which was why she had heard the cat meowing just now and thought it was a phantom. Fan Hong took the kitten out and said, "It's for you." "It's so cute." Lung Yu was instantly charmed, her beautiful eyes staring at the kitten. "Hold it," Fan Hong said. However, when he handed the kitten to Lang Yu, she subconsciously took a half step back. Are you scared? Fang Hong could tell Lang Yu was resisting, and he couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. It's very obedient, it doesn't bite. Fang Hong tried to put the cat in her arms. Don't. Lang Yu struggled and took a few more steps back. Her thoughts suddenly jumped back to her childhood. The sky was clear, and she happily carried the cat home, while her mother reminded her not to get scratched. But the scene suddenly changed, and a fierce storm broke out. The cat was no longer breathing. She questioned the man, asking him why he did this, but received a heavy slap in the face. After the man left, Lang Yu cried in the rain while hugging the dead cat. It was all her fault. If she hadn't brought the cat home, this would never have happened. Chapter 12, I've Never Been in Love. Her thoughts returned to reality. Lang Yu then noticed that Fang Hong was holding her hand, and the stuffed cat in her arms was meowing softly at her. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Fang Hong took her trembling hand and slowly placed it on the kitten. At that moment, what had invisibly blocked her from childhood until now seemed to have instantly vanished. When Fang Hong came out of the shower, he found Lang Yu still sitting in the rocking chair on the balcony, petting the cat. The stars in the sky and the moon, coupled with the beautiful woman and the stuffed animal, really made a pleasing sight. He was curious and asked, "You like cats so much, why did you look so scared just now?" Lang Yu said, "Because of someone." An ex-boyfriend? Lang Yu looked a bit speechless. I've never been in love. Fang Hong seemed to have discovered something extraordinary. With Lang Yu's looks, it's surprising that she hasn't had any romantic experiences. But on second thought, it's not surprising. Lang Yu is cold and aloof, and she's outstanding in every way, so most people would definitely be put off. Who is that? I don't want to talk about him. Looks like I asked a question I shouldn't have. It's fine, you'll meet him in a while. Fang Hong instantly understood. It seems to be her family. Lang Yu asked, this stuffed animal is in very good condition. Where did you buy it? I picked it up on the street. No one would throw away a cat like this, so you must have spent quite a lot of money on it, right? I really did pick it up. Don't lie to me. Lang Yu finally believed Fang Hong when he told her the whole story. You're lucky. Ha, I'm not good at anything else, but I do have good luck. Anyway, thank you. To be honest, I'm very surprised and happy tonight. Lang Yu said this from the bottom of her heart, because thanks to Fang Hong, she really did feel a lot better. Fang Hong said, Lang Yu, this is where you're wrong. Huh? Lang Yu suddenly didn't understand what Fang Hong meant. You said it yourself at dinner, there's no need for us to be so polite. She suddenly understood, and then gave a shallow smile. If it's my problem, then we shouldn't say thank you to each other in the future. Okay. These days, it was the first time Lang Yu had smiled, and it had a big impact on Fang Hong. Lang Yu's smile was like a spring breeze, adding a different kind of color to her already beautiful face. Late at night, Fang Hong had just fallen asleep. A phone call woke him up. The caller bluntly asked, "Do you sell the stuffed cat?" No. Fang Hong realized that most likely the pet shop owner had passed on his information to someone else. Make an offer. I said no. Fang Hong was a little upset that he had just fallen asleep and was woken up. So he hung up the phone directly. Second floor room. Lang Yu lay in bed for a long time unable to sleep. For many days and nights, she had been going in and out of this place alone. Recalling the words Fang Hong had said before she left, I'll be waiting for you to come back, and the sight of you pushing open the door when you returned, you're finally back. An indescribable feeling welled up in her heart. The weekend was the day they had agreed to go and see manager Sean together. The time was set for noon. Lang Yu left the house early in the morning. Fang Hong took this time to go back to the apartment to prepare to complete the procedures for terminating the lease. However, he ran into Luli instead. Luli saw him riding a shared xiaolan and laughed, Fang Hong, I thought you were some kind of rich young master, but it seems that bike isn't yours. Fang Hong gave her a completely unfriendly look. None of your business. Why isn't it my business? If you're so great, I can brag to others when I go out in the future. Fang Hong ignored her and walked straight to the apartment door. Luli chased after him like a little puppy. Hey, Fang Hong, please take me off the blacklist, I can't even find a way to talk to you. We've broken up, what's there to talk about? Fang Hong said coldly. Why can't we talk? Other people can still be friends after breaking up, why are you being so bitter? Other people are other people, I can't do that. Fong Hong got into the elevator and tried to get rid of Lu Li. But Lu Li still had the nerve to follow him in. Looking at the aloof Fong Hong, Lu Li almost became infatuated. Why hadn't she noticed how handsome Fong Hong was before? Noticing the GC label on Fong Hong's clothes, and then looking at the shoes on his feet, which were also all high-end well-known brands, Lu Li couldn't help but widen her eyes. She was familiar with all these things. All of them together were worth at least more than 100,000 yuan. Lu Li said in shock, Fong Hong, you're not really the young master of a wealthy family, are you? Fong Hong just glanced at her. Lu Li swallowed, and suddenly reached out to Fong Hong. Let me see if they are authentic. Fong Hong grabbed her hand and said, don't be so touchy-feely. Lightly, Fong Hong, you've changed, you weren't like this before, have you fallen for another woman? Lu Li said in pain. Fong Hong snorted, it's all thanks to you, and I'm already married, so please don't harass me anymore. I've already lowered myself to this, so can't you stop sulking? Lu Li was tempted to lose her temper. As for Fong Hong's remark about getting married, she simply didn't take it to heart, regarding it as just an excuse for Fong Hong not wanting to get back together. Ha ha. Between the lines. The two got out of the elevator. Fong Hong walked quickly out the door. Lu Li followed behind with difficulty in her high heels. Ah! Lu Li suddenly let out a cry, then fell to the ground. She secretly observed Fong Hong's reaction. Humph! You want to push me, don't you? I just don't believe it, so you won't be moved. Sure enough, Fong Hong stopped in his tracks and turned to look at her. Here's my chance. Lu Li took the opportunity to put in a few drops of eye drops and said, Fong Hong, I sprained my ankle, come help me. If you want to touch porcelain, I suggest you go to the road. You Lu Li almost lost your temper, forced yourself to smile, and said, I really sprained my foot, and it hurts like hell now. Figure it out yourself. This scene was fully captured by the neighbors. They all felt that the identities of Fong Hong and Lu Li had switched. Previously, it was always Fong Hong who was always trying to please Lu Li. After Fong Hong left, a man who had long had feelings for Lu Li approached. He said with a smile, your boyfriend is really heartless. Let me help you. Lu Li gave him a blank look, stood up and said, mind your own business. Are you pretending? Shut up. The man was deflated, and Lu Li set off again to chase Fong Hong. In the room, Fong Hong finished filming and sent the video to the landlord, and the checkout procedures were quickly completed. At this time, Lu Li appeared in the doorway. Fong Hong glanced at her feet and said, it seems that you have the ability to self-repair in an instant. Lu Li was slightly embarrassed and immediately changed the subject. You're moving, where are all my things? Lu Li thought that Fong Hong had moved her things to the new home together. This would be the perfect excuse to go with him. They're all at the garbage station, go there and look for them. You actually threw away all my things? Fong Hong, I'm telling you, this is definitely not over. Chapter 13, Ex-Girlfriend Begs for Reconciliation. Fong Hong said with interest, how is it not over? I have plenty of ways to fix you. If you know what's good for you, you'll immediately reconcile with me, or else just you wait and see. Is this an offer to reconcile? But I'm sorry, even if I were single for the rest of my life, I would never be with you again. Lu Li finally couldn't stand it anymore. She thought that if she lowered her stance, Fong Hong would see the situation for what it was and back off, but instead, the other party was getting more and more outrageous. She angrily said, Fong Hong, I've given you face, don't be ungrateful. Fong Hong said with a smile, getting upset? Why are you always pestering me? Why don't you go find that guy you call your best friend? Then, with a look of sudden enlightenment, he said, oh, I remember, he's stepping on the sewing machine. Lu Li froze for a moment. To be honest, Wang Jianghao had not sent her any messages recently. But it doesn't matter, since they met, she has no feelings for Wang Jianghao anymore, and it doesn't matter whether the other person is dead or alive. Lu Li still has lingering feelings for Fong Hong inside. She is well aware that there are many wolves and few meat, and it is difficult to find a handsome and considerate man like Fong Hong again. So she suppressed her anger and spoke in a voice like a mosquito's, I was wrong, I won't find a male best friend anymore in the future. What did you say? Your voice is too small, I didn't hear it. I said I was wrong and I won't find a male best friend anymore. Lu Li said with a grievance. Fong Hong was slightly surprised, and he didn't expect Luli to take the initiative to admit her mistake one day. It's already too late. Luli could hear the seriousness in his tone and finally understood that Fang Han was not being childish. She was at a loss for words and stood dumbfounded in place. She just watched Fang Han leave. The man who had just had a crush on Luli thought he had found the right moment. He smiled and came up to her again, saying, "Beauty, out with the old, in with the new. He doesn't know how to cherish you. Stay with me, I'm a warm guy, I guarantee you won't suffer in the future." Luli immediately poured out all her grievances on the man. "Go away, and you're a warm guy? Warm guys are behind dogs, you know?" The man was instantly speechless, his face turning extremely ugly. Walnut Western Restaurant. Located in the food court by Lake Los Angeles, it is famous in the city. At this time, it is a private room on the second floor. The arrival of Leng Yu made Wang Meishan very happy. She got up to greet him warmly, then glanced outside the private room. "Leng Yu, where is my brother-in-law? Why didn't you bring him?" Leng Yu said, "He has something to do, he will be here later." "That's good." Wang Meishan then said to her daughter, who was playing with her phone, "Nana, go call someone." Wang Nana looked up at Leng Yu. She was slightly taken aback. She never imagined that her mother's friend would be so young and pretty. With her fair skin and delicate features, even she, who was voted the school beauty queen, couldn't help but feel a little jealous. "Hello, Auntie." Wang Meishan said, "What are you calling her for? Leng Yu is only a few years older than you." Wang Nana said, "So if you treat her like a younger sister and I call her older sister, won't that mess up the generations? We'll each do our own thing. Anyway, you have to call her sister. You can't be so rude." Wang Nana said listlessly, Okay, Sister Leng, hello." Leng Yu nodded. Wang Meishan said, "Ms. Leng, please sit down. Ignore this brat. She almost made me mad to death yesterday." "What happened?" Wang Meishan recounted what had happened yesterday. Leng Yu was a little taken aback and said, "Ms. Wang, when dealing with children, you need to communicate patiently. Nana is at an age where she has a strong sense of self-esteem." Wang Nana instantly took a liking to Leng Yu and agreed, "You're right, Leng Jie. Unlike some people, you're just like a she-devil, yelling at the drop of a hat. It's not like you didn't listen. Let me tell you, if you ever act stupid again, I'll just go ahead and die before you." Wang Nana shrunk her neck. Yesterday, she just wanted to scare Wang Meishan a little, not really thinking about it, but she didn't expect it to backfire. If she's allowed to do it again, she would never dare to do it again. Her life is more important than anything else. But she still had a stubborn mouth. "It doesn't matter, no one will bother me anymore. If I knew yesterday, I wouldn't have asked that handsome guy to save you. If you didn't ask that handsome guy, he would definitely have come to my rescue." Leng Yu was a little helpless at the way this mother and daughter got along. She said, "Just now I heard you say that the man who saved Nana with his bare hands was really amazing." Yes, not only is he amazing, he's also handsome as hell, almost like a prince." Wang Nana suddenly became interested. She had shared the story in her class group last night. The girls were all excited to hear about it, but they kept pestering her for photos of Fang Han. Wang Meishan laughed, "Yes, that little hottie is quite good looking. I even asked him if he had a girlfriend." "Boss Shan, are you trying to find Nana a father?" Leng Yu asked. "Wang Meishan, what's going on? Didn't you say you were asking for a friend?" Wang Nana said angrily. Wang Meishan immediately explained, "Oops, you've got it wrong. I actually wanted to introduce that hottie to Boss Leng. Boss Shan, I'm married." "Yes, Leng Nangjie is already married," Wang Nana said. "At that time, I asked and remembered, fortunately, that handsome guy is also married, otherwise this whole thing would be embarrassing." Wang Nana looked suspicious. "Wang Meishan, you'd better be as good as your word. I'm already an old woman, how could I possibly go and harm a young handsome guy? And don't be so rude, you have to call my mom outside. If you dare to find me a stepdad, don't ever think I'll call you mom. This brat." Just as she was saying this, the waiter came in and announced that one of the dishes was out of stock. So Wang Meishan went downstairs to reorder. After ordering, she was about to go back upstairs. But she saw a familiar figure push open the door and enter the restaurant. Wang Meishan froze for a moment. A handsome guy? Fan Han also froze when he saw the other person. "What a coincidence, you're actually eating here too." "Yes, I'm entertaining a friend today, and you?" Fan Heng said, I'm here with my wife, and I'm meeting her friends. Since we're both here, why don't we join the two tables together? No, let's do it next time. Okay. After the two of them parted ways, Wang Meishan turned around and walked upstairs. Fan Heng asked the waiter for the location of the restroom. He straightened up a bit in front of the vanity. After all, he was meeting Lang Yu's business partner today, and he definitely couldn't mess this up. After making sure there were no problems, Fan Heng followed the box number given by Lang Yu and turned towards the second floor. Chapter 14, An Enviable Love. Second floor box. After sitting down, Wang Meishan began to deliberately build up anticipation. Guess who I ran into downstairs? The two women were attracted to the attention. Wang Nana said, Who did you run into? Could it be the young man who saved me yesterday? You guessed right, what a coincidence. Ah. Then why didn't you invite him over to have dinner together? He came with his wife, and I suggested splitting the table, but he refused. What a pity. Wang Nana said with disappointment. It's okay, we got here early, we'll find him after dinner. Yes. Sister Lang, you should go with us later, that young man is really super handsome. Wang Nana said somewhat infatuatedly. You go ahead, I'd rather not. Lang Yu politely declined, she wasn't interested in the man the two of them were talking about. Even if he is a handsome guy, he may not be as handsome as Fan Heng. As she spoke, the door to the private room was pushed open from the outside. Fan Heng walked in, apologizing, Sorry, I'm late. The mother and daughter were taken aback when they saw him, and immediately stood up. Wang Meishan said, Young man, you're here, come sit down and have a cup of tea. Young man, why don't you agree to my mother's proposal and let our two families share a table? My mother is rich, just let her pay the bill. Fan Heng said, Well, thank you for your kindness, but I seem to have entered the wrong box. Lang Yu, who had been silent, finally said, You haven't entered the wrong box. I'm right here. Fan Heng looked in the direction of the voice and saw Lang Yu in the corner. He had just entered the door and been distracted by the mother and daughter, causing him to think that he had entered the wrong box. Fan Heng also quickly reacted, realizing that Wang Meishan was Lang Yu's business partner. What a coincidence! The mother opened the door for her daughter. What a coincidence! Wang Nana was dumbfounded and said, Young man, so you are Sister Lang's husband? Fan Heng nodded and walked over to sit next to Lang Yu. Wang Meishan sat her daughter down and then offered Fan Heng a cup of tea. This is really a coincidence. I was thinking of introducing you two to each other and bring you together. Fan Heng joked, you almost put our marriage in crisis. Yes, if brother and sister Lang had agreed, how embarrassing it would have been to meet like this. Wang Nana said. Yes, it's my fault, it's my fault. Everyone laughed. Lang Yu whispered to Fan Heng, Why are you so late? Could it be that you couldn't get a taxi on the way here? There were too many people, and there was a bit of traffic. Fan Heng was late because he had to take a taxi. If he had taken a shared blue car, he would have been here much faster. Wang Meishan said, What are you two whispering about? Fan Heng said that there was traffic on the way, that's why he's late. It's nothing, we're all friends, and besides, my brother-in-law is Nana's rescuer, how could I possibly care about something like this? Wang Nana said, Yeah, don't even mention being a little late, it's fine even if you leave us hanging all day. Before long, the food was served one after the other. The several people began to eat and chat. Wang Meishan curiously asked, Director Lang, how did you and my brother-in-law meet? You've never mentioned him before. Lang Yu said, Fan Heng and I have known each other since we were children, except that we didn't see each other for a long time. It seems that we were childhood sweethearts who liked each other since childhood. Yes, Fan Heng responded, subconsciously looking at Lang Yu. This identity as childhood sweethearts was not in the script. In case Wang Meishan asked about things from childhood, wouldn't it all come out at once? Wang Meishan asked again, So where does my brother-in-law work now? Lang Yu replied, Fan Heng is also currently at Guangyan. This is incredible, your brother-in-law is willing to go to such lengths for you. Wang Meishan was slightly surprised, and her gaze at Fan Heng was full of admiration. Lang Yu is a Lang family member. In her opinion, the person who has known Lang Yu since childhood and married her is definitely not an ordinary person. Now Fan Heng has definitely given up his career and chosen to stoop to enter Guangyan for Lang Yu. Wang Nana cupped her cheeks and said, What a good and enviable love. Seeing that neither the mother nor the daughter suspected anything, Fang Han let out a sigh of relief. Next, Lang Yu and Wang Meishan began talking about matters related to their cooperation. Wang Nana secretly took a photo of Fang Hong and sent it to the group chat with her classmates. The group chat instantly exploded. Holy cow, Wang Nana, did that really handsome young man really save you? Wang Nana, you deserve to die. I need this young man's contact information. Me too, online please, it's urgent. Wang Nana typed in a reply, forget it, he's married. Instantly, there was a chorus of wailing in the group. No. Do you have a picture of his wife? Send it, I want to give her a good scolding. Yes, I want to see it, which woman is so bold as to steal my man? Wang Nana took another photo of Lang Yu and sent it to the group. Are you sure this isn't a stock photo? At first glance, it's obvious that it's either been retouched or photoshopped. Wang Nana also took a photo of the couple and sent it to the group. Do you think my phone has a beauty function? At this point, the group of classmates fell silent. Wang Nana was using a fruit phone, which obviously didn't have a beauty function. They had to accept this fact. Why aren't you talking anymore? After looking at the photo, I really don't deserve her. This girl is prettier than your school flower, what else can we say? In the past, if someone had said this, Wang Nana would have been offended. She was the school flower of Luochang No. 1 High School. But now Wang Nana was convinced, because Lang Yu was indeed prettier than her. After seeing the mother and daughter off, Fang Hong and Lang Yu got into the car. How did the negotiations go? Fang Hong asked. Originally, he knew the progress of the negotiations between the two. The result was that he had gone to wash his hands. When he returned, he found that the negotiations had already been completed. It went very smoothly, thanks to you. Don't flatter me like that, I didn't do anything. No, this time it really was thanks to you. Lang Yu knew Wang Meishan quite well. Although they often cooperated in business and their relationship was still good, Wang Meishan was a person who clearly distinguished between public and private matters. She never made any concessions regarding interests. She had personally followed up on this business for nearly a whole month. There had been no progress at all, and she didn't have high hopes for the negotiations today. But then, unexpectedly, a deal was struck. Not only that, but Wang Meishan also voluntarily gave up a few points of profit. In the past, this would have been impossible. Obviously, this was all thanks to Fang Hong. Just as well, I have a gift for you too. Lang Yu said as he started the car. Fang Hong was a little curious as to what gift Lang Yu was going to give him. Chapter 15 Our Home Together. In the end, the Audi S8 stopped at a car dealership. Fang Hong could tell that Lang Yu wanted to give him a car. In fact, it was quite nice sharing a Xiaolan scooter. There was no traffic, and you could park wherever you wanted. Lang Yu said, in the future, when you come to my house, you can't ride a shared Xiaolan scooter, can you? It's not that I can't. You can, but I can't. You're my person, and you have to listen to me. Lang Yu took Fang Hong inside. At this moment, Fang Hong realized that Lang Yu was like the overbearing CEO in a novel, while he himself was like the submissive little wife who had come to the Mercedes-Benz dealership. Fang Hong couldn't help but feel a little excited. It seemed that today, the Soft Rice King rebate could come in handy again. In a short while, a woman with a manager's name tag hurried downstairs. Then she took the initiative to greet the two of them. President Lang, this way please. While the manager was talking, she was also secretly observing Fang Hong. She couldn't help but wonder what the relationship between the two was. When she saw the same ring on Lang Yu's and Fang Hong's ring fingers, the manager was shocked. My goodness! They are husband and wife. Lang Yu is the famous president of Guangyan. Who is this man? A director of a well-known group? Or the young master of a super family? The manager did not dare to be negligent and immediately added, Sir, you please too. Lang Yu said, let my husband look around the store, we can just chat. Understood. The manager immediately shouted to the counter, son, wait on this gentleman. No need, I can do it myself. When Fang Hong goes shopping, he actually doesn't like having salespeople around to introduce things to him. Okay. The manager hurriedly gestured for the waiter to go back. In this way, Fang Hong wandered around the huge car showroom by himself. Not far away, A man and woman were following his movements with their eyes. The two were an engaged couple, but they didn't have much of an actual relationship. They were forced to get married by their respective families, so they were just getting by. They kept looking, and their drool was about to fall off. The man was a little jealous. The woman complained, "What's wrong? I can't marry a handsome guy, so I can't look, right? What's wrong with a handsome guy? If you marry him, can he buy you a car and a house? He's here to buy a car too, so how do you know he can't afford it?" Looking at Fong Heng's appearance and demeanor, the woman thought he didn't look like an ordinary person. Even if he can afford it, it's not a very good car. The most expensive one in that area is only just over 500,000 yuan. The man continued, "I just settled on a 1 million yuan car, so you should be satisfied. Being good looking doesn't pay the bills." The woman was unable to refute this for a while. Fong Hong, on the other hand, did not know that he was being judged. He was still struggling to choose which car to buy. Is 500,000 yuan a bit too much? Fong Hong muttered to himself. Before long, Lun Yu walked over. "Okay, go through the formalities." "Ha? I haven't picked one yet." "No need to pick, I booked it for you last night in advance, a Mercedes-Benz G-Class, and the money has already been paid." This. Fong Hong was dumbfounded. He was still debating whether 500,000 yuan was too expensive. As a result, Lun Yu directly bought a Mercedes-Benz G-Class? It turned out that just now Lun Yu's request to take a look was really just a look, instead of letting him choose the model. So Fong Hong and Lun Yu went through the formalities. Then the staff brought the car out of the warehouse. In full view of everyone, Fong Hong began to inspect and test drive it. He touched the steering wheel and felt his blood boil. Many people were envious. This is a Mercedes-Benz G-Class, the dream of many men. On the other side, the unmarried couple was also dumbfounded. The woman said, "Now what do you have to say? A Mercedes-Benz G-Class should cost 2 million, isn't everyone else better than you?" The man was instantly deflated. Not only is he better, he's a complete disaster. He barely managed to buy a car close to 1 million with a loan and a bit of scraping together. But he couldn't help but say, "So what? That guy is so handsome, he looks like a kept man." The woman scorned, "Even if he is a kept man, what's wrong with that? If you have the ability, you go ahead and be one. I just can't let go of this face." You're not unable to let go of this face, you just don't have the capital for it. If I were a rich woman, I would also choose that handsome guy. As for you, I wouldn't even want to give you a penny. The man finally had nothing to say. If he could eat by his appearance, he wouldn't want to work so hard. After everything was settled, Fong Hong and Lang Yu drove away from the car dealership separately. Passers-by were attracted to the sight. An Audi S8. A Mercedes-Benz G-Class. They are all million-dollar luxury cars. Just who are these two people? On the way back, Fong Hong checked the system. It seems that because of Lang Yu's identity, the manager had specially given a discount. The Mercedes-Benz G-Class was just under 2 million. Therefore, the rebate was 4 million, plus the previous 1 million, his savings have now reached 5 million. And the soft meal value, which had previously been reset to 0, is now back up to 50%. It is estimated that he can enter the lottery again soon. In the evening, Fong Hong received the same phone call as last night. "Brother, do you want to sell the cat? Didn't I say I'm not selling it? Think about it again, the price is not an issue. No, if you call again, I'll block your number." Fong Hong hung up the phone directly. He had already given the cat to Lang Yu, so how could he sell it to someone else, not to mention that he never intended to sell it in the first place. "What's wrong?" Lang Yu walked out holding the cat. Fong Hong told her about it. Lang Yu stroked the cat and said, "This little guy is indeed in excellent condition, and it seems that the other party really wants it. I'm not selling it either." Lang Yu said, "By the way, the sales director's review has passed, and on Monday I will ask Su Mu to arrange a new position for him." Fong Hong couldn't help but feel happy for Li Hua. Thank him. He subconsciously thanked Lang Yu, but when he thought about what the other party had said before, he immediately covered his mouth. Lang Yu said, "If you really want to thank me, why don't you cook tonight?" "No problem. What do you want to eat?" In the midst of their conversation, the two of them arrived in the kitchen. It doesn't matter, as long as you cook it. I'll help you out. Lang Yu put down the cat and took the apron hanging nearby. Fong Hung hurriedly said, "No, I can do it alone." "How can this be? This is our home, and of course we should help each other." Fong Hung couldn't help but be stunned. Lang Yu thrust the apron into his arms. "Hurry up and get started, my chef." "Do you like potatoes?" Fong Hung asked. "Very much," she said. "I actually like them too." "Then the first dish will be potato related." "Good." As the day drew to a close, the two got busy in the kitchen. Lang Yu basically cooked every day, but for some reason, she was particularly happy tonight. Chapter 16. You're in for a lucky day. Inside an upscale club. The man had a flirtatious woman in his arms. At this time, the younger brother entered the door, groveling, and said, "Su Shao, that cat the other party still refused to sell. Give me your phone, I'll call them myself." The younger brother hurriedly handed over the phone with both hands. Su Kuan immediately dialed the phone. However, as soon as it connected, before he could say anything, the other party hung up. "If you call again, you won't be able to get through, obviously they've blocked your number." Su Kuan cursed, saying, "You really don't know when to stop when you're being offered a favor." The flirtatious woman's hands were spinning around the man's sturdy chest. "Su Shao, please think of something else." Su Kuan slapped her, and the woman let out a startled cry as she heard the sound of a slap. "Su Shao, you're so bad." Su Kuan said, "You're such a nag. I'm rich, I can get you anything, and you want that cat? It looks just like the cat I used to have." Chen Ting's previous cat went to the Meow Star, and she recently wanted to get a new cat. Su Kuan had almost turned the Los Angeles pet shop upside down, but she wasn't quite satisfied until she saw the photo of the stuffed cat yesterday. She felt that the two cats looked so similar, as if they were the same one she had previously kept. "Okay, I'll definitely get it for you," Su Kuan said with conviction. There is nothing in Los Angeles that Su Kuan can't do. If I can't even get a measly cat, people will laugh at me. Chen Ting happily kissed Su Kuan and said, "Thank you, Mr. Su, I knew you were the best." Su Kuan put his arm around Chen Ting and grinned evilly, "Wait until you experience something even better." Monday. Fong Hung got up and walked out of his room. The kitten came up to him on its own initiative, and Fong Hung perfunctorily petted its head before leaving it aside. At the dining table, he saw a breakfast and a sticky note next to it. "I'm going to work, remember to eat breakfast." Fong Hung grabbed the pen next to it and replied to Lang Yu on it. After washing his face and teeth and eating breakfast, he was ready to go to Guangyan to work. He had thought about quitting before. But since the president of Guangyan was his wife, it was nice to goof off occasionally. And Lang Yu promised to arrange a position for him where he could slack off. He walked out of the villa. Fong Hung always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. It wasn't until he saw the car keys that it dawned on him. He almost forgot that he was now a member of the car-owning class. So Fong Hung turned back to the villa. He drove the Mercedes-Benz G-Class out of the garage. He left the Junyuan garden. Fong Hung saw that the pet shop he had been to before had gathered a crowd of people. The inside of the shop was in disarray, and even the plaque had been smashed. The shop owner had a bruise on his face and was being pushed around in the middle of the crowd. Although it was unclear for what reason. Fong Hung felt inexplicably relieved. After all, it was the shop owner who had leaked his contact information. As a result, he was harassed by that person's phone calls while cooking last night. In the end, he was so angry that he simply blocked the other person's number. Arriving at Guangyan, Fong Hung was stopped at the door. The guard said, "Hello sir, outsiders need to register." Fong Hung flashed his work ID through the car window and said, "I'm from Guangyan." Looking at the word sales department staff on the ID, the guard was incredulous. An ordinary employee driving a Mercedes-Benz to work? That doesn't make sense. Besides, he had never encountered such a thing before. Could it be that he is some kind of suspicious person? It so happened that Ma Shun, the head of the security department, happened to be passing by. He asked, "What's going on?" The guard explained the situation. Ma Shun walked up and took a look, and discovered that the person sitting in the car was Fong Hung. He had a deep impression of Fong Hung. He remembered that when he went to the president's office, the leaders of several departments were there. Everyone was standing, except Fong Hung, who was sitting alone. Even when the CEO, Lung Yu, made a decision, he would ask Fong Hong for his opinion. Therefore, Ma Shun silently noted Fong Hong down in his mind, knowing that this person's identity and status was definitely not ordinary. Now Fong Hang is driving a Mercedes-Benz to work, which makes Ma Shun even more convinced that his guess is correct. So he pushed the doorman aside, smiled at Fong Hong, and said very respectfully, "Mr. Fong, I'm sorry, it was my oversight." The doorman was dumbfounded. Ma Shun was the head of the security department, while according to his name tag, Fong Hong was just an ordinary employee in the sales department. Although they were not in the same department, there was a difference in status between them, so why was Ma Shun so respectful towards the other person? "What are you doing, stupid? Hurry up and let Mr. Fong through." Accompanied by Ma Shun's rebuke, the guard snapped back to reality and immediately used the remote control to raise the lift bar. After seeing Fong Hong leave, Ma Shun gave the guard a slap on the head and said, "You really have no sense. If you angered that gentleman, you and I would both be fired." The guard put his hat back on and said doubtfully, "Manager Ma, who was that gentleman? Don't ask so many questions. Just know that even the CEO has to ask him for advice before making a decision." "Ha?" The guard suddenly drew in a cold breath. Even the CEO has to ask Fong Hong before making a decision? Then just how terrifying is the other person's true identity? Thinking about this, the doorman couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. Sales department office. Fong Hong threw a grape into his mouth and said, "Director Li, I just did some palmistry and I can tell that you're going to have good luck today." Li Hua was sorting through some documents and said, "Come on, I fell into a hole on the way here today, and it almost made me late." Through the window, I saw Su Mu walk into the sales department. "Look, good luck is coming," Fong Hong said. "Good luck my ass." Li Hua was vaguely uneasy. Su Mu, as the assistant to the president, wouldn't normally just wander into departments. Whenever he appeared in one, it meant there was something special going on. Li Hua couldn't help but wonder. Did I do something wrong? At this moment, Su Mu walked in. "Director Li, come with me," Su Mu said, subconsciously looking at Fong Hong. Li Hua's hair suddenly stood on end. It's over. Although I don't know what's going on, my intuition tells me that it's probably not good. Li Hua looked at the office reluctantly, then patted Fong Hong on the shoulder. Then he left with Su Mu. President's office. Lung Yu was meticulously going through the documents. Su Mu said, "President, I've brought the person." "Hello, President Lang." Lang Yu put down his pen and said slowly, "Director Li, are you willing to give more for Guanyin?" Li Hua felt a pang of anxiety. Does this mean that he doesn't feel that I'm motivated enough at work? "President Lang, I will do my best in the future, I hope you can give me a chance." Su Mu interrupted Li Hua and said, "Director Li, you only need to answer yes or no, you don't need to say anything else." "Yes, of course I'm willing to give my all for Guanyin, even my life." Lan Yu could see Li Hua's nervousness. She said lightly, "No need to exaggerate, congratulations, from now on you will be the sales manager and continue to contribute to Guanyin." Chapter 17, She's My Woman. Li Hua's mind went blank. Sales manager? Did I hear that right? Is this a promotion? Li Hua reacted, so excited that he could hardly speak, and even his speech was stuttering. He never dared to dream that he would be promoted to sales manager. There were countless people who coveted this position. With his qualifications and background, he had never had any expectations before. It seems that, as Fong Hong said, today is really my lucky day. Lang Yu said, "Okay, Su Mu, take Manager Li to go over the work." Understood. Until the moment before the door closed, Li Hua was still thanking Lang Yu. After the two left, Lang Yu took out her phone and found the number. When the call connected, her tone unconsciously became a little softer, and she said, "Come to my office for a moment." After a short while, Fong Hong walked into the office. Lang Yu got up and asked, "Have you had breakfast yet?" "Yes, I have. I also saw the sticky note, and I even left a message on it." "What did you write?" Lang Yu asked curiously. Fong Hong deliberately played hard to get. "It's a secret. You'll find out when you get home from work." Lang Yu was a little helpless, and her eyes said resentfully, "You're teasing me now." Fong Hong laughed. Lang Yu added, "By the way, I've thought about it, and the position of secretary in the CEO's office matches your previous requirements. What do you think?" As long as I can goof off, it's fine. Sumu will sometimes do the secretarial work, so it's pretty laid back. You can goof off as much as you like. Then it's settled. Fang Hong never imagined that one day he would discuss goofing off with the CEO in an open and above-board manner. This was quite a spectacle. The two had just finished chatting when Long Rushue stormed into the office. She angrily said, "Long Yu, what do you mean? Why did you touch my people again?" Long Yu casually took some documents from the desk. "You mean the former sales manager, right? This is his file. You will understand after reading it." Lang Ruoshue took the file and looked at it. Her face instantly turned pale. She tore the file into pieces and said, "Don't go too far. Even a desperate rabbit will bite. I will definitely tell your grandfather about this. If you like this kind of childish game, I don't mind playing with you forever." Lung Yu regained her usual aura and continued with a serious expression, "But you also have to consider clearly whether what those people under you do, if it gets back to Grandpa, will cause you to burn yourself." Long Yu's words awakened Lang Ruyue. She had no choice but to accept the loss with a silent tongue. So she glared at Fang Hong fiercely, held back her anger, and left. Fang Hong was at a loss. "No. We were arguing, but why was she glaring at me all of a sudden? Who did I offend?" However, from what the two of them had just said, Fang Hong realized that they were actually sisters. Fang Hong said, "Manager Lang, is she your younger sister?" "She is my cousin. My younger sister just returned from studying abroad and is starting her freshman year in college." "Oh. I suppose Ling Yu went to the airport that day to pick up her sister-in-law. I just don't know what happened afterwards. That's why Lung Yu came back looking so hurt." Lung Yu said, "Lang Ruoshue is inexplicable. If she does anything to you, you must tell me." Fang Hong, on the other hand, was completely unruffled. He had just received a physical enhancement. With one kick, even a tiger would have to call him Big Brother. "It's fine. If Manager Lang dares to provoke me, I'll just kick her flying with one kick." Lung Yu was amused by Fang Hong's teasing and couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Fang Hong, on the other hand, was a little dazed. This seemed to be the second time Lung Yu had laughed in his presence. Lung Yu was beautiful enough in her own right, and her smile was a sight to behold. Lung Yu played with the hair at the side of her ear with her hand, subconsciously avoiding Fang Hong's burning gaze. The sound of knocking came at an inopportune moment. Sumu walked in alone. "President Lang, everything is arranged." Lang Yu nodded lightly and asked, "Is there an empty office?" "What do you mean?" "From now on, Fang Han will work as the secretary of the president's office, coordinating your work and mine." Sumu was speechless for a moment. "What do you mean cooperate? He's clearly here to loaf around. Is that all?" "There's more." Although it was unclear why Lung Yu was doing this. As the assistant to the CEO, Sumu had no choice but to follow orders. So she led Fang Hong to an empty office. "Secretary Fang, this will be your office from now on." Fang Hong looked around. It was bigger than the sales department office, and there was no problem doing anything in it. "Thank you, Assistant Su, we will be colleagues from now on, please give me your advice." Sumu asked curiously, "What exactly is your relationship with President Lang? Didn't she tell you?" Fang Hong asked in return. Of course Sumu had learned about it from Lung Yu, and even before that, when she had called, Fang Hong and Lung Yu had just happened to be together. But she still didn't quite believe that the two were married. "Are you two putting on an act?" Sumu suddenly wondered. Fang Hong was a little surprised. He was indeed able to take on the role of assistant to the president, and Sumu's powers of observation were indeed keen. But he still said without moving a muscle, "Lung Yu and I have already been living together. These are our wedding rings. Yesterday, we went together to meet with President Sean to discuss cooperation. This morning, she even made breakfast for me. Do you think we look like we're putting on an act?" Sumu was particularly shocked by the barrage of information. "But I have known President Lang for so many years, and she has never mentioned you. And for the past 6 months, you have been working at Guangyan, but you have never interacted with President Lang. I knew her when we were children, but we lost touch for a long time, and we only recently recognized each other." Despite the numerous loopholes, Fang Hong could only borrow Lang Yu's previous lie and embellish it slightly to deceive Sumu. To Fang Heng's surprise, after these words, Sumu seemed to have completely believed him. The way she looked at him softened a lot. You must treat President Lang well, and you must never let her down, Sumu said, slowly moving her gaze away from Fong Heng's tearful mole. Of course, she is my woman. After Sumu left, Fong Heng let out a relieved sigh. It was almost time to go home. The news that Li Hua had been promoted to sales manager had spread. Meanwhile, the addition of a Mercedes-Benz G-Class to the Guangnian parking garage also caused quite a bit of discussion. Everyone speculated as to which executive had just bought the car. At this moment, Li Hua returned to the sales department with a rosy complexion. The staff swarmed around him. Congratulations, supervisor. You should be called manager, not supervisor. Manager, there's a Mercedes-Benz G-Class in the garage today. Could it be that you bought it to celebrate your promotion? Yes, manager, is that car yours? Li Hua had also heard about this matter. He said helplessly, I have to support my family, where can I afford such an expensive car? Seeing Li Hua deny it, the crowd once again discussed who the car belonged to. After a while, they clamored for Li Hua to treat them to dinner. Li Hua readily agreed, scanning the faces one by one, but he could not find Fong Heng, and he couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Chapter 18, A Failed Confession. President's Office. Fong Heng was explaining to Lang Yu about Sumu's question about their relationship. It was a bit thrilling. Sumu was suspicious at first, but as soon as I said we knew each other when we were kids, she believed me instantly. Lang Yu remained calm, it's fine, as long as she believes it. From now on, if anyone asks, I'll just say the same thing. Okay. Just then, Fong Heng received a call from Li Hua. You brat, how come you disappeared just after work? Let me guess, are you treating everyone to dinner, brotherly? Yes, you're right, I've been promoted. I'll send you the address, you must come tonight. Don't worry, I'll definitely be there. Fong Heng put away his phone and asked Lang Yu, do you want to go with Li Hua for dinner tonight? No, I don't think I should be there. Fong Heng imagined the scene. It's true. If Lang Yu showed up, everyone would definitely be on their best behavior, and probably wouldn't even dare to speak. That was it. After work, the two went their separate ways. Lang Yu returned to the villa. At the dinner table, she saw the sticky note she had left there in the morning. Unlike before, it had a cute little cat drawn on it, and two words were written next to it. Carrot. Carrot okay. A faint smile curled the corners of Lang Yu's mouth as she muttered, it's quite a good drawing. The stuffed cat in her arms seemed to understand, and meowed at the sticky note as well. On the other side, Fong Heng arrived at his destination and subconsciously glanced back. Although it was empty and there was nothing there, Fong Heng always had the vague feeling that someone was following him. Entering the hotel, the mood in the private room was hot. As soon as he saw Fong Heng, Li Hua immediately came up to him with a glass of champagne. You finally made it, everyone's been waiting for you. There was a bit of traffic. It was rush hour, so I took a longer route on purpose, and it just so happened that I coincided with the other drivers. A female staff member said, speaking of cars, there's a new Mercedes in the garage today, you all know about this, right? Of course we know, everyone in the other departments is talking about it. Someone next to her chimed in. I heard from someone in the security department that the owner of the Mercedes seems to be from our sales department. Really? Everyone from the sales department is here today, so who does it belong to? Come out and say something. Everyone looked at each other, and no one came forward to admit it. At this time, Fong Heng sat silently in the corner. After all, this was Li Hua's promotion banquet, so he didn't want to steal the limelight. No one admitted it, right? In my opinion, this car must still belong to Manager Li. Yes, apart from the manager, where can anyone else in our department afford it? Li Hua said, oh, it's really not mine. I haven't even finished paying off my mortgage yet, so where would I get the money to buy a big car like that? Manager, if the car isn't yours, then whose could it be? I don't know either. I guess it's all just a rumor. Who in our sales department would have the ability to do that? Several people were still discussing the car. A woman wearing a short skirt and white stockings slowly walked up to Fong Heng. The woman was Chen Shuei from the next group. She had a good appearance and usually had a lot of male staff members surrounding her, paying her compliments. However, Chen Shuei often sought help from Fong Heng, causing those male employees to feel jealous and therefore hostile towards Fong Heng. Fong Heng looked at Chen Shuei and asked, what's the matter? Chen Shui took a deep breath, tilted her head back, and drank all the wine in her glass. This was obviously a move to embolden herself. Ever since Fang Hong joined the company, Chen Shui had had a crush on him. Previously, as Fang Hong had a girlfriend, Chen Shui had been unable to express her feelings. Recently, she heard the news that Fang Hong had broken up with his girlfriend, so after work, Chen Shui went home, changed out of her work clothes, and made a special effort to get ready, just so she could take advantage of the opportunity today to confess her love to Fang Hong. Chen Shui clenched her fists and said, "Fang Hong, I like you, will you be my boyfriend?" The originally noisy private room instantly fell silent at those words. Everyone's attention immediately fell on the two of them. Li Hua came over and also helped to matchmaking, saying, "Yes, Fang Hong, didn't you break up? Chen is a nice girl, you two can try dating." After this remark, many people agreed with Li Hua and even shouted the slogan of agreeing with her. Only a few male staff members' faces were getting uglier and uglier, and one of them almost crushed the glass in his hand. Chen Shui was looking forward to it with trepidation. With so many people helping her confess, she felt that the probability of success should be very high. "You're a nice girl, but I'm sorry," Fang Hong said indifferently. Because of his appearance, Fang Hong had experienced too many similar scenes since his student days. So he was good at rejecting people and didn't feel any pressure. Upon hearing this, the crowd sighed with sympathy. Chen Shui was so beautiful, and they had thought that Fang Hong would definitely say yes, but he had instead refused without hesitation. Chen Shui seemed unable to accept this result, and said in a slightly agitated voice, "Why? Can you tell me the reason?" "I'm married." Fang Hong showed the wedding ring on his ring finger. For a moment, Chen Shui was speechless. Fang Hong had just broken up with her a few days ago, so how could he suddenly get married? Obviously, the wedding ring was there to reject someone else. After all, she had used a similar trick before. Many people shared Chen Shui's thoughts, while Li Hua looked at the wedding ring with a thoughtful expression. Li Hua always felt like he had seen it somewhere, but for the moment, he couldn't quite remember. Chen Shui, whose confession had failed, was like a deflated balloon, sitting on the sofa in a state of disillusionment. The male staff members who liked her, on the other hand, were relieved. One of them, Xiao Kangpeng, stopped squeezing his wine glass and suddenly stood up to attract everyone's attention. "Everyone, you seem so interested in cars. To be honest, the Mercedes-Benz G-Class in the garage today is actually mine. I'm impressed, it's yours. Why didn't you admit it just now?" "I just didn't want to steal Manager Li's thunder," Xiao Kangpeng said. The discussion in the private room became even more heated. "Awesome, Xiao, has your family become rich?" "Xiao, I'll rely on you from now on." "Mr. Xiao." Many people began to flatter Xiao Kangpeng. This undoubtedly satisfied his huge vanity. Xiao Kangpeng thought to himself, "It feels so damn good to be a show-off. Anyway, one of his relatives really has a Mercedes-Benz, so he can borrow it to impress these people. And since his family home is about to be demolished, there's no way to hide it. The worst that will happen is that his old man will have to blow his gold coins." Xiao Kangpeng's goal in doing all this was also very simple. Of course it was to get Chen Shui. Xiao Kangpeng said, "Shui, after the dinner is over, can I give you a ride home?" Chapter 19, The Strange Girl. Many people could see through Xiao Kangpeng's thoughts. They immediately started to make a scene. "President Xiao, are you going to personally drive Chen Shui in the Big G? It's dark and slippery, and a little bump can cost a lot of money. I parked the Big G at home after work, so of course, if Shui is willing, she can come to my house and take a closer look," Xiao Kangpeng said. "By then, it won't just be a look at the car, will it? Don't talk nonsense." Xiao Kangpeng said this, but what he was thinking was the opposite. He was just waiting for something to happen with Chen Shui. Chen Shui frowned. Fang Hong, on the other hand, just quietly watched Xiao Kangpeng act like a show-off. The dinner was coming to an end. Fang Hong looked at the clock and saw that it was getting late, so he was going to go home early. Seeing this, Li Hua walked him downstairs, and Chen Shui and Xiao Kangpeng followed. Fang Hong hadn't drunk any wine, but Li Hua was already a little drunk. He burped and patted Fang Hong on the shoulder, saying, "What were you doing today, kid? I didn't see you in the sales department all day." Fang Hong said, "Brotherly, I almost forgot to tell you, I've been transferred to the president's office as a secretary." When he said this, Li Hua and the others were all taken aback. Although the prospects for a secretary are somewhat limited, everyone they come into contact with every day is a senior company executive, so anyone who meets them has to be polite. In addition to being surprised, Li Hua was also happy for Fang Heng. After all, from an ordinary employee to the secretary of the president's office, it must be considered a promotion. Chen Shuai was a bit disappointed. In her opinion, Fang Heng's departure from the sales department was like deliberately avoiding her. Xiao Kangping and the others were happier. Once Fang Heng left, there would be less contact with Chen Shuai, and their chances would increase. Fang Heng walked towards the parking space, and the few waved goodbye to him. A male employee suddenly said, "Hey, Mr. Xiao, didn't you say you didn't drive a Benz here? Why is there a Benz parked there?" Xiao Kangpeng froze for a moment. He then noticed a Benz parked quietly in the parking space. Could it be that this Benz really belongs to the sales department? The rest of the people also started discussing it. In the midst of their conversation, Fang Heng arrived in the Benz in front of them. He said through the car window, "Brotherly, there's no need to see us off. Everyone, let's go up." At this moment, everyone couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Xiao Kangpeng was more exaggerated, his jaw almost falling to the ground. They felt an unprecedented shock. It turned out that this Mercedes-Benz G-Class was actually Fang Heng's. Until this moment, Li Hua finally understood why Fang Heng's ring looked familiar. Because when he went to the president's office today, he also saw a ring of the same style on Long Yu's ring finger. Associating it with Fang Heng's inexplicable words before, Li Hua suddenly had a flash of insight, and along with it, his wine also woke up. It turned out that Fang Heng had not lied at all. He and Lang Yu were husband and wife, and he had been promoted mostly because Fang Heng had helped. The truth of the matter suddenly overturned Li Hua's perception. He looked at Fang Heng in fear. The person in front of him was really terrifying. Could it be that for the past 6 months, he had been deliberately undercover in the sales department? Thinking about this, Li Hua suddenly felt a wave of fear in his heart. At this time, Fang Heng said to him again, "Brotherly, see you tomorrow." Li Hua was shocked and said, "Don't be too modest." Fang Heng laughed and looked at Xiao Kangping again, saying, "Bring your big car to the company later, I want to see it as much as everyone else." After saying this, Fang Heng drove away. Xiao Kangping was extremely embarrassed. The attention of the others also suddenly focused on him. Since the Digi was Fang Heng's, that meant Xiao Kangping must have lied. Li Hua angrily said, "You're young, but you lie all the time. If you dare to treat customers like this, I, Li Hua, will not tolerate it." Chen Shuai coldly said, "Xiao Kangpeng, stay away from me in the future, I don't like you at all." The few people who had just called Xiao Kangpeng President Xiao immediately changed their address. "Xiao Kangpeng, this is pointless, you're just wasting everyone's enthusiasm." "Exactly, it turns out to be a boast after all, I thought you were so amazing. If I were Chen Shuai, I would never look at you in my life." With your words in mind, Xiao Kangpeng was completely humiliated and could no longer stay. "Managerly, I have to go for something." With these words, Xiao Kangpeng left in a huff, with his tail between his legs. After the few returned to the private room, the rest of the group quickly learned the situation. They were deeply shocked to learn that Fang Heng was the owner of the big car. Holy shit, it turns out that Fang Heng is a hidden talent. It seems that his family background is not ordinary. Isn't that right? The guy is so handsome, it's obvious that he's not ordinary. I guess his family sent him here to experience life. At the same time, they discussed Xiao Kangping disdainfully. It's funny how Xiao Kangping is acting. He said he didn't want to steal Li manager's limelight, but what he said and what he did are completely different. Indeed, Fang Heng is the real car owner, and he has never deliberately stolen Li manager's limelight. He is just pretending to be a fake. He can only be described as the Joker of jokers. The jokes about Xiao Kangpeng will probably continue to be told for light years to come. On the way back, Fang Heng saw a lot of food stalls on the street. So he decided to buy Lang Yu a late-night snack. Just as he finished buying and turned back, Fang Heng keenly sensed something was wrong. The next moment, a whip leg struck at him. Fang Heng raised his hand to block it, and his entire body was as immovable as Mount Tai. The masked girl's eyes revealed surprise, but she was not prepared to give up, and turned around and threw another back leg. Fang Heng easily avoided it and kicked the girl. She only heard a cry of pain and stumbled to the ground. She quickly got up, her beautiful eyes burning with anger, and gritted her teeth, saying, "How dare you hit me?" Fang Heng looked puzzled and said, "Do you think I'm a post? You're only allowed to hit me, but not hit back?" I'm going to fight you to the death today. The girl was about to attack angrily. At this moment, a group of people suddenly surrounded them. Are you the guy who refused to sell the cat? The bald man in charge said. Fong Hong recognized him at a glance. These guys in front of him were the same ones who had smashed the pet shop in the morning. He looked at the masked girl again and subconsciously regarded the two as accomplices. Is it worth it for just a cat to call so many people? There are so many pet shops in Los Angeles, and if you have money, you can buy a cat. What cat? I don't even know these people, the girl said. The younger man next to the bald man whispered, Boss, something doesn't seem right. Who is this little girl? The bald man surveyed the young girl and said, Never mind that, just arrest them all and take them to Su Xiao's place together. Okay. The younger man immediately signaled the people behind him to do it. The bald man lit a cigarette and sat down, ready to start the show. If you know what's good for you, don't resist, or you'll suffer. Before he could finish speaking, Fong Hong delivered a flying kick to the bald man's face. A large shoe print appeared on his forehead, and he fainted directly. Chapter 20 Teaching My Wife to Cook. Holy shit! The brothers were suddenly dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? This kid is so fast, and in a flash, his boss was knocked to the ground? The masked girl also looked at Fong Hong with slight shock. So fast. When the group of people reacted, they were all furious. In their opinion, Fong Hong dared to take the lead in attacking when there were so many people around, which showed that he simply didn't take them seriously. Very quickly, a group of people charged directly up. Fong Hong and the girl were originally hostile towards each other, but at this moment, they tacitly united together. With the help of the system, Fong Hong dealt with them without any pressure. One punch and one kick after another was nothing but a complete abuse. Although the girl was slightly struggling, her martial arts skills were extraordinary. Those who were knocked to the ground by her were covered in blood and had lost their front teeth. Suddenly, a short man pulled out a knife in a panic and charged straight at the girl. Just as the cold light of the knife was only a few centimeters away from the girl, a pair of strong hands grasped the short man's wrist. Fong Hong only applied a light pressure, and the short man immediately felt his bones about to shatter. With a crack. Accompanied by the sound of the knife landing, the young girl turned around following the sound. Looking at the scene in front of her, she was slightly startled and immediately understood that Fong Hong had saved her. Otherwise, she would have already fallen in a pool of blood. Fong Hong teased, Why are you focusing on hitting the front teeth? Are you afraid that they won't be able to keep their mouths shut in the future? None of your business. The young girl said. Fong Hong couldn't help but laugh. He couldn't tell that she was still a little arrogant. This group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals were obviously no match for the two of them. In no time at all, they were all scattered and lying on the ground. Even if they were still conscious, they began to lie on the ground pretending to be dead. They couldn't beat them, they simply couldn't beat them. Especially that man, he was simply King Kong Hercules, and with one punch, he made her vomit up all the food she had eaten last year. It was really scary, Mommy, I want to go home. After finishing off the last person, Fong Hong clapped his hands and said, Done. Then next, we should continue to resolve the problems between us. After the sound of his voice, the young girl did not respond for a long time. Fong Hong turned around to look, but found that the other party had already run away with his feet. He was suddenly speechless. The young girl was wearing a mask and could not see her appearance, and he did not know what her background was. Since she was not with the group of people on the ground, who else would send someone to trouble him? Fong Hong did not dwell on it too much, but instead prepared to pick up the midnight snack that was placed on the stone chair and go home. However, when he looked, he saw that the midnight snack had been dropped at some point, and the soup was all over the floor. Damn, this was something he had bought specifically for Long Yu. Fong Hong kicked the guy lying next to him, thinking about going to buy another one. However, all the food stalls had already closed. This angered him, so he went back and kicked the guy again. After Fong Hang left, the group of people lying on the ground sat up in pain one after the other. The one who was most depressed was the guy next to the stone chair. No, what the hell happened to me? Why did you have to kick me twice? In the living room of the villa, Long Yu was watching TV with a kitten in her arms. She was wearing a white nightdress and lying on her side on the soft sofa, her slender legs and tiny feet clearly visible beneath the hem of her skirt. Fong Hong was instantly amazed by the sight when he entered the door. He had to admit that Long Yu's legs were indeed long and beautiful, as if there was some kind of magic, and he could not take his eyes off them. Fang Hong felt that Lang Yu was almost 175 centimeters tall. If he wasn't tall enough, he would probably feel the pressure of going out together. Noticing Fang Heng's gaze, Lang Yu put the cat aside, sat up, and subconsciously pulled down her skirt. "Why did you come back so late?" Her beautiful voice was tinged with a little laziness. "I originally brought you a midnight snack, but there was a little problem on the way. By the way, are you hungry now?" "A little." Lang Yu put on her slippers and stretched. "How about I cook you something?" Lang Yu thought for a moment and said, "Why don't you teach me? I feel like you're a better cook than I am." "Sure, I'll go change first." Fang Hong stroked the kitten as he passed by the sofa, then went back to his room to change out of his work clothes. When he entered the kitchen, Lang Yu was already handling the ingredients. Fang Hong asked, "What do you want to cook?" "Potato chicken nuggets." "Watch me as I cook, and if there's a problem with any step, you can just mention it." "No problem." Fang Hong began to watch Lang Yu as she cooked. Lang Yu took cooking as seriously as work, and she exuded a unique charm. Fang Hong was so absorbed in watching her that his attention drifted from the cutting board to Lang Yu. "Fang Hong?" Lang Yu looked back at him with a puzzled expression. Fang Hong reacted, saying, "What's wrong? Do you think there's something wrong with the way I'm cutting the potatoes?" Fang Hong was about to say that there was nothing wrong, but then he glanced over and really did notice a problem. "You have to cut the potatoes to the right size, not too big and not too small. Let me show you, it should be cut roughly like this." Fang Hong demonstrated it himself. "Oh, I see." Lang Yu nodded, as if he understood, but in fact his hand was still cutting exactly the same as before. "No, it's like this." Fang Hong demonstrated again and again. But Lang Yu never learned. The normally aloof president of Guangyan was now looking really silly in the kitchen. Fang Hong really had no choice, so he went up to Lang Yu and put his hand on the back of her hand, which was holding the knife handle. "It's like this, try again." Fang Hong held Lang Yu's hand and demonstrated again. Lang Yu was enlightened and finally understood. "Is this right? I made it." "Yes." Fang Hong sighed inwardly, and his eyes dropped, but they widened in an instant. "It's so big." Lang Yu was stunned, and only then did she realize what was going on. She covered her neck with her hand, stepped back out of Fang Heng's embrace, and said, "I have something to do, so you wait here for a moment." When Lang Yu came back down from the second floor, she had changed out of her nightgown and into some loungewear. When their eyes met, the two of them avoided each other's gaze. Lang Yu said, "Okay, let's continue." Cough. "Okay." After the ingredients were prepared, the next step was to heat the oil in the pan. There was a timer in the kitchen, and Fang Hong had told Lang Yu the steps and the time. Lang Yu quickly made the potato and chicken nuggets as he had said. The meal was served on the table. Lang Yu let Fang Hong taste it first, and then asked with anticipation, "How is it?" Fang Hong remained silent, gesturing for Lang Yu to taste it as well. Lang Yu first tasted a piece of potato, and then tasted the chicken. "Well, it's not up to the level of the one you made, but it's much better than what I made before." Fang Hong said, "It's already very close, and you don't have to be like me. You just need to find your own favorite taste. The taste you made is my favorite." Fang Hong couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Chapter 21, I'll teach you how to swim. After eating the late-night snack, the two took a walk in the courtyard. Fang Hong said, "I have something to do tomorrow, so I might not go to the office. As we agreed before, it's fine if you don't come to work, and you don't need to report it to me specially." Fang Hong saw curiosity in her expression, so he explained, "I need to go home for a while." "Is it to your parents' house?" "Sort of." "I see. If there's anything you need to coordinate, you can let me know in advance." "Okay." Between the lines, the two of them arrived at the pool. Fang Hong squatted down and touched the water with his hand, surprised. "The water is actually warm?" "It's a constant temperature 24 hours a day. There are devices inside that automatically adjust according to the weather." "I see, you seem to swim every day. I really like the feeling of floating in the water." Lang Yu added, "I haven't seen you go swimming these days. It's okay, you can use whatever you want at home." "I can't swim." "How can you not swim?" Lang Yu looked especially surprised. "I used to be able to, but I haven't been in the water for many years, so I don't think I can swim anymore." Fong Hung suddenly felt very heavy-hearted. Not only had he been able to swim many years ago, he had even saved several people. But after that incident, he had developed a fear of swimming and had never been in the water again. Lang Yu said, as long as you used to be able to swim, just get in the water and get used to it, and you'll soon get the hang of it again. I'll teach you sometime. You teach me? Yes, as a token of my gratitude, let's say this weekend, I'll teach you how to swim. Fong Hung thought about it for a while. It had been so long. He really should move on. Otherwise, seeing him like this, he would definitely not be happy. So he smiled and said, okay. The night came quietly. A room in the corner on the first floor. Fong Hung suddenly woke up from his bed, a face covered in fine sweat. He sat on the bed and, through the floor-to-ceiling windows, stared blankly at the stars in the sky. He looked for a long, long time. And right above him, in the room on the second floor, Lang Yu was lying in bed, her thoughts jumping back 10 years. The Lang family was very strict with their children, and the holidays at home were boring. So she snuck out of the Lang family home and went sightseeing with her classmates. But then an accident happened by the lake. Her classmate fell into the water, and she rushed in to help, but was pulled down with her into the deep water. The two girls, who couldn't swim, were struggling in pain in the deep lake in the mountains and forests. Just when they were desperate, a father and son found them and rescued them. Lang Yu clearly remembers that it was a boy who carried her ashore. The boy had a teardrop mole in the corner of his eye, and his father said to him, Fong Hung, is the little girl you saved okay? In the sunlight, the boy's chin was dripping with water, and there was a bright smile on his handsome face. Dad, she's still breathing, she should be fine. Yes, the boy was no one else but Fong Hung when he was a teenager. That was why Lang Yu was particularly surprised to hear Fong Hung say tonight that he couldn't swim. After all, if it wasn't Fong Hung, she might have already lost her life. Lang Yu couldn't help but wonder what had happened to Fong Hung that had caused him not to swim again for so many years. The next day, Fong Hung woke up and saw breakfast and a sticky note on the dining table again. Get up and remember to eat properly. Carrot received. Fong Hung put down his pen and felt that Lang Yu had really gone overboard with being nice to him. Apart from him, I don't think anyone else would believe that the aloof president of Guangyan actually has a feminine side. Pack up everything. Fong Hung drove to his uncle's house. Since his father's death 10 years ago, Fong Hung had been living with his uncle. His uncle had treated him well, like a father figure, and had taken care of him growing up. Fong Hung didn't move out of his uncle's house until after he graduated from university. He hadn't been back in a while, so Fong Hung thought he would go back to see his uncle and buy him a present. Meanwhile, inside a slightly run-down apartment building, Fong Dehui put down the dishes in his hands and said, Wife, Xiaohang is coming back today, hurry up and cook these dishes. Zhao Fong, his wife, glanced at him and threw the melon seed shells in her hands onto the coffee table, saying, He's graduated from university, what's the point of coming back? Does he want to keep hanging around here? Fong Yulong, their son, who was kicking his feet and playing with his hands, said, I guess he's come back for money. Dad, let me tell you, our family has just bought a car, but we don't have money to help strangers. Fong Dehui said, Yulong, watch what you say, Hong is your cousin. But he wasn't born to you and my mother, so what's he if not an outsider? Zhao Fong got up and said, Don't say these things to your father, he just doesn't have a good head. He cares more about other people's children than he does about his own son. That's enough from you too, Hong is so pitiful, I'm his uncle, can't I be nice to him? What's wrong with being an uncle? His father drowned while swimming by himself, not because of you. What's it your business? I don't want to argue with you. Fong Dehui simply stopped talking, knowing that if he continued, they would argue endlessly. Zhao Fong grabbed the vegetables and said in a bad mood, Do you think I want to argue with you? I really owe you Fong family. Passing Fong Yulong, she also started to scold him. Mom, what did I do to you? Fong Yulong said. All you know is playing games. Do you think you give me peace of mind? What's wrong with playing games when I come back from vacation? Besides, I bought a car and got promoted to team leader at work. No matter what, I'm definitely better than someone, right? The someone Fong Yulong was referring to was naturally Fong Hung. Zhao Fong said, You can only compare yourself to Fong Hang. Seeing this, Fong Dehui went straight back to his room. On the one hand, he has his own brother's son, and on the other, he has his own wife and child. He is torn between the two sides, and it is really difficult for him to deal with this family matter. Before long, Fong Hong arrived with the things he had brought. Fong Dehui immediately went up to greet him. Xiao Hong, you're back? Zhao Fong immediately changed her expression and greeted him with a smile. Oh, Hong, you're back. You don't need to bring a gift. She said this as she took the gift from Fong Hong. 1 second she was talking behind someone's back. The next second she was extremely welcoming. Zhao Fong's ability to switch between these two personas was so impressive that even her son Fong Yulong was amazed. Fong Hong smiled and spoke to his uncle Fong Dehui, but when it came to his aunt Zhao Fong, he was much colder. After all these years together, Fong Hong knew that Zhao Fong did not like him, which was why he had moved out of his uncle's house immediately after graduating from university. While they were talking, Fong Dehui invited Fong Hong to sit down at the table. Cousin Fong Yulong poured a glass of water and deliberately asked, Fong Hong, how are things at Guangyan? Chapter 22, The Family is Shocked. It's okay, Fong Hong said. Fong Yulong and Fong Hong were similar in age, and they had attended the same school since childhood. After the college entrance exam, Fong Hong was successfully admitted to the University of Los Angeles. Fong Yulong, on the other hand, chose to work in a factory because his grades were so poor. Over the years, Fong Yulong has changed factory after factory, but he is not very satisfied. It wasn't until recently, when he was looking for a partner to get married, that he settled down in a clothing factory, and just the other day, he happened to be promoted to team leader. Fong Yulong said, if it's okay, it's okay. If it's not okay, it's not okay. What do you mean, it's okay? Zhao Fong brought out a dish of food and said, Xiang Heng, your cousin was promoted to team leader at his factory the other day. He just graduated from high school, so you, a college student, must be better than him, right? The mother and son were singing in unison, obviously deliberately trying to put Fong Hong down. Fong Dehui's face fell, and he said, let's just eat, why are you talking about all this? Zhao Fong pulled a chair out and sat down, saying, we're not just going to eat without talking. Besides, there's nothing wrong with what I said. Hong graduated from university, so how can he do worse than our Yulong? Hong was doing no worse than Yulong. He had joined a big company in Los Angeles, while Yulong had joined a slightly bigger factory. What's there to brag about being a broken team leader? Upon hearing this, the mother and son were displeased. This is clearly boosting the morale of others and undermining their own. Zhao Fong said, what do you mean by a slightly bigger factory? The factory my son joined is one of the best in Los Angeles. Furthermore, being a team leader is a kind of leadership, which is better than being a runner in some big company, right? Fong Yulong agreed, yes, my mother is right. Dad, don't talk nonsense if you don't know. Fong Dehui wanted to argue back, but was afraid that if they got into a fight, it would get out of hand, so he remained silent and drained his glass in one go. Zhao Fong looked at Fong Hong and asked with a smile, Hong, do you think what your aunt is saying is right? Fong Dehui finally could not stand it anymore, and angrily slammed his glass down on the table and shouted, come on, Hong, just come home for dinner. Zhao Fong was suddenly fired up and replied, hey, Fong Dehui, I think you're a little drunk and acting crazy. I was just chatting with Hong, what's wrong with that? Fong Hong was quite helpless. He just wanted to come home and have dinner and chat with his uncle. But it turned out like this. Fong Hong had to step in and smooth things over, saying, okay, stop fighting. I think what Auntie is saying makes sense. In his current situation, my cousin is definitely better off than an ordinary employee in a big company. Look, even Xiao Hong is saying this, but you just have to argue with me. Fong Dehui looked at Fong Hong and sighed deeply, unable to help but drink his wine in silence with a heavy heart. Fong Yulong asked, Fong Hong, what about you? You've been at Guangyan for a while, so you must have been promoted, right? Well, I guess it's considered a promotion. The three men were taken aback. Really? Zhao Fong asked. Fong Dehui, beaming, asked, Xiao Hong, tell us, what position are you in now? I'm a clerk and secretary in the president's office. Upon hearing this, the three men were shocked. If it was just an ordinary clerk or secretary in a company department, it wouldn't be considered amazing. But in the president's office, the value is completely different. You have to understand that Guangyan is a well-known company in Los Angeles. Working in the president's office means that you will be in contact with the company's top management and many important people from outside. In Fong Dehui's opinion, if Fong Hong performs well, in the long run, once he is favored, his future prospects will be limitless. Compared to the previous ordinary salesperson, this is not a promotion, but a skyrocketing. Fong Dehui was overjoyed. Zhao Fong and Fong Yulong were reluctant to believe it for a while. Suddenly, Zhao Fong remembered that Guangyan had a public account, where the company's staff transfers were usually announced. So she immediately used her mobile phone to check the latest article, but found that Fong Heng's name was not even in the staff transfer list. She immediately let out a sigh of relief and said, "Xiao Hong, if you really have this ability, your uncle and I will definitely be happy for you, but deliberately lying to us is not right." Fong Dehui said unhappily, "What are you talking about? How could Hong lie to us? How is that impossible? It's not uncommon for people who are doing poorly to go home and brag." Then Zhao Fong also told him what she had just found out. Fong Dehui took the phone and looked at it, and found that it was indeed the case. He frowned and said, "Alas, Hong, how could you make fun of your uncle?" Zhao Fong continued, "Young people need to be down to earth. Hong, don't do that again next time." "Fong Hong, look, my dad is not happy." Fong Yulong was secretly holding back his laughter. He really thought that Fong Hong had soared into the sky, but it turned out that he was just a complete clown. What a laugh. After he finished speaking, he was also prepared to search to see what fun Fong Hong was having. As a result, when he saw the staff transfer form above, his eyes instantly widened. How come he saw it? And if you look at the job transfer, it's the secretary in the president's office, right? Fong Yulong said, "Mom, where did you search? How did I find Fong Heng's name?" "Huh? No, I don't have it on here." The mother and son put their phones together and compared them carefully, and then they realized that Zhao Fong had made a mistake. He had searched for Guangyan's branch offices in other regions, so he didn't see Fong Heng's name on it. As for Fong Yulong, his search was correct. Not only was Fong Heng's name on it, but it also clearly stated Fong Heng's current position as the secretary of the president's office. After all this time, it turned out to be a mistake. Fong Dehui immediately burst out laughing, patting Fong Hong on the shoulder and saying, "I knew it, little Hong, you wouldn't really make fun of your uncle." Zhao Fong and Fong Yulong's faces turned green, and they didn't even feel like eating anymore. After the meal was over, Fong Dehui was a little drunk with joy, his face flushed, and he walked downstairs, embracing Fong Hong. Zhao Fong and Fong Yulong followed silently behind. Fong Dehui said, "Little Hong, on such a happy day, you actually didn't want to drink with your uncle." Zhao Fong hurriedly added, "Yes, little Hong, Yulong can't drink because he has to drive you home later, so you should have drunk with your uncle." Fong Hong said, "I don't drink much, and I drove here today, so I don't want to trouble my cousin." Fong Yulong was surprised and said, "You drove here?" "Yes, it's parked downstairs." Fong Yulong couldn't help but wonder where Fong Hong got the car. Did he buy it? Rent it? Borrow it? Share it? But no matter what, it definitely doesn't have the same class as his own car. He had emptied his savings and taken out a loan to find a wife and get married, and had deliberately bought a Mercedes-Benz worth more than 500,000 yuan. Chapter 23, This G-Class is actually Fong Heng's? Downstairs in the residential area, a group of elderly people gathered in front of a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. One of the elderly women said, "What kind of car is this? It looks different from the others." Another elderly man said, "Judging from the emblem, it should be a BMW. It's quite eye-catching." The young man who was admiring the car on the side was speechless. "Goddamn BMW, this is the latest Mercedes-Benz G-Class, the full set is at least 2 million yuan, do you know anything about cars?" "My goodness, more than 2 million yuan, is this made of gold?" A group of old people don't know anything about cars, and they originally wanted to touch it, but when they heard the price, they were scared and backed off several meters, not even daring to look at it. Such an expensive car, if it gets a scratch or something, they can't afford to be blamed for it. At that moment, Fong Hong and Fong Dehui came downstairs. Fong Yulong looked at the parked Mercedes-Benz in the distance and felt a little incredulous. He never imagined that someone with such strength would be in their old and run-down neighborhood. However, the owner definitely had no connection to his family. Zhao Fong didn't know anything about cars and didn't know what the group was doing over there, so she didn't care much. "Yulong has just bought a new car, Hong, why don't you let him give you a ride home?" After learning that Fong Hong had become the secretary of the president of Guangyan, Zhao Fong's attitude towards him had changed. "It's not a good car, just a broken Mercedes-Benz, only 500,000 yuan, I hope you don't mind," Fong Yulong said deliberately. "If you can't compare with others, you can always win with the car, right?" With a Mercedes-Benz worth more than 500,000 yuan, Fong Yulong couldn't understand how Fong Hong could win over him. What just happened was no different from having his face stepped on, so he wanted to use this to regain some face. Fang Heng said, "That's pretty impressive, but I don't need my cousin to give me a ride, otherwise I'll have to come back to get the car again tonight." "Okay, where did you park your car?" "We'll give you a ride. Over there." Fang Heng pointed to the Mercedes-Benz G-Class not far away. Fang Yulong froze for a moment, and a thought suddenly popped into his head. Could it be that this Mercedes-Benz G-Class is Fang Heng's? No, Fang Heng has only graduated for less than a year, so he simply doesn't have the means to own one. There were also cars parked next to the Mercedes-Benz G-Class, so I think one of them must be Fang Heng's. That's it. A few people walked towards the crowd. In the crowd, the young man saw that the old man and woman didn't know anything about cars. He could say that he hated them for not knowing anything. So he patiently explained the cars to everyone. Zhao Fang heard this and thought he must have heard it wrong. What the hell, this car and Yulong's car are both Mercedes-Benz, how can they be so different in price? This person can't be talking nonsense, right? The young man was a little dissatisfied. He knew that Fang Yulong had just bought a Mercedes-Benz worth more than 500,000 yuan. But in front of this Mercedes-Benz, it was nothing. People are like cars, there is a difference. The car your son bought is worlds apart from this one. Fang Yulong didn't know what to say, his car really couldn't compare. He was worried that the young man was related to the Mercedes-Benz owner, so he hurriedly stopped Zhao Fang, who was about to lose his temper. Fang Dehui said, "Okay, Heng, this is where I leave you. Come home often when you have time." "Okay, uncle." Fang Heng slowly walked towards the Mercedes-Benz in full view of the crowd. However, the young man was still talking enthusiastically about the performance of the vehicle. Fang Heng interrupted him, saying, "Excuse me. Why? There's a road next to you, why do you have to walk here?" The young man said, "You're blocking me from getting in." The puzzled looks on the group's faces instantly turned to shock. The young man shivered. It turned out that the person in front of him was the owner of the car, and he still didn't know when to die and asked what the person was doing. The young man hurriedly took a few steps back, his face turning red, so embarrassed that he wanted to punch a hole and get inside right there. Sorry, it's my problem." Fang Dehui and the others widened their eyes. "What? This Benz G-Class is actually Fang Heng's? How is that possible?" After the young man vacated his seat, Fang Heng walked over to the driver's seat and reached over to pull the door open. Why isn't it opening? He then remembered that the car's lock had not been opened. However, from Zhao Fang's perspective, she felt that Fang Heng might have gone crazy. So Zhao Fang quickly tugged on Fang Dehui, who was standing nearby, and said, "Hubby, you better control Heng, if he damages the car, our family won't be able to afford to replace it even if we sell Yulong's new car." Fang Yulong was shocked and speechless. "Mom, what are you talking about? Fang Heng has already gotten in the car." Zhao Fang looked again and saw that Fang Heng had really gotten in the car. At this moment, she was extremely shocked. A car worth more than 2 million yuan actually belonged to Fang Heng? Where did he get so much money? The Mercedes-Benz G-Class stopped next to the three of them. Fang Heng said, "Uncle, you don't need to see me off. Get in quickly." "Okay, drive safely." Fang Dehui and the others watched as the Mercedes-Benz G-Class faded away. The young man walked up to Fang Yulong and said apologetically, "So the owner is a relative of yours?" "I'm sorry, I take back what I said just now." Fang Yulong waved his hand and said, it's fine. After the young man said that, Fang Yulong's mood became even more complicated. Since childhood, he has never been able to compete with Fang Heng in studies, appearance, or now in work. Even his car is inferior to Fang Heng's. If he thinks about it, there doesn't seem to be a single area where he can surpass Fang Heng. Fang Yulong's mentality was about to collapse. He felt that he was living just to set off Fang Heng. After the several people had gone upstairs, Zhao Fang saw that her son was listless and asked, "Yulong, what's wrong with you?" "Mom, where do you think Fang Heng got all that money from? He can even afford a Mercedes-Benz G-Class?" Zhao Fang was as puzzled as Fang Yulong. She suddenly had a thought, could it be that your father has made a lot of money behind our backs and secretly given it all to Fang Heng? Under normal circumstances, Fang Yulong would have categorically disbelieved her, but today he somehow felt that Zhao Fang's words made sense. It was possible. After discussing it, the mother and son immediately went to confront the drunk Fang Dehui. Zhao Fong directly scolded, Fong Dehui, you shameless bastard, you're willing to spend so much money on Fong Han to buy a car, so you don't consider Are Yulong as your biological son? Dad, you're being unreasonable. Fong Yulong said. Fong Dehui was lying on the bed, preparing to rest, and just felt that this mother and son were inexplicable. What nonsense are you talking about? Where would I get so much money to give to little Hong? If you didn't give it to him, then who did? Zhao Fong was aggressive. Yes, Dad. Fong Dehui thought that the two were deliberately picking a fight, and he didn't want to argue with them. Get out, don't disturb me while I sleep. After he said that, he rolled over. Zhao Fong went straight up and pried at him, saying, You still want to sleep? If you don't explain this today, there's no point living. If you move me again, I'll kill you. Fong Dehui held back his anger. Zhao Fong, however, was not afraid of death at all and said, So what if I move you? Fong Dehui was completely unable to tolerate it anymore. He took advantage of the alcohol and got up to directly attack Zhao Fong. I have tolerated you for many years. Xiao Hang is the son of my own younger brother. Once or twice is fine, but you stupid woman, have to be so inhumane. I will beat you to death today. Zhao Fong was crying out in pain as she was beaten, and she started running around the room, shouting, Yulong, help me, your father has gone crazy. Dad, stop it. Fong Yulong tried to go up and stop the fight. As a result, both the mother and son were beaten by Fong Dehui and ran around the room. Chapter 24, I've Got My Eye on You. A Love Hotel. Su Koan and Chen Ting had just left the house when Su Koan's subordinate, a bald man, bumped into them. Su Koan immediately kicked the bald man and scolded him, Why didn't you show up all night? How did you handle the cat thing? No, I couldn't. I found the guy, but he's pretty good at what he does, and there was a little girl helping him. I was unconscious all night, and I woke up and came to see you right away. The bald guy awkwardly ran his hand over his shiny forehead. He had deliberately disappeared all night to make a show of being miserable in front of Su Koan, so that he wouldn't be punished for failing to do his job. Chen Ting was amused by the shoe print on his forehead and said, What do you mean you fainted for a night? I think you just slept for a night. Su Koan said, What a waste of space, you can't even handle this little task. You guys are useless, I might as well just go to my family. The bald man smiled on the surface, but in his heart he had already wished Chen Ting's family 100 times. Su Koan made a phone call and said, Tell Lao Amo to come to the Club of Enchantment and find me. After leaving his uncle's house, Fong Hong turned around and went to the nearby shopping mall. He had an appointment with Lung Yu this week to go swimming, so of course he had to prepare his swimsuit in advance. After buying the swimsuit and coming out, a young girl wearing a mask stopped him. The young girl deliberately lowered her voice and said, Young man, can I have your contact information? It's you slipped away pretty quickly last night. Fong Hong recognized at once that this was the inexplicable young girl from last night. The girl said awkwardly, That shouldn't be the case. I deliberately changed my appearance and spoke differently from yesterday. How did you recognize me so quickly? Instead of doing that, you might as well take off the mask. I might not recognize you so quickly. After Fong Hong said this, the girl suddenly realized what had happened. Fong Hong asked, Who are you really? Did Long Rushue send you? The girl seemed to have picked up on the message and instead of answering, she asked, What is your relationship with Lang Rushue? Oh, it seems not. Fong Hong understood from her reaction. You still haven't answered my question. What is your relationship with Lang Rushue? I have nothing to do with her. On the contrary, you are like a little follower. What are your intentions towards me? The young girl smiled, her beautiful eyes curving into a crescent shape. She pretended to be coy and said, To be honest, you are so handsome, I like you. I'm not interested in little kids. Lang Yinlu suddenly became anxious, crossed her arms and said, Who are you calling a kid? I'm a grown woman. That's pretty unbelievable. Noticing Fong Heng's gaze, Lang Yinlu was ashamed and angry. There was nothing she could do about it, as she had her own set of airport at a young age. She covered her flat chest with her hand, smiled insincerely and said, Think about it, being with me will guarantee you an endless stream of petty cash. I'm not interested in you. Lies don't hurt, but the truth cuts like a knife. Lang Yinluo felt like she had been shot with an arrow, and she gritted her teeth as she said, word for word, in other words, if you meet someone you're interested in, you'll say yes, right? No, I'm already married, so please don't be so brazen as to harass me anymore. Fong Hong showed her the ring on his ring finger and then turned and left. Even though it was just a test, Fong Hong had performed perfectly, but Lang Yunluo still felt inexplicably upset. She pulled out her phone and immediately sent a message surreptitiously. "Sister, your man not only hit me, but also teased me about my flat chest." A message came back quickly. "Stop messing around," and what Fong Hong said was also the truth. "Am I your real sister?" "I should be." "What do you mean you should be?" "You backstabbing bitch, I'm not done with you." Lang Yunluo sent a lot of messages furiously again, but the other person didn't pay any attention to her. Meanwhile, on the other side, Fong Hong had just arrived at the parking lot when a familiar figure appeared in front of him. Upon seeing him, there was a large shoe print on his forehead, so it couldn't be anyone else but the bald man from last night. "Su Xiao, this is the guy." The bald man was accompanied by Su Kuan and Chen Ting as well as Lao Mo. Lao Mo was thin and tall, with long hair and a beard, and looked a bit scruffy. The bald man said to Fong Hong again, "You were lucky yesterday, but today, Su Xiao is personally here, and you're in for it." Su Kuan looked up and down at Fong Hong and said, "You're quite handsome, brother. Let's discuss it. Sell me the cat. My girlfriend really likes it." Su Kuan was right. Chen Ting really did like it. But what she liked now was not the cat, but Fong Hong's handsome face that broke the sky. Just by looking at Fong Hong, she felt her cheeks tingling slightly. "My God, how could there be such a handsome man in Los Angeles?" Fong Hong said coldly, "I gave the cat to my wife. I've said many times before, it's not for sale." Su Kuan initially thought that Fong Hong was just a small-time thug. But the bald guy had sent so many people to negotiate and failed to get an advantage, which meant that the other party might not be an ordinary person. He had also heard from the bald guy that Fong Hong was the owner of Junyuan. Therefore, Su Kuan still wanted to use diplomacy first, and then military force, and said, "Give me face." Chen Ting said, "Handsome guy, please. I don't want to waste time talking to you." Fong Hong said. Su Kuan was a little displeased. He was the eldest son of the Su family, and he had never spoken so nicely to anyone before. "I'm a member of the Su family, do you really not want to give me face?" The bald guy said, "Brother, I advise you not to make things difficult for yourself. Su Xiao is not someone to mess with." Chen Ting followed up with a word of advice, "Yes, handsome, you have such a handsome face, if it gets beaten up, that would really be a waste." Su Kuan glanced at Chen Ting. Chen Ting shrunk her neck and said, "Of course, Su Xiao, you are the most handsome in my heart." This time Fong Hong simply ignored the three of them. Su Kuan saw what he meant, and his anger immediately rose to his head. "You really don't want to take the high road, so don't blame me for being rude." The bald guy said, "You're in trouble, kid. See the guy next to Su Xiao? The martial arts world calls him Old Mum, and he's more than enough to take care of you." "You watch too many TV dramas," Fong Hong said. "Since you're not being grateful, you're asking for it. Old Mum, let's take him down first." Su Kuan changed his attitude and looked directly at Fong Hong through his nostrils. Unlike the bald guy and his lackeys, Lao Mo is a member of the Su family and has extraordinary martial arts skills. As soon as Lao Mo makes a move, within a minute, Fong Hong will definitely be lying on the ground, tears and snot streaming down his face, begging for mercy. Not only did Su Kuan think so, the bald guy, Chen Ting, and even Lao Mo himself, also held the same view. None of the people present felt that Fong Hong would be a match for Lao Mo. Chapter 25, He's So Strong. Lao Mo moved his joints, cracking his bones as he slowly closed in on Fong Hong like a beast in the forest. "Young master has already given you face, you shouldn't be so ungrateful." Fong Hong laughed, "I don't want to sell you my stuff, so I'm being ungrateful?" "Yes, young master could have let me just sell it to you, there would be no need for me to waste so much breath on you. So I should thank you guys?" "You got it." Seeing that Lao Mo was really going to do it, Chen Ting was the first to panic, saying, "Handsome guy, if you really can't do it, just sell me the cat. I can pay double the price." Chen Ting not only loved money, but also handsome guys. Imagining Fong Hong's disheveled appearance later, Chen Ting really couldn't bear to do it. Seeing Su Kuan glaring at her, Chen Ting hastily said, "Su Xiao, I just want to try again. I don't want you to do this unless you have no other choice. Then I'll give you a chance, and you can persuade him one last time." "Okay, thank you, Mr. Su, you are worthy of being my favorite man." Chen Ting gave Su Kuan a flying kiss, and then walked with an enchanting gait to Fong Hong. Seeing this, the bald man patted his thigh, and his heart directly greeted Chen Ting. Damn it, this bitch is a nuisance. If we can fix this guy up early, won't everything be solved? The bald man had been embarrassed by Fong Hung yesterday, so he was more than willing to let Lao Mo teach the other guy a lesson. Chen Ting's appearance made Lao Mo slightly dissatisfied. However, since Su Koan had agreed, he had to hold off for the time being. Chen Ting looked straight at Fong Hang and said, "Handsome guy, name your price, I'll pay double for your cat." You can't understand human speech either? Chen Ting took a gasp of breath and almost screamed. So cold. Oh no. What if I like him even more? She forced herself not to act like a crazy girl and tried to negotiate with Fong Hung again. Triple the price? Seeing that Fong Hung didn't say anything, Chen Ting continued to raise the price. 5 times? 10 times? 20 times? Su Koan's face turned black. So my money isn't money, is it? Moreover, he could also see that Chen Ting had a crush on Fong Hang. Even if it was just a playful attitude towards Chen Ting, it was unacceptable to him. Su Koan angrily said, "Forget the negotiations, Lao Mo, just do it." Su Xiaowing Ming. The bald man took the lead and pushed Chen Ting away. After all that pushing and shoving, it was a waste of time. Su Xiao, give me some more time, I almost had it. Su Koan took Chen Ting in his arms and said with clenched teeth, "You treat me like a big nuisance and use my money to flirt with handsome guys in disguise, right?" Chen Ting was shocked and said, No, Su Xiao, I wouldn't dare do that even if you lent me 10 guts. Then keep your mouth shut. Be good. Chen Ting knew that there was nothing she could do, so she could only silently pray for Fong Hung in her heart. Lao Mo slowly clenched his fists and said, "You should thank the young master's woman, otherwise you would already be lying on the ground by now." Su Koan's grip on Chen Ting suddenly tightened, and the latter was in so much pain that she didn't dare make a sound. "Lao Mo, I told you, just do it, don't waste any more time talking to him, okay?" Understood. The words fell. Lao Mo swung his fist like lightning towards Fong Hung. Su Koan's mouth curled up into a confident smile. "You really don't know when to stop. Wait until I see how you'll be begging me on your knees." Su Koan thought to himself, when Fong Hung begs for mercy later, he will definitely humiliate him to get back at him. The bald man did not hide his hatred for Fong Hang at all, shouting, "Go, Lao Mo, show this kid how awesome you are." Chen Ting could not bear to watch, as if she had already seen the end of Fong Hung. Not far away in the grass, the young girl held up a branch in her hand, disguised as a tree on the street. At this moment, a pair of intelligent eyes emerged with a worried expression. Can he really do it? He won't get his head bashed in, will he? Long Yunlu muttered to herself. However, the next moment, a scene that no one could have imagined appeared. Fong Hung was so fast that he looked like backing up to avoid Lao Mo's fist, and then punching Lao Mo's chin with a backhand. Lao Mo spun around like a tire, and finally collapsed on the ground unconscious. This scene made Ling Yunluo extremely shocked, and the branch he was holding in his hand fell to the ground after cutting through his airfield. He's actually so strong? The three of them. Chen Ting covered her mouth in disbelief. The bald man, on the other hand, was so scared that he kept backing up, and eventually sat down on a sharp stone. At this moment, he didn't care about the pain. He had only one thought in his mind. Devil. This person is definitely a devil. Lao Mo had a great reputation in the circle, and countless people who considered themselves masters would surrender obediently when they saw him. As a result, Lao Mo, who was so awesome, was suddenly KO'd by Fong Hang. If this isn't the devil, then what is it? Compared to the others, Su Koan was not as shocked, but he was also incredulous. Although Lao Mo's martial arts skills were not the most outstanding in the Su family, over the years, very few people could defeat him in a head-on battle. Now he was easily defeated in one move, which was enough to show the strength of the opponent. Su Koan couldn't help but ponder what Fong Hang's background was. He had to re-examine Fong Hang once again. Who exactly are you? Never mind who I am, I don't sell cats, and don't come bothering me again. Fong Hang said this, got into his Mercedes-Benz and drove off. Su Koan froze in place and frowned. When had such a cocky person existed in Los Angeles? The key was that he still couldn't figure out where the other person came from. Chen Ting didn't dare speak along the way. It wasn't until they returned to the Club of Seduction that she cautiously asked, "Su Xiao, can the cat thing still be resolved?" Chen Ting obviously brought up the wrong subject. Su Koan angrily pushed her down and leaned over to strangle her. Damn cat! Is it still a cat? Ha? Why aren't you saying anything? No, I dare not, Mr. Su, please spare me. Chen Ting gasped for breath. Good, a broken cat is nothing special. If you mention this again, I'll kill you. Su Kuan vented all his anger on Chen Ting. Although he was a bit stifled, he would never dare to act rashly again without investigating Fong Heng's identity. After all, the Su family was currently running for the next family head. Su Kuan knew full well that if he got into trouble with the wrong person at this time, he would be completely out of luck for the family head position. Chapter 26, Sister-in-law Lang Yunlu. Fong Hong returned to the Junyuan garden early, sometime before Lang Yu finished work. So he went to the basketball court and played for a while. Coincidentally, he met the little boy again, along with his cheering grandfather. Today, the old man was still working as hard as ever, and the cane in his hand almost poked a hole in the court floor. After playing basketball, Fong Hong drank half a bottle of water in one go, and looking at the little boy, who was wiping the sweat off his face, he said, "You played well." The little boy nodded emphatically, very happy to receive Fong Heng's praise. Fong Hong felt slightly puzzled, because since they last met, he had never heard the little boy say a word. Xian Fuo walked over with his walking stick, stroked the little boy's face, and said, "My little grandson is a mute." Fong Hong suddenly understood. He had thought that the little boy was introverted and didn't like to talk, but it turned out that he was a mute. The little boy's expression suddenly became a bit despondent, and it seemed that he cared about the fact that he could not speak. "Thank you for being willing to play with him." "You're welcome. I was just bored, so it was quite fun playing ball together." After a few idle words, Fong Hong parted from the grandfather and grandson. Back at the villa, Lang Yu had just stepped out of the car. Seeing that he was sweating profusely, Lang Yu curiously asked, "What did you do?" "I played basketball with someone for a while." "I see. Then go take a shower quickly. We'll go out to eat tonight, and I'll introduce you to someone." Fong Heng's sweat-soaked clothes clung to his muscles, and Lang Yu's gaze inadvertently swept over him as he spoke. "Who are you meeting?" Fong Hong asked. "You'll find out soon enough." Is this deliberate revenge on my part? After all, last time Fong Hong deliberately played hard to get and didn't tell Lang Yu what the reply on the sticky note was. Yes, but not entirely. Okay. Not long after, Fong Hong came out of the shower and bumped into Lang Yu coming down the stairs. Lang Yu's hair was pulled up high, she had changed into a long skirt, and her every move exuded dignified elegance. Seeing that she was wearing high heels, Fong Hong said, "Why don't I drive? I'm a bit tired after a day's work, so I'll drive on the way back." "No problem." After Fong Hong finished changing, the two of them set off. Xianju Lake Restaurant, located in the center of Luochang Lake. Unlike the restaurants in the food court next to it, it is actually on the lake. The food is prepared on the shore and then personally delivered by boat. Therefore, Xianju Lake has a very small daily customer volume and the relative price is also very expensive. In the private room, Lang Yunluo was boredly brushing her phone and muttered, "Why isn't Stinky here yet?" She couldn't help but call, and the phone immediately rang outside the door. The next moment, Lang Yu and Fong Hong pushed open the door and walked in. Lang Yunlu pouted and complained, "Sister, you're finally here, the chrysanthemums are about to get cold." Lang Yu put her bag down on the table and took a seat with Fong Hong behind her. "Usually I wait for you, but today I'll let you wait for me for a bit." "What's wrong?" Lang Yu said indifferently. Fong Hong subconsciously looked at the young girl in front of him. The young beauty has a similar expression to Lang Yu's, and they are also called sisters, which means that she must be his sister-in-law. Lang Yu shouldn't have kept him in suspense like this. He wasn't prepared for anything, and he would be in big trouble if he made a mistake in front of his sister-in-law. The key is to look at the face. The young girl is quirky and obviously not a docile person. The voice sounded vaguely familiar, but Fong Hong couldn't think of where he had heard it before. He didn't think much about it and opened his phone to secretly send Lang Yu a message. "You should have told me in advance." "It's fine, I've done all the work, so you don't have to worry." Lang Yu sent the message and glanced at Fong Hong. Lang Yunlu suspiciously surveyed the couple in front of her. "What do you mean? You're both playing with your phones when we meet, and you're saying bad things about me behind my back, aren't you?" Lang Yunlu said, and she was about to grab Fong Heng's phone to find out the truth. Fong Hong easily avoided it, and the close contact, the faint fragrance on the girl's body, immediately made him recall. It's you again. Fong Hong exclaimed in surprise. Lang Yunluo giggled, finally remember me? Seeing this, Lang Yu calmly drank her tea. Fong Hong said, take off the mask, I almost didn't recognize you. Don't get me wrong, what I did before was to test you. Congratulations on passing the test, I reluctantly accept you as my brother-in-law. Fong Hong finally understood why the girl had been acting so strangely before. He couldn't help but ask Lang Yu, is your sister really an adult? Lang Yu said, she is. She will be a freshman when school starts again. That is indeed quite incredible. Yun Luo does look young. At the time, Sean always saw her and had a similar reaction to you. Although the two of them were just having a normal conversation, Lang Yun Luo still felt inexplicably hurt. Please change the wording. I look young, not young. I don't want to hear the word young again. Don't be so sensitive. Lang Yudao said. Lang Yun Luo gritted her teeth and said, stinking sister, you think you're great, don't you? Just wait, I'll surpass you sooner or later. Then you might not get the chance until your next life. Soon, the waiter brought the dishes one after the other. The three of them began to eat. In between bites, Fong Hong went to the bathroom to wash his face. In the private room, Lang Yun Luo said, sister, just because you saved me when we were kids, you're just going to marry him so easily. Will you really never regret it? No. After spending this amount of time together, Lang Yu feels quite comfortable with Fong Hong, and she has absolutely no regrets about her choice that day. That's true. No matter what, he's definitely better than the guy our father forced you to marry. I heard he's a playboy, and there's never a shortage of women around him. Let's not talk about him while we eat. Okay. Lang Yunlu knew that her sister and father did not get along well, so she wisely kept her mouth shut. On the other side of the room, Fong Hong had just turned around after closing the faucet when a surprised voice came from next to him. Fong Hong, why are you here? Ren Yanxiao asked. Xiao Ren, do you know this person? A man with a pot belly who was hugging Ren Yanxiao asked. Mr. Wu, he is my best friend's boyfriend. Okay, then you guys chat, I'll go to the private room first. The man called Wu Zong let go of Ren Yanxiao, glanced at Fong Hong, and left. Fong Hong, I heard everything from Lily. Are you really not going to get back together? Ren Yanxiao looked at Fong Hong while she spoke, and her gaze swept over the tags on his clothes. She couldn't help but freeze for a moment. It's exactly the same as what Luli said. Yes. Fong Hong said indifferently. He didn't have a good impression of his best friend Luli. One of the reasons why Luli had become like this was because of Ren Yanxiao's instigation. Moreover, Ren Yanxiao often hung out with men, and even before Luli had introduced the two of them, Ren Yanxiao had confessed to him in private. From that moment on, Fong Hong didn't have a good impression of her. Chapter 27, Brother-in-Law. Ren Yanxiao said, Lily just found a male best friend, and nothing happened. Besides, they're not in touch anymore. You're a big man, so why are you being so extreme? I'm not buying it. You tell Luli to give up on her dreams, because there's no way I'll get back together with her. Fong Hong finished speaking and then wanted to leave. Hey, wait. Ren Yanxiao stopped him. What else is there? Are you really a rich young master? Fong Hong was wearing a suit of designer clothes and had appeared at Xianju again, which was completely inconsistent with his previous identity. Ren Yanxiao was beginning to believe what Luli had said, that Fong Hong was probably a young master from a wealthy family who had deliberately hidden his identity. Fong Hong was a little amused, but before he could answer, Lang Yunluo appeared in front of the two of them. Brother-in-law, my sister, and I have been waiting for you for a long time. What are you doing here? Nothing, let's go. Fong Hong and Lang Yunlu returned to the private room together, leaving Ren Yanxiao standing there in shock. Brother-in-law? Could it be that Fong Hong is married? Moreover, the little girl who just called Fong Hong brother-in-law was not dressed like an ordinary person. Just the bracelet on her wrist was probably more than she could afford in a few years' salary. Ren Yanxiao was very surprised. Who exactly is Fong Hong? In the private room, Lang Yu saw Fong Hong and his sister enter. Finally, they're back. Lang Yunlu said, Sister, I'll tell you in secret, your man was just outside flirting with girls. Eat your food and stop talking nonsense. Lang Yu picked up the food and shoved it directly into Lang Yunlu's mouth. Lang Yunlu turned her head and spit it out, saying, Yuck, this one is a bit fishy and tastes terrible. Lang Yunlu's embarrassing appearance made Lang Yu smile slightly. Fang Hong looked at Lang Yu, but suddenly said, "Don't move." "What's wrong?" Lang Yu looked confused, and she saw Fang Hong reach out and gently stroke her mouth. There was a grain of rice in the corner of her mouth, and it had been removed. "Ha!" Lang Yu's heartbeat seemed to quicken by half a beat. Lang Yunluo, who was across from her, was dumbfounded. "Sister, do you think that wasn't enough and you have to force-feed me dog food?" Lang Yu used her hand to arrange the hair at her ear and deliberately changed the subject. "Yunluo, after dinner, do you want me to walk you home?" "No need. I've come back to China, so I'm definitely going to have a blast. Besides, I've got a date with friends to go shopping tonight, and I'm going to play video games all night. Does your family approve?" "Hey, my mom's already given her consent." "You'd better be careful then." "Don't worry, I've never had an accident." After dinner, several people left Xianju and took a boat to the shore. The couple watched Lang Yunlu get into the car. Lang Yunlu waved goodbye through the car window. "Bye, sis, and you too, brother-in-law, don't let me catch you hitting on girls again next time." After Lang Yunlu left, Fang Hong slowly lowered his hand. "This little sister-in-law is really difficult to deal with. You Lang Yu looked like you wanted to say something but couldn't." Fang Hong said helplessly, "You don't really believe your sister's words, do you?" "Of course not. I ran into someone I knew and had a brief chat." Fang Hong explained on his own initiative. "Oh. Not curious about the man's woman?" he asked again. "Not curious." Lang Yu's expression didn't look like she wasn't curious. Fang Hong said with a faint smile, "Female ex-girlfriend's best friend came as a lobbyist to persuade me to get back together." "What exactly are your thoughts?" Lang Yu knew the reason for Fang Hong and Lu Li's breakup. At that time, she was forced to get married by her father, so she impulsively ran to the Civil Affairs Bureau and happened to witness the entire process of the two arguing. What else could she think? We had already gotten our marriage certificate, so it was naturally impossible for her and I to get back together. Our relationship is quite special, so you still have a chance to change your mind. Forget it, I'm not that generous. Lang Yu suddenly fell silent. Fang Hong asked, "You married me because your family forced you to, right?" Although Lang Yu had not revealed it before, this was the only reason Fang Hong could think of. This is indeed part of the reason. Seeing Lang Yu admit it, Fang Hong was not surprised. After all, the president of Guangyan, just because he is handsome, would like him to propose to him, that would not make sense. "Don't worry, since I have received the money, I will definitely do my best." "Well, you have performed very well today, and my sister has no suspicions at all." "Of course, I'm a professional." Fang Hong patted his chest and said, "Have you done this kind of thing before?" Lang Yu asked. No. "Then why did you say you were a professional?" "Because it shows that I'm more reliable." The two of them went to the car. Fang Hong was about to sit in the driver's seat. Lang Yu stopped him. "Didn't we agree that I would drive back? I haven't drunk any alcohol, and you're wearing high heels, so maybe next time." "It's fine, I brought some flat shoes." Seeing Lang Yu so well prepared, Fang Hong gave up insisting. The two got into the car. They fastened their seat belts. At this time, Lang Yu received a call from Lang Yunlu. "I thought you just left, why are you calling again? Did you forget something?" Lang Yunlu wailed, "No, sis, my plan to go out and play was discovered, and now I'm being forced to go home. You bragged about it, and just now you swore that you would not crash." "I don't know, wow, I'm so unlucky." Although he couldn't see Lang Yunlu's expression, Fang Hong could already imagine the comical scene. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. On the other end of the phone, Lang Yunlu naturally heard it clearly, and said, "Sister, I heard someone laughing, is it your man gloating?" "You heard it wrong." "I can't have heard it wrong. Give him the phone, I want to speak to him." "Fang Hong is not here, so I'll hang up first, I have things to do." Without waiting for Lang Yunlu to reply, Lang Yu hung up the phone directly. Lang Yu started the car and looked sideways at Fang Hong, saying, "Laughing too loudly will make her notice. Then I'll laugh secretly next time." "Well, that's what I usually do too." Between the words, the Mercedes-Benz drove away from the spot. However, in the distance, Ren Nianxiu was shocked. Who is the woman next to Fang Hong? And what is the matter with the Mercedes-Benz? although she was confused. This scene made Ren Nianxiao even more convinced that Fang Hong was a rich young master. Ren Nianxiao had just taken a photo, and she was about to move to find Lu Li. At this time, the pot-bellied man embraced her, and his mouth was full of alcohol, saying, "Ren, come to my place tonight, I'll show you a big treasure." Ren Nianxiao felt a chill, but she still laughed and said, "Okay, Mr. Wu." They arrived at Mr. Wu's house. After about 10 minutes, Ren Nianxiao straightened her clothes and came out again. "Stinking man, what's there to look at? It's already as small as a toothpick." Ren Nianxiao cursed, stopped a car, and then set off to find Lu Li. Chapter 28, Then Divorce Her. Since being kicked out of Fang Heng's apartment, Lu Li has taken refuge with her best friend. When Ren Nianxiao entered the room, she saw a mess of rubbish on the floor and said, speechless, "Lily, there's a rubbish bin next to you, isn't there? I'll be more careful next time." Lu Li said perfunctorily, while her hands quickly rubbed the screen of her mobile phone. Ren Nianxiao helplessly tidied up the rubbish. Ever since Lu Li moved in, this sort of thing happened every day. After a game was over, Lu Li saw Ren Nianxiao changing clothes and sniffed the smell on her body, smirking. "Nianxiao, going on a date with a handsome guy again? Forget it, our company's boss Wu, it's disgusting." Recalling her experience at boss Wu's house, Ren Nianxiao frowned tightly, her face full of disgust. "By the way, I just met Fang Hong," she added, and then told Lu Li everything she had seen at Xianju. "Wow, a Mercedes-Benz G-Class." After exclaiming, Lu Li added, "Nianxiao, I wasn't lying to you, was I? Fang Hong is a rich young master. But it seems like he really is married." "No way." Lu Li said without thinking. She would rather believe that the first emperor of China was still alive than believe that Fang Hong would get married so soon. "I happened to take a photo, you can have a look." Ren Nianxiao opened the photo album and handed the phone to Lu Li. Lu Li was stunned when she saw it. The woman in the photo was actually exactly the same as the woman in the fake marriage certificate Fang Hong had shown her at the beginning. Could it be that Fang Hong wasn't lying and he really was married? Lu Li was so confused that she deleted the photo directly. "It's fake, it's definitely fake, it's only been a few days since I broke up with Fang Hong, there's no way he could get married so quickly." Ren Nianxiao could see that Lu Li didn't want to believe the truth. So she said, "You should still go and ask Fang Hong face to face tomorrow." "I'll go find him tomorrow, but I still have to say that Fang Hong definitely hasn't gotten married." Lu Li repeatedly emphasized this, as if she were talking to Ren Nianxiao, but it also seemed like she was talking to herself. The next day after work, Fang Hong and Lang Yu went out to buy cat food and toys for Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan was the little stuffed cat he had picked up and given to Lang Yu. The two of them had decided on the name after discussing it last night. After buying things for Tang Yuan, they passed the ladies' section. Lang Yu stopped and said, "You go back to the car first, I'll be there in a bit." It was obvious that Lang Yu wanted to buy some intimate apparel, so Fang Hong was a bit embarrassed to be there. So he carried the bags and left them all first. He had just put the things in the trunk when suddenly someone came up and took his arm. "Did you buy everything so quickly?" Fang Hong subconsciously thought it was Lang Yu, but soon felt that something was wrong. When he looked back, he discovered that it was Lu Li. "Fang Hong, haven't seen you for a few days, have you missed me?" Lu Li said with a smile, her eyes deliberately or unintentionally scanning the Mercedes-Benz in front of her. Fang Hong suddenly felt uncomfortable and shook off Lu Li's hand. "Don't touch me." Lu Li didn't care about Fang Hong's attitude at all, her eyes sparkling as she looked at the Mercedes-Benz. This should cost 2 million, really, buying a new car without even telling someone. Lu Li acted like the mistress of the house, feeling around the car here and there, and even wanted to sit in the driver's seat. Fang Hong dragged her aside and coldly asked, "What are you doing here again?" Lu Li smiled ingratiatingly and tried to take Fang Hong's arm again, but this time he avoided her directly. "You've been causing trouble for so many days, and you still won't calm down? Don't flatter yourself, I'm not fighting with you. Come on, don't be angry with me anymore, I promise I'll be good in the future, I'll never go east if you say west. Do you think that's okay?" Lu Li said coquettishly. Fang Hong laughed, "You seem like a different person." "You're the one who seems like a different person, I've already apologized to you like this, why be so heartless? What do I have to do for you to be willing to get back together with me?" Lu Li couldn't help but complain. "I've said before, there's no way we can get back together. Give me a reason. I don't like you anymore, and I'm married now." Fang Hong said with a serious face. Don't lie to me. If you really were married, according to your personality, there would at least be a photo of that woman on the car and the lock screen of your phone. I haven't had time to put one on the car yet. Fong Hong frowned. What about the lock screen of your phone? Dare you show it to me? Fong Hong showed the ring on his ring finger. Is this convincing? Luli was slightly startled and said, It's just a ring, what can it prove? I can buy one and wear it on my ring finger and tell people I'm married. If you're pretending to be stupid on purpose, there's nothing I can do about it. I'm not pretending to be stupid, it's just that you're full of holes. You might fool other people, but you can't fool me. Luli's voice grew louder and louder as she spoke. Just as the two were arguing, a beautiful figure appeared in front of them. Lang Yu said indifferently, Fong Hong didn't lie to you, he and I are indeed married. Lang Yu's appearance was like a bolt of lightning, striking deep into Luli's heart. As if her strength had been drained away in an instant, she forced a smile and said, Fong Hong, where did you find this actor? Quite efficient, huh? Fong Hong ignored Luli and took the initiative to take Lang Yu's hand. Did you finish shopping? He asked tenderly. Yes. Then let's not waste any more time, we should go back. Fong Hong took what Lang Yu was carrying in her hand. I'll drive. Okay. The two of them bypassed Luli and got into the car at the same time. Luli rushed to the car window, and at some point her eyes had turned red. Fong Hong, I'm asking you, where did you find this actor? Lang Yu glanced at Luli and turned to Fong Hong and said, Forget it, I'll wait for you at the door, it's better if you explain it to her. Fong Hong unbuckled his seatbelt and got out of the car. Seeing Lang Yu stop a short distance away, he slowly turned around and looked directly at Luli. Luli was agitated and said, Why didn't you answer me? Are you feeling guilty? If you don't want to tell me, I'll take you to the Civil Affairs Bureau and let the staff tell you for yourself whether I'm married or not. I don't want to. Then what do you want? I don't want anything. I just want to get back together with you. Can't I just regret breaking up with you? You're completely joking. I can't do what you're doing, keeping two women at the same time. Then just divorce her and we can get back together again. You still don't seem to understand the situation. You want to tear down the last shreds of decency, is that it? Fine, have it your way. Luli, listen carefully. I don't love you anymore. Please get out of my life as soon as possible. Do you understand? I won't. Why? Why should I just leave when you tell me to? What about our relationship? She shouted, tears welling up in her eyes. Fong Hong finally couldn't hold back any longer and yelled, If you know all this, then why did you flirt with that guy in the first place? Did you really think that I was your doll, that no matter what you did, I would never get angry or get hurt? Fine, I admit I was wrong, but I've already changed, and I've apologized to you, so can't you give me another chance? No, in this world, not everything can be made up for with apologies and confessions of wrongdoing. Luli, remember, it's not that I don't want to give you a chance, but you've ruined our relationship with your own hands, completely sealing off your own escape route. Chapter 29, I Hate You. In the Mercedes-Benz, cold rain penetrated through the rearview mirror, witnessing every move of the two. The heated argument also attracted the attention of many passers-by. Fong Hong saw that there was no point in arguing and did not want to waste any more words with Luli. Luli suddenly rushed up and grabbed him, saying, You're not allowed to leave. Fong Hong shook off Luli and said, I told you not to touch me. I'm going to touch you anyway. Luli came up again and grabbed him. Fong Hong shook her off again. Luli continued to pull, while Fong Hong shook her off again. This went on, until Luli let out a loud cry and tears fell like broken beads. Fong Hong, please, I'm begging you, I'm used to your presence, I can't live without you. Luli whimpered, humbled as never before. Fong Hong froze in place for a long time, took a deep breath, and finally mercilessly shook her hand again. There was no point in saying this now. These words were like a sharp blade, completely cutting off Luli's thoughts. She sat on the ground in a daze, shouting at Fong Hong's back. Why won't you give me another chance? How can you be so heartless? Fong Hong, I hate you. Fong Hong stopped in his tracks and said with his back turned to her, It doesn't matter what you want, as long as you don't disturb my life in the future. His words fell. In the setting sun, amidst the gossip, he left alone. On the way back, there was silence in the car. Fong Hong was about to speak when Lang Yu asked him, What do you want to eat tonight? Anything is fine. Back at the villa, Lang Yu went into the kitchen and started to put on her apron. Fan Hong tried to help, but she pushed him out of the kitchen. Lang Yu said, "You go take a shower and calm down. I'll cook tonight's meal alone." Fan Hong gave a forced smile and said, "You've worked hard. Go ahead." Fan Hong entered the bathroom and let the shower wash his face. The relationship between him and Luli was not fake. What had just happened undoubtedly made him feel depressed. After an unknown period of time, Fan Hong came out of the bathroom. Looking at the large table full of dishes, he couldn't help but feel a little taken aback. "How did you cook so fast and make so much?" Lang Yu said, "Some of it was cooked, and some was just delivered from takeout. I didn't know what you like to eat besides potatoes, so I just made a lot to cater to your tastes." Fan Hong took a closer look, and at least half of the dishes on the table were potato-related. During their previous conversation, he had revealed that he liked potatoes. Fan Hong could feel Lang Yu's intentions. "Thank you." Lang Yu said helplessly, "Have you forgotten our agreement again?" Fan Hong patted his mouth lightly with his hand and said, "It's my fault, I forgot again. The last dish happened to be potato and chicken nuggets, so as punishment, you will supervise me personally from the side to see if I have improved compared to last time." "Okay." Fan Hong and Lang Yu entered the kitchen together and supervised her as she had said. The ingredients were all ready, so they were quickly cooked. Fan Hong picked up the chopsticks, took a small sip, and then nodded very satisfactorily. "Well, compared to last time, there has been a clear improvement. It feels like it's on par with what I make. As you said before, I've made a lot of conclusions, and even during the morning meeting today, I suddenly thought of a related ingredient and stopped temporarily to make a note." A group of company executives are meeting, and Lang Yu is suddenly stopping to take notes while giving a speech? Then everyone must have looked at each other, afraid that something major had happened. Fan Hong imagined that scene and was momentarily speechless. After coming out of the kitchen with the dishes, the two sat facing each other at the table. Lang Yu rested her chin in her hand and, after a moment of contemplation, said, "Isn't something missing?" Fan Hong looked around and saw that the table was complete with bowls and chopsticks, spoons and everything else. There was nothing missing. No, there was one most important thing missing. During the pause in the conversation, Lang Yu got up and walked over to a cabinet. When he opened the door, he saw an impressive array of wine. Fan Hong was dazzled, and couldn't believe Lang Yu had such a good collection. After some deliberation, she finally took out a bottle of red wine. She put it on the table and said, "This is what's missing." It was as if their minds were connected, as Fan Hong and Lang Yu thought the same thing. Although he didn't really like to drink, at this moment, he really wanted to have a little. "This seems to be Lafite. What year is it?" "It's from 1982. Most of the Lafite Rothschild from 1982 on the market today is fake, but don't worry, this one is definitely authentic." None of the wine at home was bought by Lang Yu. It was basically gifts from business partners, and she doesn't drink it normally. Over time, it has accumulated a full cabinet. "Looks like I'm going to enjoy a treat today, but unfortunately I don't know how to drink," Fan Hong said. "Sumu usually drinks for me at social functions, and I don't know much about it either, but it's okay, I've picked up a few tips." "Just teach me." "Well, there are generally 6 steps: decanting, pouring, viewing, warming, aerating, and finally, tasting." Under Lang Yu's guidance, the two of them sipped on a bottle of Lafite Rothschild 1982 and ate a sumptuous meal. It was only afterwards that they realized they had eaten late and talked about a lot of nonsense. When they woke up the next morning, Fan Hong was in his own room, but incredibly, he was sleeping on the floor. Fan Hong had a splitting headache, and when he got up, he realized that he wasn't the only one in the room. There was a person and a cat in the bed. The family cat was only Tang Yuan. And the person was naturally Lang Yu. She was sleeping quietly, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly, and a few strands of hair stuck to her cheeks and mouth. Looking down, there were pale and delicate collarbones, and the straps of the nightgown were mischievously scattered on the side of her shoulders, revealing a glimpse of spring. Seeing the scene, Fan Hong couldn't help but be stunned. He couldn't help but struggle with whether he should cover Lang Yu with the quilt or help her put on the straps of the nightgown. After struggling for a long time, Fan Hong leaned down and, by some strange twist of fate, chose the latter. However, just as he grabbed the silky straps, Tang Yuan, who was lying in Lang Yu's arms, suddenly woke up. Immediately afterwards, the little guy meowed. It was also the sound that unfortunately woke Lang Yu up. She moved her eyelids and slowly opened her drowsy eyes. Then the most embarrassing thing happened. Fang Hong was seen clutching Long Yu's nightgown straps with his hand, while Long Yu, half asleep, was staring at him blankly. This scene lasted about half a minute. Then, Fang Hong pretended to be calm and helped her pull it up. Just in time, you woke up, your head should be hurting, I'll go make some hangover soup. His words fell. Without waiting for Ling Yu to reply, Fang Hong took the lead and left the room. When she reacted, Ling Yu pursed her lips, and her jade-like hands subconsciously pressed the nightgown straps on the side of her shoulders. She sat on the bed for a long time, not knowing what to think, except that her cheeks seemed to be a little flushed. At the same time, in the kitchen, Fang Hong absently made a hangover soup. Embarrassing. He shouldn't have meddled, he should have just helped her cover up. It was really hard to explain that he had only meant well. Chapter 30, Is this still the president I know? Fang Hong finished making the hangover soup and brought it to the dining table. Coincidentally, Long Yu came out of his room with Tang Yuan in her arms. Fang Hong was about to speak when he saw Long Yu put down Tang Yuan and run up the stairs. After a long time, she came downstairs, with light makeup on her face and a clean and neat work outfit. The soup is still warm, and you will feel better after drinking it. Ling Yu avoided Fang Hong's gaze and said, I have urgent business and need to go to the company first. After she said this, she fled, as if there was a flood or a fierce beast behind her. Fang Hong froze in place. Meow. A soft meow sounded beside him, and Fang Hong looked down to see Tang Yuan looking up at him with an innocent expression. Fang Hong crouched down and petted its little head. You, when did you start meowing? You chose the worst possible moment to do it. As punishment, you will eat one less cat treat today. Tang Yuan. After packing the hangover soup, Fang Hong set off to go to the company. He had drunk quite a lot last night, and his head still hurt a little. Naturally, Long Yu was in a similar state. Lightyear Company. President's office. Long Yu sat at his desk, rubbing his temples with his hands. Sumu said, President, are you feeling unwell? You drank a bit too much last night. Sumu had almost never seen Ling Yu drink, and she was usually responsible for blocking the drinks at social functions. Therefore, she was very surprised to hear this. The president actually drank alcohol? And how much did he drink? What on earth is going on? Is he troubled by love and hurt by Fang Hong? Do you need me to go buy some medicine? No need. Long Yu shook her head, a little regretting not having drunk the hangover soup that Fang Hong had made. Just then, Fang Hong pushed open the door and walked into the office. Sumu was about to scold whoever had the nerve to barge into the president's office without knocking. But as soon as he saw the person coming, he swallowed the words on the tip of his tongue. She looked at Fang Hong and couldn't help but frown. He had promised so readily before, promising not to let the president down. But just a few days later, he had made the president sad and drunk. Men. Ling Yu, on the other hand, couldn't help but recall the scene from the morning when she saw Fang Hong appear. She asked somewhat unnaturally, Why are you here? Fang Hong said, You must be having a headache from walking so quickly, right? I have something important to take care of, so. Sumu, who was standing nearby, was slightly taken aback. Since she had arrived at the company, she had seen Ling Yu sitting dazedly at her desk, not doing any work at all. I've brought it for you, so drink it quickly. Fang Hong placed the takeaway box on the desk. Good. She can't refuse now that he's chased her to the office. Ling Yu opened the takeaway box and used a spoon to drink the hangover soup. I heated it up again when I came, so drink slowly and be careful not to get burned. Seeing the usually decisive Long Yu acting like a little woman in front of Fang Hong, Sumu could hardly believe her eyes. Was this still the president I knew? While shocked, Sumu also understood that she had wrongly accused Fang Hong. It seemed that Ling Yu was not trapped in love, but had drunk because of other reasons. Perhaps, it was precisely the young couple having a candlelight dinner, unable to resist the urge to drink a few more glasses when they were deeply in love. Sumu did not want to stay here and continue to be a third wheel. So she said, President, I'll be going out first. Sumu, wait a minute. However, Ling Yu suddenly stopped her. Sumu was puzzled. Fang Hong said, You two should be talking about work, so I'll leave first. After Fang Hong left, Sumu asked, President, what's wrong? Nothing. Nothing in particular. Fang Hong went to the sales department. The staff members saw him and started talking about him, but their attitude was much more polite than before. One reason was that Fang Hong had now been transferred to work in the president's office. Second, everyone knows that the Mercedes-Benz in the garage is his. Li Hua walked into the sales department. Hearing everyone talking about Fang Hong, he was not surprised. After all, since the promotion dinner that day, this was basically the situation every day. But when he opened the office door and saw Fang Hong sitting at his desk eating fruit, he nearly dropped his briefcase in shock. Li Hua said carefully, "Secretary Fang, what brings you here?" Fang Hong laughed and said, "Brotherly, they are polite to me, but why are you like this?" Li Hua was flattered and said, "Don't call me Secretary Fang, I dare not accept it. You can call me Li Xiao or anything else. I have just become the sales manager, and my seat is still warm. If the president knows that Fang Hong is calling him like this, then who knows what will happen. Li Hua can't afford it, and he is really scared." Fang Hong said helplessly, "Forget it, then I'll just call you Manager Li from now on." "Okay, as long as you don't call me brother, I don't care what else you do. By the way, is the fruit to your liking? If not, I'll have my wife send over some more. It tastes good. If this were in the past, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been treated this way." Li Hua felt a wave of embarrassment. The past is the past, and the present is the present. If he had known in the past that Fang Heng's wife was the president of Guangyan, he would have never dared to give her any lip. Not to mention eating his fruit, even if he were asked to stand on the table and dance, he would never dare to complain. Although he knew about Fang Hong and Long Yu's relationship, Li Hua did not disclose it to the outside world. He still thought, as he had before, that Fang Hong had deliberately gone undercover in the sales department for the past 6 months, probably to examine the work situation between departments. It was also for this reason that Wang Zhenghao's end was so miserable. In order not to affect Li Hua's work, Fang Hong did not stay in the office for too long. When he came out, he ran into Xiao Kangpeng, who was carrying a suitcase and walking out. Because of what happened at the promotion dinner, Xiao Kangpeng had become the laughingstock of the entire sales department. Every day when he came to work, he could hear people talking about him. Xiao Kangpeng regretted it so much that he should never have been so obsessed with pretending to be someone else and said that the Mercedes-Benz was his. Finally unable to bear the invisible pressure, Xiao Kangpeng submitted his resignation and decided to leave Guangyan. Now he meets Fang Hong again. Xiao Kangpeng's hatred rises suddenly, and he glares at the other person fiercely. If it weren't for Fang Hong, Chen Shui might have liked him. If it weren't for Fang Hong, he wouldn't have deliberately said that the Mercedes-Benz was his, and he wouldn't be facing his current situation. So everything is Fang Heng's fault. Fang Hong glanced at Xiao Kangpeng and saw him glaring at him. He felt inexplicable and didn't take it to heart. He left the sales department. Fang Hong went downstairs again to the supermarket to buy some things. When he returned to wait for the elevator, he didn't know that he had already been targeted by a pair of eyes. Chapter 31 False Accusation. Ran Nianxiao worked for a daily chemical company called Bright. In response to work requirements, she came to Guangyan today to make an appointment to discuss cooperation. After much difficulty, she persuaded the receptionist to make a phone call. While waiting for news, she turned back and accidentally glanced at a familiar figure. Upon closer inspection, Ran Nianxiao realized it was Fang Hong. Just thinking about how Luli looked lost and disoriented after returning yesterday, Ran Nianxiao couldn't help but be angry with Fang Hong. This dead scumbag. So, she immediately set off to catch up with him. Ran Nianxiao observed the floor where the elevator stopped, and then took another elevator to the same floor. As soon as she got out of the elevator, she saw the security guard standing at the door and couldn't help but be startled. The security guard looked at her and asked, "Who are you looking for?" Ran Nianxiao said nervously, "I'm looking for Fang Hong. Is he on this floor?" The two security guards turned around and discussed it for a while. Only then did they lower their guard. "Oh, you're looking for Secretary Fang. Go in and go to the right, he's in the secretary's room." "Thanks." Ran Nianxiao quickly found the secretary's room as instructed. She hesitated for a moment, then knocked on the door. Inside the secretary's office, Fang Hong was leisurely eating something. Hearing someone knock on the door, he couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Could it be that Leng Yu had come? He got up and opened the door. Seeing the person who came, he was a little surprised. "How come it's you?" Ren Nianxiao took the opportunity to go in when she confirmed that there was only one person in the office, Fang Hong. Fang Hong frowned. "Ren Nianxiao, what are you doing here?" Of course I'm here to reason with you, Fong Hung. Thanks to you, last night our daughter Luli cried so hard she almost committed suicide. Ran Nianxiao deliberately exaggerated. Luli did not commit suicide last night. Although she was very sad when she first returned home, she soon stabilized after she was enlightened. Before going to sleep, she even happily played games with the handsome guy she introduced. Fong Hong laughed. He knows exactly who Luli is. It's just nonsense to say that she committed suicide because of a relationship. So what? What do you mean so? Lily is so upset because of you, and you're still acting so carefree. You really are a scumbag. Ran Nianxiao said disdainfully. Come on, you think everyone looks like a scumbag? If you're not a scumbag, what are you? Most likely, you were already sleeping with your current wife behind Lily's back before you broke up with her, right? Fong Hong knew that he could not reason with Ren Nianxiao. He simply went along with her and did the opposite. Yes, you are right, I am a scumbag. Luli is looking for a girlfriend to cuddle up with, and when she and I first started dating, your best friend confessed her love for me behind her back, and there was no problem with that. You two are really good girls. Fong Hong, what do you mean, finding ways to insult Lily and I? Hey, don't talk nonsense. I'm clearly praising you. Has anyone ever praised someone like you? Don't worry, if you think what you did was fine, why can't you accept me saying this? Fong Hong deliberately sounded strange. Don't disgust me, I don't need your praise. Look at you, you're getting anxious again. You. Ran Nianxiao was infuriated by Fong Hong. You forced me to do this. As he finished speaking, Ran Nianxiao rubbed her messy hair while unbuttoning her shirt. Fong Hong frowned and said, What are you doing? Do you want to be a pervert? Ran Nianxiao smiled darkly and said, It's obvious that you want to be a pervert to me, Fong Hong. Just wait until you're disgraced and everyone points at you. Then, Ren Nianxiao pounced on Fong Hong, while at the same time crying out for help. Help, sexual assault. Can anyone help me? Under the circumstances, Fong Hong obviously became the weaker party. He could only spin around the sofa, forced to avoid Ren Nianxiao. As a result, Ren Nianxiao wouldn't stop, chasing after him like a dog's patch. This angered Fong Hong, who directly kicked her. I'll be damned. Ren Nianxiao fell to the ground, incredulously saying, How dare you hit your mother, Mr. Fong, I will skin you alive. She said she wanted to get up and fight back. But when she heard the hurried footsteps outside, Ren Nianxiao suddenly lay back down again, and then deliberately messed up her clothes a bit more. The next moment, Sumu pushed open the door, followed by 2 security guards. She saw Ren Nianxiao lying on the ground, her clothes in disarray, and her eyebrows tightened for a moment. Secretary Fong, what happened? Fong Hong said, I didn't do anything, she's deliberately acting for you. Ren Nianxiao, with tears in her eyes, said, Don't believe his words, I was molested, you have to save me. The 2 security guards looked at each other, obviously believing Ren Nianxiao's words. After all, which girl would want to joke about her innocence? Sumu was at a loss for a moment, unable to tell whether it was true or not, and looked at Fong Hong, feeling torn between the two. At this time, she received a phone call. President. The caller was none other than Lung Yu. Bring everyone to my office, she said. Understood. Sumu was surprised that Lung Yu knew so quickly. But as she had said, she was going to bring Fong Hong and Ren Nianxiao there. Ren Nianxiao pointed at Fong Hong and asked Sumu, What's this about? Why haven't you let the security guard take this person into custody? First, come with me to see the president. After we understand the real situation, we will make a decision. Ren Nianxiao couldn't help but be happy when she heard this. Meet President Guangnian? Isn't that a good opportunity to add fuel to the fire? Once the other party believes it, Fong Hong will be completely finished. At the same time, Ran Nianxiao was also a little curious about whether President Guangnian was a man or a woman. She hadn't paid any attention before. If he was a man, maybe this would be her chance to marry into a wealthy family. They arrived at the door of the president's office. Ran Nianxiao adjusted her emotions. I'm so looking forward to it. What will President Guangnian look like? However, when she followed Sumu in and saw Lung Yu, she was completely dumbfounded. Isn't this the woman who was with Fong Hong at Xianju the other day? If I'm not mistaken, she is also Fong Heng's newlywed wife. President Lang, I've brought the person here. Sumu said. Lung Yu's face was as cold as ice. She first glanced at Fong Hong, and then focused all her attention on Ren Nianxiao. Tell me about the situation at that time. Ren Nianxiao then came back from her shock. She deliberately said, General Longlang, I know your relationship with Fong Hong. Just because he is your husband, you will not ignore the facts and intentionally protect him, right? Don't worry, I won't protect anyone, you can speak boldly. You say so, then I am relieved. The matter is like this. Just like that, Ren Nianxiao began to fabricate lies in an attempt to send Fong Hong to his doom. Chapter 32, How Dare You Frame Me? Seeing that Ren Nianxiao was sniffling and talking as if it were the truth, Fong Hong couldn't help but mock him. Ha, your acting skills are wasted. You didn't apply to the acting department in college. Ren Nianxiao wiped away a tear and said, What do you mean acting? I'm clearly telling the truth. Do you dare deny that you hit me? Fong Hong was not stupid. Ren Nianxiao was trying to lead him into a trap. It is true that he kicked Ren Nianxiao. But if he admits it at this point, Ren Nianxiao will immediately interrupt him and take the opportunity to pin the fabricated lie on Fong Hong. In that case, it will be even more difficult for him to defend himself. Fong Hong replied, Don't confuse the issue. You forcibly accused me of doing something improper to you, so I had no choice but to kick you. Ren Nianxiao suddenly increased her crying and said, Do I have to deliberately joke about my innocence in order to frame you? Aren't you doing just that right now? Fong Hong, you've really gone too far. Fong Hong was about to argue back. But Leng Yu spoke up, saying, Wait a minute, let her speak first. So Ren Nianxiao began to cry again, telling Leng Yu about the things Fong Hong had done to her in the office, things that had never actually happened. As Ren Nianxiao spoke, Leng Yu's face grew increasingly sour. Fong Hong was vaguely worried. For one thing, he had no evidence to prove his innocence, and for another, because of the misunderstanding in the morning, Leng Yu might really think that he had done something to Ren Nianxiao. Ren Nianxiao didn't stop until she was tired of talking. Leng Yu crossed her arms and rested her arms on the desk, asking, Anything else? Ren Nianxiao froze for a moment. She had already said so much, but it felt like the other party hadn't heard enough. If this were the woman in an ordinary couple, she would have probably stormed out by now. Ren Nianxiao felt a vague sense of unease at Leng Yu's calmness. There is more, but I'm a little thirsty. Ren Nianxiao had been crying and talking at the same time, and she was indeed a little thirsty. Leng Yu said to Sumu beside her, Assistant Su, pour her a glass of water, and put some of the flower tea that Manager Leng gave me in it. Upon hearing this, Sumu was slightly taken aback, and a smile suddenly appeared on her face. Lang Ruxue and Leng Yu did not get along, so there was nothing wrong with the flower tea she gave her, but there was a problem. There was nothing wrong with the tea itself, which was a very rare specialty. But there was a problem with the tea, which was bitter to the extreme. Sumu was very impressed by this, because when she tried to sip it first, she spit it right back out. Obviously, Leng Yu had discovered Ren Nianxiao's flaw, and wanted to take revenge on her for Fong Hang. In a moment, Sumu had finished brewing the tea. She brought it to Ren Nianxiao and said, Please enjoy. Ren Nianxiao could not enjoy it for long. She had been talking for a long time and was dying of thirst. So the moment she received the water, she drank most of it directly. However, soon, she sensed that something was wrong. It was bitter. So bitter. It was indescribably bitter. Ren Nianxiao wanted to vomit on the spot. What's wrong? Don't you like the taste? Leng Yu asked. Sumu deliberately blocked Ren Nianxiao's view. Ren Nianxiao wanted to vomit but dared not. The person in front of her was the assistant to the president of Guangyan, and she could not imagine the consequences if she vomited on the other person. She could only swallow it down with a dry laugh, It's fine, it's fine. Ren Nianxiao did not think much of it, just thinking that it was the peculiar taste of the rich. After all, to her, coffee was quite bitter. Of course this tea is thousands of times more bitter than coffee. Leng Yu looked at the glass of water that was still not empty and said, Then why didn't you finish it? Do you still dislike the flower tea inside? No. Ren Nianxiao had no choice but to gulp down the rest. Immediately, her expression began to contort, as if she had eaten the sourest lemon in the world. She endured the discomfort and returned the cup to Sumu, saying, Leng Zong, then I will continue. Wait a minute, I'm a little curious why you're here at Guangyan. Are you here for business? Yes, I'm the general manager's secretary at Bright Daily Chemicals. My name is Rin Yanxiao. I came to your company today to discuss business, but I never expected this to happen. Lang Yu interrupted her, saying, "You don't need to say anything more. What I'm going to say next is still related to your husband. That's not necessary. I've already gathered enough evidence." Evidence? What evidence? Ran Yanxiao was a little confused. Of course it's the evidence that you framed my husband. Ran Yanxiao was shocked. She'd been found out? That shouldn't be possible. She'd acted so perfectly, there shouldn't be any flaws. Ran Yanxiao continued to stubbornly deny it. It's an injustice. General Lang, I really didn't frame your husband. He did have improper intentions towards me. Look at my clothes and the bruises here from when he kicked me. My husband is right, you really are underqualified for not studying acting. Lang Yu said, and pressed the remote control in her hand. The monitor on the wall played back the surveillance footage. The footage showed Fong Heng's office, and nothing else. It showed Ren Yanxiao entering the office, Sumu and the security guard arriving, and the sound and images were recorded clearly. Everyone present was stunned by this scene, except Lang Yu. Fong Hong was the most surprised. There is actually surveillance in his office? How outrageous. Luckily, I didn't do anything strange, otherwise I would have been broadcasting live in front of Lang Yu. Lang Yu said, Ren Yanxiao, right? The evidence is all here. What do you have to say now? Ren Yanxiao took a step back, and her eyes looked at Lang Yu, filled with surprise and fear for a moment. I saw her stammering for a long time. Lang Yu added, it seems that you don't have anything to say. Immediately afterwards, she put away the camera on her desk and handed it to Su Mu. Edit the surveillance footage and give this to the legal department. Su Ms. Rin Yanxiao directly. Okay. Also, inform all departments to discontinue any cooperation with Bright Daily Chemicals, block the company, and synchronize the information with business partners. Understood. Sumu immediately began to take care of it, and after passing Ren Yanxiao, he even glanced at her contemptuously. Ren Yanxiao was dumbfounded. Not to mention how to deal with the impending lawsuit, just causing the company to be blacklisted by Guangyan, this is something she can never afford. She fell to her knees with a thud and said tremblingly, I'm sorry, President Lang, I shouldn't have done this. Please give me a chance, I know I was wrong. Lang Yu snorted coldly, do you think it's not too late to admit your mistake? Daring to frame the man I love, this is the price you have to pay. At the same time, the office door opened from the outside. Ma Shun, the head of the security department, led a group of security guards into the room. Ren Yanxiao knew that the time left for her was running out. If she didn't do something, then it would be too late. Therefore, she placed all her hopes on Fong Heng. Chapter 33, The CEO is his woman. Ren Yanxiao climbed up and rushed to Fong Heng's side. Fong Heng, help me, if this continues, I may die. Why should I help you? Fong Heng sneered. If there is no evidence, even if he is innocent, he will definitely be criticized in the future. Ren Yanxiao is a snake in the grass with a heart of venom. She is not remorseful for her mistakes, but regrets that her plan was not thorough enough and has revealed a flaw. I am Lily's best friend. For the sake of this relationship, help me. Only you can save me. If I am in trouble, you want me to help you. What do you take me for? I am sorry. I was confused for a moment. You only have to help me, and I will do anything for you in the future. Forget it, you might as well tell it to a dog, and the dog probably won't believe it. Seeing Fong Heng's resolute attitude, Ren Yanxiao was completely panicked. Fong Heng, you can't do this, you really have to help me. Lang Yu spoke up, take the person away. Received. Ma Shan nodded in understanding. A group of security guards immediately rushed up, held Ren Yanxiao, and dragged her out. Ren Yanxiao struggled while shouting at Fong Heng. Her hair was disheveled, her clothes were torn, and she looked like a crazy woman. Ren Yanxiao did not want to give up this last hope, but Fong Heng remained indifferent until she was dragged out of the door. In the corridor, Ma Shan walked in front, with a line of security guards behind him dragging Ren Yanxiao, who was yelling and screaming. One of the security guards was the doorman who had previously stopped Fong Heng. He leaned over to Ma Shan and said, Director Ma, it seems that Mr. Fong and the president really have an extraordinary relationship. As he said this, he secretly rejoiced in his heart. Luckily, I didn't anger Fong Heng at the beginning, otherwise I would be in trouble. Ma Shun said, "Shut up, don't talk nonsense here." "Yes, yes." On the way to the elevator, the two security guards immediately stood up when they saw Ma Shun. "Hello, Manager Ma." Ma Shun, however, stopped in his tracks and pointed at their noses one by one, angrily scolding them, "You two idiots, how are you supposed to guard the staff?" The two were the security guards who had rushed to the secretary's office with Su Mu after hearing the cry for help earlier. Seeing Ren Nianxiu at this moment, they suddenly understood that they had caused a big problem. "This woman said the name of Secretary Fong, so we let her go." "Don't you have brains? Do you know that it is because of you that Mr. Fong has been falsely accused?" "Ah." In other words, this woman's claim that she was molested was false? Nonsense, do you think that with Mr. Fong's status, he would possibly do such a thing? The two security guards looked at each other, and could only curse Ren Nianxiao's family in their hearts. "Get out of here, you stay. I'm warning you, if anything like this happens again, don't blame me for being ruthless." Everyone was too afraid to speak. Unlike those small, broken companies, Guanyin is so big, and Ma Shun is qualified to be the head of the security department, so his identity and background are self-evident. A pot-bellied man rushed to the gate of Guanyin in a hurry. The man was named Wu Dazhuang, and he was the general manager of Mingliang Daily Chemicals. At this time, he saw his secretary Ren Nianxiao being thrown out. He immediately rushed up and slapped Ren Nianxiao. This scene made Ma Shun and the others freeze for a moment. Wu Dazhuang angrily said, "Bitch, I asked you to come and negotiate a business deal, but you got my company blacklisted. Do you want to get me killed?" He knew the power of Guanyin in Los Angeles, and once the company was blacklisted by him, it would be difficult for him to do anything in the future, and it was only a matter of time before it closed down. Ren Nianxiao covered her face and said with a sense of grievance, "President Wu, I didn't want it to happen either." Wu Dazhuang gave Ren Nianxiao another heavy slap without saying a word. "You don't want to be a nuisance, but things have already happened. When we get back, I'll see to it that you die." Wu Dazhuang cursed and temporarily put Ren Nianxiao aside. Then he walked up to Ma Shun, handed him a cigarette, and said with a smile, "Brother, can you do me a favor? I want to go in and talk to your president." Ma Shun didn't say a word. The two security guards on the side first knocked the cigarette out of Wu Dazhuang's hand, and then one after the other, they pushed him back. They were the same two security guards who had just been scolded because of Ren Nianxiao. Naturally, they took their anger out on Wu Dazhuang. "Who do you think you are, asking our supervisor to do you a favor? Do you know how big a mess your people have made?" Wu Dazhuang looked embarrassed. He was the one who called the shots at the company, but here he was being bullied by two little security guards, and he didn't even dare to let out a peep. Ma Shun finally said, "Pick up the cigarette." "Okay." Wu Dazhuang thought Ma Shun was ordering him, and hurriedly bent down to pick up the cigarette, but the two security guards got there first, which made the situation even more embarrassing. "Remember, this is not the old days. In the future, don't be so rude to people." Ma Shun reminded the two security guards, then took the cigarette and handed it to Wu Dazhuang. He added in a light tone, "Your people have angered the CEO and Mr. Fong. If I were to save face for you, I would also suffer the consequences with you." Although Wu Dazhuang had no idea who this Mr. Fong was that Ma Shun was referring to, it was clear that this was someone he could not afford to offend. He took a deep breath, knowing that there was no turning back. So he nodded and bowed to Ma Shun, turned around, grabbed Ren Nianxiao's hair, and forcibly dragged her towards the car parked by the roadside. "Ah! Mr. Wu, don't, it hurts. Damn it, now you know it hurts, why didn't you know it hurt when you caused trouble?" Ren Nianxiao was speechless. She never expected that Fong Han was not only the rich young master, but also so powerful, and even the president of Guanyin was his woman. On the other side, the president's office. Fong Han curiously asked, "When was the surveillance camera installed in my office?" "It wasn't installed recently." "If you mind, I'll have someone remove it now." "Forget it, just leave it." If it was put in before, then Fong Han definitely wanted to have it removed. But after what just happened, he felt that it was pretty good to keep it, otherwise some things really couldn't be explained. "Don't worry, I'm the only one with access to the surveillance in this area." Although this sentence is very normal, Fong Han still felt a bit strange. But there was really nothing to worry about. He usually just sat there, doing nothing, and Lan Yu could watch as much as she liked, so it didn't really matter. Fong Han focused his attention on the flower tea on the desk. "What exactly is the taste of this?" Just now, I saw Ren Nianxia drink it, and she seemed to have a very painful expression. It's actually not bad. Maybe she's not used to drinking it. Do you want to try it? Are you serious? You're not pulling my leg, are you? He couldn't help but doubt the truth of Lang Yu's words. Think back, when have I ever lied to you? Fong Hong thought carefully. Lang Yu really hadn't lied to him once in this period of time. Okay, I'll try it and see what it tastes like. Okay, I'll make it for you myself. Chapter 34, Bad Woman. Lang Yu took a glass of water and put the flower tea in it. After it was brewed, she handed it to Fong Hong. Here. Fong Hong took the glass and asked, Are you really not fooling me? Do you not trust me? That's not it, I just have a bad feeling. You'll know after you try it. Okay. Fong Hong finally couldn't hold back his curiosity and took a sip of the brewed flower tea. As soon as it entered his mouth, a bitter taste spread. He immediately spat it out. Damn it! I've fallen for the trap. Why is it so bitter? Lang Yu suddenly laughed, her smile even brighter than before. Fong Hong, I never thought you were so gullible. Fong Hong was speechless, and even began to admire Ren Yanxiao. She had gulped down the bitter tea, no wonder her expression had distorted like that before. Fong Hong said, You bad woman, I'm not being gullible, I'm trusting you. The bridge of trust between us has a crack in it from now on. Lang Yu gradually stopped smiling and said, So what do I have to do to make it like before? Unless you drink a sip too. Okay, I'll drink it. Ha? You really want to drink it? Fong Hong was just talking, and he didn't expect Lang Yu to really agree. Of course, just consider it a punishment for me, I shouldn't have tricked you. It's fine if you don't drink it. I'd better drink it. While talking, Lang Yu took the glass from Fong Hong's hand and slowly brought it to her lips. When her pale lips touched the rim of the glass, Lang Yu tried to take a gentle sip. But just one sip was enough to make her pretty eyebrows knit together in a frown, and she coughed, covering her chest with her hands because she was choking. It really is bitter. You've drunk it before, so why do you look a little surprised? Sumu tasted it for me before, so this is the first time I've experienced the taste. In that case, it's kind of like you're hurting yourself as well as me. Yes, if I had known, I wouldn't have teased you, causing us both to suffer. Ha ha. Seeing her slightly resentful expression, Fong Hong couldn't help but laugh. Lang Yu looked slightly startled. This was the first time she had seen Fong Hong laugh so happily in many years. After Fong Hong left the office, Lang Yu was about to pour the flower tea in the cup. However, when she looked at the rim of the cup, she suddenly thought of something. Fong Hong had just taken a sip from this cup. And she had then taken a sip as well. Wasn't this considered indirect kissing? As soon as Sumu entered the door, she saw Lang Yu in a daze and asked, President, what's wrong? Lang Yu reacted, as if she had been caught red-handed doing something bad. She said in a slightly flustered manner, Nothing, it's fine. Sumu sensibly did not continue to ask, but her internal activities had already begun to play out like an Oscar. She had been gone for so long. What on earth were this newlywed couple doing in the office? Could it be? Oh my god, this is crazy. Sumu thought, subconsciously tightening her legs, and even her face was about to blush. Seeing this, Lang Yu, who had just adjusted her emotions, was slightly puzzled and asked, Assistant Su, what's wrong with you? Ha? I'm fine. Sumu shook her head. It was close to the end of the workday. Fong Hong was driving home in his Mercedes-Benz G-Class ahead of schedule. Halfway there, a car suddenly sped out and forced him to stop. Then a man got out of the car. The man was no one else than Xiao Kongpeng, who had just left Guanyin. Xiao Kongpeng felt that there was no hope of chasing after Qin Shui, and the more he thought about it, the more angry he became, so he hired someone to deliberately block Fong Hong here. Fong Hong was furious when he realized that the person in the other car was Xiao Kongpeng. Xiao Kongpeng, are you sick? Xiao Kongpeng said, Fong Hong, I'm sick because of you. If it weren't for you, Qin Shui would already be my girlfriend. Fong Hong laughed in anger and said, You can't even woo a woman yourself, and you blame me? If Qin Shui didn't have feelings for you, do you think I could have wooed her for so long without success? Look for the reason in yourself. If you understand this, maybe the day at the promotion banquet, Qin Shui is the one who confesses to you. Fuck you, you're just sitting here saying smart things. If I were as handsome as you and as rich as you, would I have to work so hard? Fan Hong shrugged and said, "That's good. To be honest, it's still your own problem. If you don't want to improve yourself, what's the point of coming here to trouble me? I'm happy to." "You're not handsome? I'll beat you up and see if Chen Shui will still like you." "Don't be a clown, get lost, I don't have time to mess around with you." "Ah, Fang Hong, at this point, do you still think I'm joking with you?" As he spoke, a burly, dark-skinned man got out of the car. Xiao Kangping leaned over to him and said, "Brother Black, this is the kid. I'll leave him in your hands." Sun He often fought in underground boxing matches and had a small reputation in Los Angeles. Xiao Kangping had just seen these and was sure that the other party could teach Fang Hong a lesson. "Don't worry, since the money is in place, I will naturally do things for you clearly." Sun He stretched his muscles and glanced at Fang Hong, not taking the other party seriously at all. In his opinion, someone as delicate as Fang Hong, apart from being taller, was practically no different from a woman. Sun He said, "Kid, if you know what's good for you, you'll let me beat you up. That way, it'll be more efficient for everyone." "It is indeed quite efficient, but why can't you be the one to let me beat you up?" Fang Hong asked in return. Sun He was stunned for a moment, and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes, which were then filled with ferocity. "Fine, you're the first person to be so arrogant in front of me. It seems that just beating you up isn't enough. I should tie you up and let my buddies have some fun with you. It just so happens that they like your style." Upon hearing this, Xiao Kangping immediately applauded. Just beating Fang Hong into a pig's head really wasn't enough to vent his anger. According to what Sun He said, just imagining it, Xiao Kangping felt that this was an absolutely brilliant move. Maybe from now on, Fang Hong will be useless. Not to mention that Chen Shui doesn't like him, I guess other women won't be interested in him either. 6 brother hey, why didn't I think of that? After the deed is done, I'll give you an additional 100,000. It's a deal. Of course. Fang Heng sighed. He suddenly felt a chill. What's all this weirdness? He's a pure, straight, Iron Man. These two people really disgusted him, so Fang Hong didn't wait for Sun He to charge over, he just went for the kill first. So fast. Noticing Fang Heng's movements, Sun He immediately perked up and prepared to start parrying. However, as soon as he raised his arm, Fang Hong pressed it down. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't lift it up, as if it wasn't Fang Heng's hand pressing on his arm, but a mountain. Chapter 35. Today is your last day. With a pop, Sun He received a slap on the left cheek. "You're looking for trouble, and you're disgusting," Fang Hong said coldly. "I." Sun He was about to speak, but then with another pop, Fang Hong gave him another slap on the right cheek. "What do I?" "You." Sun He tried to speak again, but then with two pops, he received a slap on each cheek. "What the hell?" Xiao Kangping was stunned. "Shit, what's going on?" He paid someone to beat up Fang Hong, not for Fang Hong to beat him up. "Brother hey, why aren't you fighting back?" Xiao Kangping asked. Sun He couldn't even speak, let alone fight back. From years of boxing experience, he knew he had met a master and was definitely no match for him. The only correct choice was to take the opportunity to shake the opponent. So Sun He just lay down. This made Xiao Kangping even more confused. Shit, why is he lying on the ground? I spent so much money to find you to fight with me? It would have been cheaper and more professional to find an older gentleman. Seeing that Sun He was pretending to be dead and not resisting, Fang Hong focused his attention on Xiao Kangping. Xiao Kangping realized the danger and immediately backed away slowly. However, before he could take a few steps back, the car behind him blocked his escape route. "What, do you want to run?" Xiao Kangping waved his hands and laughed dryly. "No, Fang Hong, let's talk about this." "Talk your ass off." Fang Hong slammed a punch straight in Xiao Kangping's face. Xiao Kangping felt like his nose was about to break, and blood slowly flowed from his nose. "Let me explain, I really didn't mean it," he said anxiously. "If you didn't mean it, then why did you get someone to block me?" Fang Hong said with interest. Xiao Kangping's brain was spinning rapidly, and he said, "I was just teasing you. You can see that the person I got here can't fight at all." Fang Hong kicked Sun He, who was lying on the ground, with his leg. "Hey, don't pretend to be dead. This guy said you can't fight." Upon hearing these words, Sun He suddenly stood up as if he had come back to life. "Who said I can't fight? Just because he can't beat Fang Hong doesn't mean he can't beat Xiao Kangping." Xiao Kangpeng was dumbfounded and said, "Brother, hey, didn't you pass out?" Fan Heng provoked, "He said you can't fight, so why don't you show him what you've got?" "Then I have to prove my strength." Sun He suddenly smiled at Xiao Kangpeng, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Xiao Kangpeng, whose back was pressed against the car, said uneasily, "Brother Heiha, what do you want?" "I'm your employer, this isn't appropriate, is it?" "There's nothing inappropriate about it. This is the perfect opportunity to prove my strength to you. Don't do it." "It's fine, just bear with it." As he finished speaking, Sun He smashed a punch directly into Xiao Kangpeng's face. There was a crack. This time, the bridge of his nose was really broken, and the uncontrollable nosebleed flowed like a waterfall. "T. Sigh." Xiao Kangpeng groaned in pain. Fang Hong was amused. It was indeed interesting to watch dogs fight each other. The people Xiao Kangpeng had hired were even more ruthless than he was. Fang Hong was enjoying the show and said, "I don't think this is enough to fully prove your strength." "Enough, that's enough," Xiao Kangpeng exclaimed. "Using him to prove your strength, how can you withstand it? Cut the crap, if this gentleman says it's not enough, then it's not enough." Sun He said, and without hesitation, punched again. With a loud bang, Xiao Kangpeng's back of the head hit the car window, making a muffled sound. He slowly collapsed to the ground, his consciousness already unclear. "Now you know how awesome I am, right?" Sun He said to Xiao Kangpeng deliberately, while blinking his eyes. Sun He did this to send a signal to Xiao Kangpeng, meaning that he was shaking people up, and "Brother, you just hold on a little longer." Xiao Kangpeng couldn't read these, and thought Sun He was provoking him. He was about to explode. He angrily cursed, "Damn you, I will definitely give you a bad review and complain about you." Fang Heng joked, "Why is the bad review here? How did you take the order? Is it the legendary DD beating people?" In the midst of the words, a group of vehicles sped up, led by a Land Rover, followed closely by a Wuling Hongguang. The tires made a harsh sound as they scratched the ground, and as the cars stopped, Sun He's face changed in an instant. "Since everyone is here, let's just get this over with. I'm not going to pretend anymore." Sun He pulled Xiao Kangpeng up by the hand and said, "Brother, you've worked hard. I was just stalling for time." "Damn, you should have told me earlier, I was scared shitless." Xiao Kangpeng's eyes were filled with tears. Seeing so many people coming, he suddenly felt full of security. "If I had said anything, wouldn't this kid have just run away?" "That's true." Xiao Kangpeng understood that Sun He had no choice but to suffer for himself, but as long as he could successfully take revenge on Fang Hong, it would be nothing. He glared at Fang Hong and said, "You're completely finished now." Fang Hong smiled slightly, not at all flustered. He had seen through Sun He's little trick long ago, and had not exposed it just to watch the fun for a bit longer. Meanwhile, a group of people were marching towards the three men. At the head of the group was a bald man with a faint shoe print on his forehead. Sun He immediately greeted him with a smile, saying, "Boss, you're here." What happened to your face?" "Forget it, I was helping Su Xiao do something and ran into a powerful guy." "Ah, even you are no match for him?" "Not only me, even Lao Mo is no match for that person." "This is impossible." Sun He was extremely shocked. Lao Mo's martial arts skills were extraordinary. Many experts in both the underground and the underground circles had been defeated by him. If even Lao Mo was no match for that person, just who was this person that boss was talking about? The bald man said, "Nothing is impossible. Let's not talk about that. First, let's deal with the person you want to get rid of. Over there." Sun He pointed at Fang Heng's back. The bald man couldn't help but frown. "Why does this look familiar?" He returned to Fang Heng. "Kid, you're really good, but we're outnumbered, and today is your end." Sun He pointed at the bald man and the others, showing off. Xiao Kangpeng went up to him, ready to flatter him, and asked, "Brother He, may I ask who this is beside you?" "This is my boss." Xiao Kangpeng immediately said, "Hello, boss." However, for some reason, he found the bald man staring blankly, as if he had seen a spectacle, and he didn't respond for a long time. Chapter 36, Why don't you apologize to Mr. Feng? Xiao Kangpeng didn't think about it too much. After all, the big guy is the big guy. If he can make him understand what he says and does, what's the point? He just felt that Sun Heisha's people were here, and now Fang Heng was completely finished. This group of people is so numerous, and no matter how powerful Fong Hung is, he can't fight them all. Brother, hey, just do it quickly, I've been tolerating this guy for a long time. Xiao Kongpeng subconsciously touched his nose, and immediately retracted his hand in pain. Don't worry, my boss is here, and he will definitely take care of this matter for you. However, more people are mobilizing, and you know about the money. Sun He indicated. I understand, don't worry, money is not a problem. Xiao Kongpeng was already on the verge of losing his mind. If he didn't have money, he could ask his old man to blow up gold coins. But Fong Hong must be dealt with. Otherwise, he can't swallow this humiliation, and he feels like living is meaningless. That's fine. Sun He was also deflated just now, and Fong Hong slapped him quite a few times, which he definitely has to return. So he turned to Fong Hong and said, do you remember how many slaps you just gave me? Fong Hong ignored Sun He and looked at the bald man. He didn't expect such a coincidence, and he actually ran into the bald man here again. Are you here to persuade me to sell my cat again? Fong Hong asked. Cat? What cat? Sun He and Xiao Kongpeng were taken aback. They couldn't figure out what Fong Hong meant by this sudden remark. Xiao Kongpeng asked with a smile, Fong Hong, are you too scared to make any sense? But as soon as he finished speaking, with a pop, Xiao Kongpeng received a slap in the face, and he was sent reeling. He covered his face, looked at the bald man blankly, and said, Boss, why did you hit me? I'm the one who hired Brother Black. Sun He continued, yes, boss, he's the one who hired me. The kid across the street is the one we want to fix. With a slap. The bald man also gave Sun He a slap. This time Sun He also covered his face in confusion. Boss, why did you hit me? The bald man angrily shouted, shut up, you really want to get me killed. Then, the bald man came up to Fong Hong and bowed. Mr. Fong, you've misunderstood. I'm not here about the cat today. Even Lao Mo was no match for Fong Hong, and the bald man was even more afraid of provoking him. The point is that Su Kuan has also issued an order, telling him to behave himself and not cause trouble during the family head election. So in the face of Fong Hong, who even Su Kuan is afraid of, the bald man naturally spoke politely. Fong Hong said, since this has nothing to do with the cat, if your people want to attack me, how are you going to resolve this? Seeing this, Sun He and Xiao Kongpeng were stunned. For a moment, Sun He understood that Fong Hong might be the mysterious expert that the bald man had mentioned, the one who had defeated Lao Mo. Xiao Kongpeng was shocked. What was going on? Wasn't this person Sun He's boss? Why was he seeing Fong Hong kowtowing? At the same time, he had a bad feeling. The bald man said, Mr. Fong, leave it to me, I guarantee you a satisfactory result. Then start your performance. Fong Hong crossed his arms and prepared to watch the show. Understood. The bald man turned around and immediately raised his hand and angrily whipped Sun He. The sound crackled, like firecrackers were being set off. How dare you provoke Mr. Fong, you are truly bold. Sun He was aggrieved, but he was completely afraid to speak. After all, Fong Hong's identity was there for all to see. Today, he had provoked the wrong person, and this was truly his own fault. After the bald man finished beating Sun He, he forcibly dragged him to Fong Hong. Kneel down and apologize to Mr. Fong. Sun He knelt on the ground, trembling as he said, Mr. Fong, I'm sorry. I was blind, and I hope you will forgive me for being a petty person and not argue with me, this dog. Well, that's a sincere attitude. How do you want to resolve the rest of this? Fong Hong nodded, and his gaze turned to Xiao Kongpeng. Don't worry, Mr. Fong, I promise to make this kid know his mistake. He dared to pay me to cause trouble for you, he obviously doesn't want to live anymore. Sun He got up and wanted to redeem himself. Now Xiao Kongpeng seemed to have become a trophy. Seeing that things were not going well, Xiao Kongpeng didn't say a word and just ran away. He should never have tried to pick a fight with Fong Hong today. Not only did he not get any advantage, he ended up losing money and getting beaten up. Guards, quickly arrest him. A group of people rushed up and arrested Xiao Kongpeng. Run? You think you can get away? Sun He said. Xiao Kongpeng struggled and said, Brother He, you can't do this to me, I paid you, this is completely unreasonable. How dare you say that? I almost got screwed by you, you know? Sun He cursed and immediately directed the people next to him. You guys, loosen his muscles first. Yes. Xiao Kongpeng was pushed to the ground, and several people kicked him unceremoniously like playing football. He held his head and shouted, "You bunch of sons of bitches, you have no credibility at all. I spent money, and you actually turned around and beat me, your employer. You dared to curse? You guys haven't eaten yet, so work harder." Sun He didn't want to tarnish his reputation, but Fong Hong was in a special position. If he didn't do this, he would be the one to suffer. After a while, Xiao Kongpeng was beaten to the point of death, and he kept mumbling words of apology. The bald man asked, "Mr. Fong, what do you think?" "Not enough," Fong Hong said. The bald man drew a cold breath. "Is this not enough? I remember, do you have someone in your gang who likes men?" Yes. Speaking of this, the bald man felt a little embarrassed, and at the same time puzzled as to how Fong Hong knew. "Then give them both to them." The bald man hesitated for a moment and said, "As you command." Xiao Kongpeng, who was originally dying, suddenly began to struggle violently. "No, no." Sun He was naturally not in a good place either, and once again, he knelt before Fong Hong. "Mr. Fong, please let me go. You were the one who suggested it, so of course you two have to enjoy it together." "Don't." Despite his reluctance, the bald man ordered his men to restrain Sun He as well. Immediately, several burly men with enigmatic smiles carried the two men towards the car. Sun He and Xiao Kongpeng cried out to the heavens, but no one answered. At this moment, they were filled with remorse. Fong Hong naturally didn't bother to appreciate what happened next. "Bye-bye. See Mr. Fong off." As everyone waved goodbye, Fong Hong boarded the Mercedes-Benz and left in style. The bald man let out a sigh of relief and said, "Damn, I finally got rid of this nuisance." One of the underlings suddenly came up and suggested, "Boss, since Mr. Fong has been sent away, why don't we let Brother black out?" The bald man jumped up and slapped him on the head, saying, "Do you know if he has left any tricks behind? In case something goes wrong, can you bear the responsibility?" The underling immediately dared not speak, and even the bald man had to grovel before Fong Hong, so what could a small fry like him count for? Chapter 37. A Little Hot. Jun Yuan. Villa Courtyard. The sun shone on the pool water, and Lung Yu was swimming in the pool. Fong Hong got out of the car, sat under the parasol, and admired Lung Yu's swimming style. Everything was normal at first, but as he watched, he suddenly felt a sudden discomfort. The splashing water seemed to turn into waves. The image of his father being submerged in the sea appeared before him like a nightmare. "Fong Hong? Why are you not speaking? Are you not feeling well?" Fong Hong came back to his senses. He saw Lang Yu standing in front of him, looking at him with a worried expression. Fong Hong controlled his trembling hands and said, "I was just lost in thought." "Are you really fine?" "I'm fine." Fong Hong shook his head. Lang Yu's furrowed eyebrows gradually relaxed. She sat down in the chair next to him, crossed her legs, and took a sip of water from her cup. "You left so early, but you came back later than me. I met an old colleague from the sales department on the way, and we had a chat, then exchanged a few blows." Lang Yu didn't think much of it, thinking that the two of them were just having a friendly exchange. She put down her glass and said, "Yun Luo told me earlier that she saw someone looking for trouble with you, and she wondered if it was because of the cat." Fong Hong pointed at his head and said, "Those people might have had a problem with the fact that they had to buy our glutinous rice balls, even if it meant paying dozens of times the price. It was a bit strange. But the matter has been resolved, and they shouldn't come looking for trouble again in the future. It was probably resolved with fists and feet. Yun Luo also told me that you were good at martial arts, and she, a black belt in Taekwondo, was no match for you, and you even kicked her. Why does the sister-in-law always tattle on me?" Fong Hong said, "Yun Luo was merciful. I didn't know her real identity at the time, so I went a bit too hard. It's fine, I've been beaten up. When I was young, I could still manage her, but now I'm completely no match for her. From now on, I'll rely on you to help me deal with her." Meanwhile, the Long family. Inside a villa on the estate. Lan Yun Luo, who was playing a game, suddenly sneezed. A beautiful woman with a charming presence put some fruit on the coffee table. "Yun Luo, are you catching a cold?" "No, I think it's my sister who's saying bad things about me." "This girl, your sister should be off work by now. She lives alone, who can she talk bad about you to?" Yang Shulan tried to find out. She saw her father Leng Tianrui enter the door with a stern face, and Lang Yun Luo couldn't even finish her sentence. She hurriedly held her phone and ran back to her room. Yang Shulan looked at Ling Tianrui and said helplessly, "Can't you control your bad temper? Now the child sees you as if you were the plague." On the other side, Lun Yu got up from the chair and asked, "Do you want to go swimming with me now? Didn't you say you would teach me to swim on the weekend?" "I'm not teaching you today, I just want you to get used to the water." Fang Hong looked at the water in the pool and subconsciously felt resistance. "I'd rather not, let's wait for the weekend." "Okay." Lun Yu didn't insist, turned around and walked to the edge of the pool, her back facing Fang Hong, slowly bending down to prepare to dive in. The proud curves of the swimsuit fitting snugly against her body, and this subtle posture, made Fang Heng's heart skip a beat. With a splash, Long Yu jumped into the water. Fang Hong, on the other hand, drank several glasses of water in a row. Lang Yu surfaced, took off her goggles, and asked, "Why did you suddenly drink so much water?" "It's a little hot." "It's quite hot today, why don't you go in and get some air conditioning first?" Fang Hong was about to get up and go back to the room, but then he received a call from his uncle Fang Dehui. "Xiao Hong, are you free right now?" From Fang Dehui's tone, Fang Hong sensed something was wrong. "Uncle, just tell me what's wrong." Fang Dehui then slowly said, "The thing is, Yulong made a mistake due to negligence at work, causing huge losses to the factory. It's possible that the garage at home won't be able to pay for the damages, and my uncle really has no other way." After his father passed away, it was his uncle who raised Fang Hong. Now that his uncle is in trouble, it is only natural for him to help. So Fang Hong said, "Send me your address, I'll come over right away." After sending it, "Don't worry, and be careful on the road," Fang Dehui said. "Got it." Before ending the call, Fang Hong faintly heard the voices of Zhao Fang and Fang Yulong. Seeing that Fang Hong was about to drive out the door, Lang Yu resurfaced. "Something's come up at home, I need to go sort it out. Don't wait up for dinner," Fang Hong said. Lang Yu said, "I'll wait for you, but if you can't sort it out, remember to call me." Fang Hong was momentarily taken aback. This simple sentence from this woman gave him a great sense of security. "Okay." Then Fang Hong stepped on the accelerator and drove out of the courtyard. The gate of Kongtai Clothing Factory. Fang Dehui and his family of three anxiously waited. Fang Yulong said, "Dad, can Fang Hong really help me?" Fang Dehui smoked in silence. "Xiao Hong works at Guangnian and comes into contact with many big shots every day, so he might be able to help us," Zhao Fang said. "Mom, do you believe what you're saying? What else can we do now? You're the one who caused all this trouble, and if we can't solve this problem, your father and I don't want to live anymore." Fang Fang cried as she spoke. Fang Dehui finally said, "If you want to die, do it yourself, don't drag me down with you." Fang Fang froze for a moment and then burst into even louder sobs. It wasn't enough to just cry, she also sat down on the floor and threw a tantrum. "Do you think I really want to die? I only said that to teach you Long a lesson. You father and son are both a pain in the neck. I married into the Fang family and it's been a disaster." Fang Dehui had heard these words for many years, and they had made his ears go numb. He simply ignored Zhao Fang and squatted down to continue smoking his cigarette. Not far away, the gardener couldn't take it anymore and slammed the window shut, cursing. At that moment, he saw the factory manager, Hong Kong Tai, walking towards him with a beautiful woman. He hastily opened the remote-controlled metal gate. The sound of high heels clicking on the ground could be heard, and the beautiful woman in a skirt that hugged her hips was walking in front of him, her face full of displeasure. The elderly Hong Kong Tai followed closely behind, smiling and ingratiating himself, his facial muscles almost stiff. "General Shan, please give our factory one last chance. I'm sorry for not using the right people." Wang Meishan stopped in her tracks and said coldly, "Director Han, this is our first time working together, and the fact that your people can make such a low-level mistake makes me feel like I'm not being taken seriously. How can I feel at ease leaving the rest of the orders with you? Director Shan, you've got it all wrong. Our entire factory really values this cooperation. I don't feel it at all. If your factory really valued this cooperation, then such a low-level mistake would never have happened." Chapter 38, This is going to work out. Wang Meishan owns the largest clothing company in Los Angeles and already has a number of clothing processing factories under her. This time, because of the heavy workload, she is looking for other clothing factories to cooperate with. For major clothing factories in Los Angeles, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Once they get on the high horse of Meishan's company, they can soar to the top from then on. Many clothing factories rack their brains and pull out all the stops to get Meishan's company's favor. Han Kangtai finally managed to break through the siege and win the cooperation, and was imagining the future of his garment factory's rapid rise. However, the bad news came from below. The team leader in charge of the assembly line, Fang Yulong, was negligent, resulting in the first batch of garments not meeting the specified requirements. After receiving this batch of garments, Wang Meishan flew into a rage, went straight to the door, and demanded to terminate the cooperation, as well as a huge compensation. At this point, Han Kangtai was at a loss for words in the face of the aggressive Wang Meishan. He was worried about how to calm Wang Meishan's anger. He turned his head and looked. He found the culprit who caused this incident. "Ms. Wang, please wait a moment." After Han Kangtai finished speaking, he immediately set off towards Fang Yulong. When he reached the three of them, Fang Yulong recognized Han Kangtai at a glance, but before he could say anything, he was grabbed by the ear by the other party. Seeing an old man suddenly grab their son's ear, Fang Dehui and Zhao Fang reacted and immediately became unhappy. "Stop, who are you? Why are you grabbing my son's ear? If you don't let go, I won't be nice to you." Han Kangtai angrily said, "I am the director of this factory, your son has caused such a big mess, and I can't clean him up?" Hearing this, the couple immediately dared not say a word. Their son really did make a mess. Han Kangtai, not to mention pulling ears, even if he beats Fang Yulong in front of his face, they dare not say anything now. "Parents, don't worry about me, I deserve this." No matter what, Fang Yulong is their flesh and blood. Seeing someone treat him like this, it's not fake for the two to feel distressed. But now, Fang Dehui and Zhao Fang can only reluctantly let go. "Shut up and come with me to apologize to Manager Shan." So, Fang Yulong was dragged by Han Kangtai by the ear all the way until he stood in front of Wang Meishan. "Director Han, what do you mean by this?" Han Kangtai let go of Fang Yulong and changed his expression, smiling ingratiatingly. "Manager Shan, this is Fang Yulong, the team leader in charge of the assembly line at the time." Then, Han Kangtai scolded Fang Yulong again, "Apologize to Manager Shan now." Facing the intimidating Wang Meishan, Fang Yulong trembled. "Manager Shan, it was all my personal negligence. I'm really sorry, and I'm at your disposal." Han Kangtai said, "What's the use of just talking?" Fang Yulong understood, immediately bent over and bowed deeply to Wang Meishan. Han Kangtai followed suit and bowed as well. He thought this would appease Wang Meishan. Unexpectedly, Wang Meishan was even more furious, her face as cold as winter. "Director Han, do you think this will work?" Han Kangtai begged, "General Manager Shan, for this cooperation, everyone in the factory has been unable to eat or sleep, please give us a chance to correct our mistakes." Wang Meishan snorted, "In my place, there is always only one chance, and you people just don't know how to cherish it." General Manager Shan. "Director Han, there is no need for further discussion. If we continue to argue, I will not hold back." Hearing Wang Meishan say this, Han Kangtai was so scared that he shivered, and the words on the tip of his tongue were swallowed back. Meishan Company has a lot of energy in Los Angeles and has many business partners. If they really provoke the other party and unite against themselves, it is questionable whether Kangtai Clothing Factory will be able to continue in the future. In this way, the two could only watch as Wang Meishan walked away. Han Kangtai felt his chest ache with anger. Fang Yulong hurriedly helped him up and said, "Director, I'm sorry, it's all my fault." "What's the point of saying that now? If you had been more careful, this wouldn't have happened. You've wasted my trust in you." Han Kangtai interrupted Fang Yulong before he could say anything else. "Don't explain, if Shan always really pursues this matter, you will compensate for all the losses." Fang Yulong was shocked. Sure enough, what was to come came. "Director Han, you also know my family's situation. I can't afford to compensate even if I sell myself. This is a problem you should consider. If you don't want to compensate, then you should find a way to salvage this cooperation." Fang Dehui and Zhao Fang were on the other side. The couple watched from afar and realized that Wang Meishan must be the big boss that their son had mentioned. At this time, they saw Wang Meishan passing by. Zhao Fang said, "Beautiful boss, can you give my son another chance?" Wang Meishan ignored her completely and walked straight out. Zhao Fang was extremely embarrassed, but she dared not show any dissatisfaction. Wang Meishan walked to her car and noticed a Mercedes-Benz driving towards her. The car stopped in front of her and the window slowly lowered. Wang Meishan was surprised to find that Fan Han was sitting in the driver's seat. She couldn't help but feel happy. "Hey, handsome. Miss Shan, what a coincidence, are you here on business? Forget it, a terrible thing happened. My company is cooperating with this clothing factory, and there were problems right from the start. Wang Meishan asked again, and what about you, handsome? Why are you here instead of staying home with Mr. Lang? Fang Hong got out of the car and closed the door behind him. I'm here to take care of something. Tell me what it is, maybe I can help. Fang Hong was about to speak. At that moment, Fang Yulong and Han Kongtai trotted up. When they reached Wang Meishan, Fang Yulong plopped down and knelt directly. President Shan, I am kneeling before you, begging you to give our factory another chance. Han Kongtai was in tears, and he pretended to kneel as well, saying, President Shan, I will use my life as collateral, and I will never make the same mistake twice. I already explained everything just now, so don't blame me for getting really angry. Fang Dehui and Zhao Fang were late. Seeing their son kneeling on the ground, the couple's hearts were bleeding, but there was nothing they could do. When he saw Fang Hong next to Wang Meishan, Fang Dehui sighed bitterly and said, Xiao Hong, you're here. Zhao Fang placed all her hopes on Fang Hong. At this point, there was nothing they could do but try to salvage the situation. Xiao Hong, you're here just in time. Please help persuade this beautiful lady boss, or else our family will be finished. Fang Hong and Wang Meishan locked eyes, and both of them couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Zhao Fang then said to Wang Meishan, Beautiful boss, my nephew is the president of Guangnian Company or something like that, and I hope you can give him face. Han Kongtai on the side was shocked. What? President of Guangnian Company? It's going to work. It's definitely going to work now. Chapter 39, President Fang, don't be modest. Wang Meishan never expected that Fang Hong knew the family of three in front of her, and that the matter they came to resolve happened to be related to herself. She felt a little embarrassed for a moment, and said to Fang Yulong, who was kneeling on the ground, You can get up and speak first. No, President Shan, if you don't agree to me, I won't get up. Fang Hong said, You'd better get up and speak, it's not appropriate to talk like this. Wang Meishan agreed, Yes, Mr. Fang, you are right, we can sit down and talk slowly. Upon hearing this, the several people could not help but be stunned. Wang Meishan's use of the term Mr. Fang and her instantly changing attitude were enough to indicate that there had been a turn of events. Zhao Fang grabbed Fang Dehui's hand and said excitedly, Husband, there is hope, our family will be saved now. Fang Dehui nodded, also feeling excited. He had not expected that Fang Heng's identity could really come in handy. Han Kongtai was shocked and subconsciously looked at Fang Hong. He never imagined that the rumored president of Guangnian would be so young. Fang Hong asked, Ms. Wang, is there any room for negotiation in this matter? If there is any loss, I can compensate you. The few people couldn't help holding their breath, waiting for Wang Meishan's next reply. They saw Wang Meishan smile wanly and say, If this happened to someone else, I definitely wouldn't make any concessions, but since you've asked, I'll definitely give you face. Thank you. The family of three let out a relieved sigh. Han Kongtai, who was already quite old, was so happy that he did a somersault. This scene made everyone look stunned. Wang Meishan said, Director Han, you haven't lost your edge. I don't deserve it, Ms. Wang, can we continue our cooperation? Well, you should thank Mr. Fang, if it wasn't for him, I would never have given your factory a second chance. Thank you, Ms. Wang, and thank you, Mr. Fang. Han Kongtai repeatedly bowed to Wang Meishan and Fang Hong. Fang Yulong followed closely behind, at this moment full of gratitude for Fang Hong. He was also finally relieved, accepting the fact that he was inferior to Fang Hong. Fang Hong was a little helpless. Why is President Fang here? He is only a small secretary in the president's office. Fang Hong did not correct Han Kongtai's address, but turned his head again to Wang Meishan to discuss the issue of compensation. Wang Meishan hung up the incoming call. No compensation is needed, let's just forget about it. If you have time, bring President Lang with you and we'll get together again. Nana, the kid, is urging me to go home again. Okay. Everyone was shocked again. Fang Heng's appearance not only calmed Wang Meishan's anger, but compensation was not even needed. After Wang Meishan left, Han Kongtai immediately shook his hand. President Fang, although I already expressed my gratitude just now, I still want to say thank you. If it weren't for you, our factory and President Shan's cooperation would definitely be over, and we would have to pay a large sum of compensation. There's no need to call me President Fang, I'm not that high status. Oh, come on, President Fang, don't be humble. In Han Kangtai's opinion, even if Fong Hang is not the president of Guangyan and can make Wang Meishan sell him face, he is definitely not an ordinary person. In any case, Fong Hong is the benefactor of Kangtai Clothing Factory. From now on, Han Kangtai will not only worship him, but also tell everyone in the factory about his deeds. On the way back, Fong Hong was driving in the front seat, and the family of 3 was sitting in the back. Xiao Hong, thank you. To be honest, over the years, my uncle has not been able to help you much, and now I have to trouble you for help instead. Fong Dehui said. Fong Hong glanced in the rearview mirror and said, Uncle, don't say that. You took care of me growing up, and that's already the greatest favor for me. Zhao Fong said, what favor? We should have done it. Hong, it was your aunt who didn't understand things in the past. In the future, I'll treat you like my own son. You can come back whenever you want. Fang Yulong said, Cousin, I've been in the wrong all these years, always trying to compete with you to win, but now I'm completely convinced, you really are better than me in every way. Fang Hong just smiled. When he saw Fang Dehui's scabbed fingernail marks on his face, and the bruises and swollen faces of the mother and son, he finally asked about his doubts. What happened to the injuries on your faces? I fell accidentally. The 3 of them glanced at each other, all with faces of embarrassment. The reason for all this was the Mercedes-Benz Sprinter that the group had been riding in. After Fong Hong left that day, Zhao Fong insisted that Fong Dehui had paid Fong Hong to buy the car, and Fong Yulong agreed with her. Naturally, Fong Dehui, who was drunk, did not put up with their nonsense, and a fight broke out, resulting in the current situation. After calming down, they all thought about it and agreed that the Mercedes-Benz Sprinter should belong to the company. After all, Fong Hong had just graduated not long ago, and it was unlikely that he could afford to buy a car all of a sudden. The car soon arrived at the residential community where the several people lived. Zhao Fong reached out and felt to the side, always feeling like something was poking her. This touch produced a green car book. Whose is this? Out of curiosity, Zhao Fong opened the car book. When she saw the registration information on it, she was so dumbfounded that she was slow to react after Fong Hong drove away. Fong Yulong waved in front of her and asked, Mom, what's wrong? Zhao Fong grabbed her son's hand and said, trembling, Yulong, let me tell you, that car just now. Fong Dehui frowned and asked, what happened to the car? That car is Fong Hang's. The car really belongs to Xiao Hang? Fong Dehui said in surprise. Mom, are you mistaken? Didn't the company give Fong Hong a company car? That's what we thought. I just saw the car registration, and it's registered in Xiao Hang's name. Mom, are you seeing things? You little brat, my eyesight isn't any better than yours, is it? At this moment, the father and son were both dumbfounded, and finally believed the truth. At the same time, Fong Yulong received a call from Han Kangtai. Hello, Director Han, what's up? Fong Yulong was a little uneasy, worried that there had been another mistake. It's nothing. Yulong, you should be home by now, right? Fong Yulong was flattered by Han Kangtai's concern. Yes, I just got home. Han Kangtai said with a smile, well, come to my office tomorrow when you go to work, and we'll have a good chat. I won't disturb you now. Okay. After the call, Fong Yulong told his parents what Han Kangtai had just said. Zhao Fong was delighted and said, Yulong, you have to behave better in the future, okay? I'm afraid that with Director Han's attitude, you'll be promoted again soon. Fong Dehui said impatiently, it's all thanks to little Hung. That's right, after all, our little Hung has made it. Oh, I'm so glad that I had the foresight to marry into your family. Zhao Fong sighed. The father and son looked at each other, both of them speechless. Yulong, do you know who kept saying marrying into your Fong family was really bad luck? Dad, I don't know. Zhao Fong pushed them and angrily said, that's enough. We'll all go to the market early tomorrow. Hang loves these ingredients, and we must never run out of them at home. Chapter 40, Don't worry, I'm here. This back and forth took quite a while. Fong Hong returned to the Junyuan. He saw Lang Yu lying on the sofa asleep. The food on the table had also cooled. Hearing Fong Hang's voice, Lang Yu gradually woke up. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and said, you're back. Lang Yu's contrast of being sleepy and cute, as well as her lazy and soft voice, was like a feather gently fluttering Fong Hang's heart. He said, well, I'm back. It's so late. Why didn't you eat and go to sleep first? I said I would wait for you to come back. Fong Hong, as if possessed, reached out and stroked the top of her head. Well, what a good boy who keeps his promises. In an instant, Lang Yu no longer felt sleepy. Since she had grown up, no one had dared to touch her head except her mother, Yang Shulan. Lang Yu's gaze at Fong Hong gradually filled with disbelief. But Fong Hong was as if nothing had happened, and he patted her head again lightly, saying, "You must be hungry, I'll go heat up the dishes." Immediately afterwards, under Lang Yu's fixed gaze, he carried tray after tray of dishes into the kitchen. Until he closed the kitchen door. Fong Hong then patted his chest and leaned against the wall to catch his breath. Obviously, the calm appearance he had just displayed was all an act. In fact, the moment his hand touched Lang Yu's head, he already regretted it. But under the circumstances at the time, he had no choice but to go through with it. Fortunately, Lang Yu was just very surprised and didn't get angry or anything. If that scene was filmed and posted to the work group, I'm afraid the entire company would be shocked. After all, the president of Guangyan, who has always been aloof, was patted on the head like a child by him, which is almost no different from a world wonder. Living room. Lang Yu put one hand on his head and stared blankly at the closed kitchen door. It wasn't until Tang Yuan jumped into his arms that he gathered his scattered thoughts. She looked a little resentful, and muttered to herself, "What does Fong Hong really think of me?" After the food was heated, Fong Hong and Lang Yu sat facing each other and ate nervously. Compared to usual, there was almost no communication during this meal, just the sound of bowls and chopsticks clinking. Fong Hong thought that everything was fine, but before they entered the room, Lang Yu suddenly stopped him. "What's wrong?" Fong Hong turned around and asked. Lang Yu said seemingly casually, "There are still 2 days to go before the weekend, don't forget our agreement." "Well, I remember, I bought the swimming suit and everything." The agreement naturally referred to learning to swim. But just now, before Fong Hang left the house, the two of them had already had a chat. Now Lang Yu mentioned it again, inexplicably making him feel a little uneasy. Time flew and it was 2 days later. Early in the morning. Fong Hong was still asleep when he felt someone pushing him. He thought it was a dream, but when he woke up, he found Lang Yu standing in front of the bed. Fong Hong immediately woke up and said, "What's wrong?" "It's time to get up and keep our promise." Fong Hong was about to say that the water was still cold at this hour. But when he thought about the heating device in the pool, he swallowed what he was about to say. Lang Yu scanned the quilt with her eyes, pointed to a different place, and said curiously, "Are you hiding something?" Fong Hong sat up instantly, embarrassed, and said, "No." "That's fine, I'll go change into my swimsuit first, and you hurry up." "Okay." After Lang Yu left the room, Fong Hong sighed and lifted the quilt to take a look at the hidden object. I don't know if I should say that Lang Yu is too simple-minded, but fortunately she didn't pursue it further. After a long time, Fong Hong changed into his swimsuit and came to the pool. Lang Yu swam to the shore and said, "You didn't fall asleep again after I left, did you?" Fong Hang scratched the back of his head and said, "I was a little sleepy and dozed off for a while." The real reason was that Fong Hong had been hiding something for a long time. "I knew it," Lang Yu said as she sat down on the shore, her calves and feet still soaking in the water. She looked sideways at Fong Hong and said, "You go first." Fong Hong looked at the clear, rippling surface of the water, and the feeling of discomfort immediately returned. But since he had promised Lang Yu, and decided to come out of the shadows of the past, this was the first step he had to overcome. Fong Hong first tried the water temperature. Sure enough, it was different with a heating device, and he could not feel the piercing coldness at all from swimming in the morning before. He held onto the ladder next to him, and first immersed his feet in the pool water, followed by his calves, thighs, and stomach. As he entered the pool, Fong Hang's heartbeat quickened, and his body became more and more tense. When the water reached his chest, he felt an inexplicable sense of suffocation. Until this point, a jade hand suddenly placed on his head, as if by magic, gradually calming his breathing. "Don't worry, I'm here," said Lang Yu. She was doing this because Fong Hong had touched her head that night, deliberately taking the opportunity to get back at him. Unexpectedly, this instead gave Fong Hong, who was afraid of the water, a sense of relief. Fong Hong said helplessly, "I knew you wouldn't let it go. You touched my head, so I'm just returning the favor." "Fine, you can touch me, but you're wrong to call yourself my sister. On my marriage certificate, I'm a few months older than you." Lang Yu didn't argue with Fong Hong anymore, but instead gave a soft grunt. It was the first time Fong Hong had seen Lang Yu like this, and he was once again charmed by her contrastingly cute appearance. At this time, Lang Yu let go of his hand and said, "You get familiar with the water first, and try to see if you can find the feeling you had before. I'll be back in a minute after a drink of water. Okay. After Lang Yu left, the uncomfortable feeling filled his body again. When Fang Heng's head submerged into the water, and he used his arms and legs to try to swim forward, the buzzing sound of the water that filled his ears immediately awakened his memories. Dad! Fang Heng, quickly swim to the shore, don't worry about Dad. The boy's cries and the man who was gradually being submerged by the sea water seemed to have turned into invisible seaweed, firmly entangling Fang Heng, causing him to freeze in the pool without any movement. Fang Heng, what's wrong with you? Seeing this scene, Lang Yu's face suddenly changed, and she immediately jumped into the water to rescue him. However, when she touched Fang Heng, he seemed to be like an octopus, instantly hugging her tightly. It took a great effort for Lang Yu to surface, and at the same time, she brought Fang Heng to a shallow area where she could stand. Seeing that Fang Heng was reluctant to let go, Lang Yu was shocked and embarrassed, and had no choice but to push his heavy body. Fang Heng, you! Let go of me! Dad! Fang Heng murmured softly, which made Lang Yu feel like she had been struck by lightning. Feeling the hot tears flowing down her chest, she gradually stopped pushing. In that moment, she seemed to understand something. Lang Yu's eyes were filled with pain, and after a moment of hesitation, she took the initiative to put her arms around Fang Heng. This big idiot! After an unknown period of time, Fang Heng gradually calmed down and took the initiative to let go of Lang Yu. Feeling Fang Heng's change, Lang Yu also let go of Fang Heng's hand and asked softly, "Are you feeling better?" Fang Heng nodded a little embarrassed and said, "Well, I'm fine now." The two sat down on the shore of the pool. During this time, Lang Yu kept following Fang Heng with her eyes. She finally said, "Uncle, he is." Fang Heng calmly said, "More than 10 years ago, he and I went swimming in the sea, but the tide suddenly rose, and he was washed away by the sea, and there has been no news of him since." At first, Fang Heng didn't want to believe that his father had been killed. After all, he was such a good swimmer, and he would have survived the tide. However, as the years passed and his father never returned, he had to accept the reality. Lang Yu suddenly fell silent after hearing this. She finally understood why Fang Heng was so resistant to swimming. After such an experience, swimming now would be like opening up old wounds. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have suggested that you swim," she said slowly, her eyes full of guilt. Fang Heng smiled and said, "It's okay, I've decided to get over this shadow. After all, living in the past will make him unhappy watching from heaven." "Well, do you want to try again?" "Yes, but could you please give me some more guidance?" With that, Fang Heng bravely went back into the water. Despite the discomfort, every time he touched the cold rain, he inexplicably felt at ease. After repeating this over and over, Fang Heng finally overcame his fear of water. He regained the feeling he had back then, and accompanied Lang Yu as they swam in the pool to their heart's content. Because they were swimming so selflessly, and they hadn't eaten anything after getting up, the two of them didn't stop until they were about to collapse. After a long time, the two of them lay on the shore, both panting heavily. Lang Yu used her hands to block the scorching sun, and the sunlight shone through her fingers and onto her beautiful face. She said happily, "I haven't had so much fun swimming in a long time." Fang Heng looked at her sideways, and his gaze moved, unconsciously drawn to the rise and fall of her breasts. Recalling the soft touch of Lang Yu's body as she had hugged him just now, it felt as if the air around them had suddenly heated up several degrees. Lang Yu also looked at him sideways, their eyes met, and she said, "What about you?" Fang Heng evaded her gaze a little sheepishly. "I'm happy too, but I feel a little hot right now." "It is a little hot indeed, let's go under the parasol first." Fang Heng got up first, and Lang Yu supported herself with her hands, looking a little reluctant. So, he helped Lang Yu up, and the two of them sat down under the parasol. "Next time, I still need to replenish some energy in advance, otherwise if I have too much fun, I won't have any strength left at the end," Lang Yu said as she lifted up her water glass. "Yes." After finishing the water, she wiped the corner of her mouth and put the glass on the table. "You must be thirsty too." "Oh no, I forgot to prepare more glasses." "It's fine, I'll use yours too." "Hey!" Before Lang Yu could stop her, Fang Heng had already finished pouring the water and was drinking it with a gulp. This scene seemed to repeat the scene a few days ago, and the two kissed indirectly again. Lang Yu swallowed what she wanted to say, and her gaze fell on Fang Heng's Adam's apple. Then she couldn't help but look elsewhere. When she saw Fang Heng put down the glass of water, she hurriedly looked away. Fang Heng didn't notice anything unusual, but curiously asked, "You seem to know I could swim before?" Lun Yu pretended to be calm and said, I guessed it. And I think most boys can swim, right? Fong Hung said, not necessarily. When I was a kid, I saved quite a few people from drowning, and many of them were male. Have you ever saved a girl? Lun Yu asked anxiously, then unconsciously held her breath, waiting for Fong Heng's answer. Fong Hong thought back carefully. It seems that there were a few times, but one time I was more impressed. It was with my father, and we were still in a scenic spot deep in the mountains by a lake. Lun Yu's heart quickened as she asked, I'm quite curious, can you tell me more details? Fong Hung tried his best to recall the details and said, well, those two girls were probably classmates. At that time, my father and I rescued one each. Then what happened? There was nothing else, except that the girl I rescued was a bit silly. After we got ashore, she kept holding on to me and tore my new clothes. Lun Yu's expression suddenly changed. Fong Hong was puzzled, what's wrong? No, it's nothing. You rest first, I'll go back to my room to change. Oh. Fong Hang felt that there was something wrong with Lun Yu, but for the time being, he couldn't say where. Second floor room. Lun Yu looked through the window at Fong Hong, who was still under the parasol. She lightly bit her red lips with her, and her hands unconsciously pinched the cat doll, scaring Tang Yuan, who had just entered the door, and immediately retreated again. This Fong Hong, if you can't remember me, that's fine, but how dare you scold me for being silly? You're the silly one. Seeing that Fong Hong seemed to be casting a glance, Lun Yu instinctively crouched down, then said, this big idiot. Fong Hong is over here. I don't know if it was my own illusion, but it seemed like I saw Lun Yu peeking at him from the window just now. At this time, he sneezed several times in a row. Fong Hong rubbed his nose. Shit, am I getting a cold, or is someone saying bad things about me behind my back? An apartment. A knock on the door is heard. Coming. Luli responds and opens the door. Seeing it is Ren Nianxiao, she is first taken aback, then she scratches her head embarrassedly. Because Ren Nianxiao has not been back recently, Luli has not cleaned up either, and there is already a mountain of rubbish in the room. Ren Nianxiao has disheveled hair and a bruise at the corner of her mouth, and at this time she does not care about hygiene. She rushed into the room, grabbed the bread and milk and started eating, completely ignoring the issue of image. Luli sat down next to her and saw that Ren Nianxiao was choking, so she patted the back of her hand to help. Nianxiao, eat slowly. Where have you been these past few days? How come I couldn't get through on the phone? Luli asked with concern. After Ren Nianxiao had eaten and drunk her fill, she recounted the whole story with lingering fear. Since that day when Wu Dazhuang took her away from Guangyan, she has been subjected to inhumane torture. Ren Nianxiao caused bright daily chemicals to be blacklisted by Guangyan, so naturally Wu Dazhuang vented all his anger on her. Ren Nianxiao found the right opportunity today and secretly attacked and knocked Wu Dazhuang out, and she barely managed to escape. However, Ren Nianxiao of course automatically omitted the parts about the things that were disadvantageous to her, such as framing Fong Hung. Luli was heartbroken after hearing this, and put her arms around her best friend, saying, your boss Wu is really a bastard. Nianxiao, I'm so sorry. Come here and let me hug you. Ren Nianxiao pushed Luli away and said, don't hug me. He knows my address, so let's quickly pack our things and run away. Luli said, don't panic. My ex-boyfriend is back. Ren Nianxiao froze for a moment. Ex-boyfriend? Is it Fong Hong? Chapter 42, He's a Bad Guy. Oh, no, it's my ex-boyfriend, by Hongi, Luli corrected. She had dated several men before Fong Hong. The rich family's young master? Ren Nianxiao exclaimed in surprise. She remembered Luli telling her that when they were students, Luli had dated a rich family's young master and had lived a life of luxury with him. But then the man went abroad to study and the two had to part ways. Yes, Bai Hongi has returned from studying abroad, and we were still chatting recently. His family's financial situation may not be that different from Fong Hang's. Ren Nianxiao said, by the way, Lily, I forgot to tell you, Fong Hong may not necessarily be a rich young master. Luli was slightly taken aback, huh? Why would you say that? Ren Nianxiao told her about her discovery in Guangyan, and then analyzed, Fong Hang's wife is the president of Guangyan, and he may have married into the family, which is why he suddenly became so rich. Upon hearing this, Luli suddenly understood, and everything that didn't make sense also made sense. She slapped her thigh and ground her teeth. I told you, the more I think about it, the more it doesn't make sense. Damn it, I wasted all that trouble begging Fong Hong to get back together with me, and now I regret it so much I want to slap myself. Ran Nianxiao reassured her, forget it, Lily, the past is the past. Now try to see if you can get back together with Bai Hongyi. Okay, after I get back together with Bai Hongyi, I'm definitely going to make Feng Hong look bad. Luli still hates Feng Hong to this day. In her opinion, she had just found a male best friend, but Feng Hong made such a big deal out of it. She really can't swallow this injustice. Ran Nianxiao sneered and said, but Feng Hong should be having a pretty hard time right now. I've seen those short dramas and novels about useless husbands-in-law, and it seems like they get slapped and stepped on all the time. I've seen it too, and I don't even need to think about it. A man like Feng Hong, who is good for nothing except being good-looking, is definitely not going to get any respect when he marries into the family. Yes, I guess that Lang always only gives him face in public, and I wonder how she tramples on his dignity behind his back. Ha, it's probably like living in a dog kennel, where he has to share his food bowl with the dogs. The two of them imagined Feng Hang's life, which was worse than death, and then they both laughed out loud, covering their stomachs. Meanwhile, the courtyard of Junyuan Villa. Feng Hong is still swimming backstroke in the pool. Having finally come out of the shadows, he is now, like Long Yu, indulging in the feeling of floating in the water. Below is the rippling pool water, above is the azure sky, and on both sides are the birdsong, flowers, and the luxury villa. Such a life is truly wonderful. Long Yu, who is changed into some loungewear, comes to the shore with Tang Yuan in her arms. She says helplessly, no matter how much you swim, you still have to eat. The food is ready, so come on up. Feng Hong got out of the water and laughed, it's a bit heady. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future, don't swim for too long, your body won't feel well. Okay. Feng Hong climbed the stairs to shore, Long Yu put down the dumplings, picked up the towel next to him, and helped him wipe himself down. Feng Hong was slightly startled, I can actually do it myself. Long Yu said, don't get me wrong, I'm just hungry and want to eat quickly. After a while, Feng Hong went back to his room to change, and the two sat down at the table. Why are there so many dishes again? We won't be able to finish them all. Last time, Feng Hong almost died trying to finish all the food that Long Yu had cooked. Long Yu picked up her chopsticks and said, you didn't tell me what you like to eat, so I just made more of the same as last time. You don't need to go to so much trouble. I like all the food you cook. Long Yu's hand trembled slightly as she picked up the food, and she said, are you imitating my speech? How could I? I'm being serious. Feng Hong has never been a picky eater since he was a child, and he basically eats anything. Besides, as Long Yu, being able to cook for him is already very satisfying. But Long Yu's cooking has really gotten better and better. Being able to become the president of Guanyin, her learning ability is truly extraordinary. Long Yu silently lowered her head. She didn't know why, but Feng Hang's every word and action could easily stir her emotions. For example, right now, her heart was beating faster. It was really inexplicable. Feng Hong saw that she had suddenly become quiet and asked, what's wrong? Don't you trust me? Long Yu looked up, her eyes avoiding his, and said, no, just eat quickly, I have to go out this afternoon. Business on the weekend? No, I've made plans to go shopping with Yun Lu. Oh, do you want me to drive you? Feng Hong said as he picked up a potato and put it in her bowl. Long Yu froze for a moment, bit her chopsticks, and said, it's fine. After that, she hesitated and stood up, also picking up a potato and putting it in Feng Hang's bowl. What are you doing? Feng Hong was a little confused. Long Yu explained, you picked food for me, so I'm picking food for you too. It's a mutual exchange. Feng Hong laughed and said, this plate of food is right in front of me. I'm afraid you can't reach it. Long Yu's cheeks suddenly flushed, and her ears turned slightly red. I'm afraid you can't reach it either. Feng Hong couldn't help laughing. I've already picked some food for you, so how can you not reach it? Long Yu suddenly put down her chopsticks, stood up, and said, I'm not eating anymore. What? You've only eaten a little, you'll get hungry when we go shopping later. It's fine, I'm full already. Are you going to find Yun Luo now? I'll give you a ride. Feng Hong said, and put down his chopsticks. You don't need to see me off. I'll drive myself. Half an hour later. Walnut Western Restaurant. Long Yulu looked across at Long Yu, whose cheeks were puffed out, and said, speechless, sis, when you messaged me, didn't you say you were eating at home? Why are you gobbling up your food now? Long Yu said, I couldn't stay at home anymore. This remark suddenly piqued Long Yulu's curiosity. What's wrong? Did your brother-in-law do something to you? She asked. He's just a bad guy. Lang Yunlu smirked. Tell me more, just how bad is he? Lang Yu suddenly changed the subject, saying, Today I deliberately brought up things from when we were kids, but not only did he not remember me, he also said that I was silly back then, tearing his clothes to shreds and all that. Sigh, I was wondering what was going on. Lang Yunlu was obviously a little disappointed that she hadn't heard what she wanted to hear. Then she continued, My brother-in-law is right, you were stupid. Lang Yunlu, are you in need of a beating again? Lang Yunlu didn't take it seriously and said, Sister, you still think it's when we were kids. I'm a black belt in Taekwondo now, and dealing with you is as easy as squishing an ant. Don't be complacent, I have Fong Hung. I can't beat you, but he will help me. Lang Yunlu immediately lost heart upon hearing this. After all, the two had fought before, and she did not stand a chance against Fong Hung. Moreover, it seemed that her brother-in-law had not yet used his full strength at that time. Sister, that's no fun. One still has to rely on oneself. I won't. I rely on my man. What's the problem? Chapter 43, You Can't Lose Me. Lu Li and Ren Nianxiu walked over. Ren Nianxiu had just eaten and drunk her fill, washed up, and changed clothes when there was a sudden loud knock on the door. It was followed by the angry voice of Wu Dezhuang. Ren Nianxiu, you stinking bitch, you dare hit me? Get the hell out here. Ren Nianxiu shivered with fear, vividly remembering the torture she had suffered these past few days. She hurriedly hid behind Lu Li, at a loss for words, and said, Lily, what should we do? Wu Dezhuang is really here. Don't panic, let me deal with this birth. After reassuring Ren Nianxiu, Lu Li walked up slowly and said, Listen outside, I'll protect Nianxiu. If you know what's good for you, you'd better get lost, or you won't have a good time. As soon as she finished speaking, there was a loud bang. It seemed as if the whole building shook for a moment. Bitch, I don't care who you are, if you don't open the door, when I get in, you and Ren Nianxiu won't be able to get away. Wu Dezhuang continued kicking the door while cursing. Lu Li was a little panicked now. After all, she was just as weak as Ren Nianxiu, a weak woman with no strength. Lily, quickly get your ex-boyfriend to help. Oh, right, I'll send him a message. After Ren Nianxiu's reminder, Lu Li immediately sent a message to Bai Hongyi. Hongyi, come save me. If you're late, I might not survive. Lu Li also shot a video and sent it over as well. After a while, there was a voice response from the other side. Don't be afraid, Lily, I'm coming to save you. After listening to the voice, the two women instantly felt hopeful and hugged each other excitedly. Bai Hongyi will be here soon, we're saved. MMHM. Now Lu Li was not afraid of Wu Dezhuang. She crossed her arms and shouted through the door, Listen, you smelly man outside, my boyfriend will be here soon, so just wait and die. The next moment, there was another loud bang. Wu Dezhuang had kicked the door open and barged in. The two women were dumbfounded. Wu Dezhuang's eyes were blazing with anger. He said, What did you say just now? I'm waiting to die? I think it's you two who are waiting to die. Lu Li and Ren Nianxiu were so scared that they hid their heads and scurried away. In the end, they were blocked by Wu Dezhuang in the bathroom. Lu Li plucked up her courage and said, If you leave now, it's not too late. Do you know who my boyfriend is? When he arrives, it will be useless for you to beg for mercy. I don't care who he is. I'm not afraid even if the King of Heaven comes. Wu Dezhuang cursed and said nothing, first slapping Lu Li. Lu Li was knocked to the ground and immediately covered her face and cried. Ouch, it hurts, big brother, I'm sorry, please don't hit me anymore. Now you know how to beg for mercy, weren't you very arrogant just now? I'm sorry, I shouldn't have been so arrogant. Do you think apologizing now will help? Wu Dezhuang said this and slapped her again. Ren Nianxiu tried to run, but Wu Dezhuang caught her and slapped her several times. Bitch, you evil spirit, run. You think you can run away from me? Please spare my life, Mr. Wu, I know I was wrong. The two women were beaten until they were dizzy. A man with white streaks in his bangs and dressed in a white suit arrived belatedly. It was evening. Fong Hong received a message and location from Long Yu. Fong Hong, if you're free now, can you bring me the briefcase? Yes, I'll be right there. Even on weekends, Long Yu had to deal with unexpected business situations. After replying to the message, Fong Hong went upstairs without hesitation. This was the first time he had entered Lang Yu's room. The overall pure white tone made it look bright and transparent. The room was orderly and spotless. Fong Hong found his briefcase and, before leaving the room, of course, he didn't forget to rub Tang Yuan's head. In this way, with a puzzled look on Tang Yuan's face, Fong Hong closed the door and went downstairs, then drove quickly to his destination. Commercial Street. Looking at the Mercedes-Benz G-Class rushing over, Lang Yunlu lightly raised her eyebrows. "Sister, your man is here." Lang Yu took the initiative to go up to him and, through the car window, took the briefcase from Fong Hong. "I'll go back to the office to solve the problem. Could you please take Yunluo there?" "Okay, you." Fong Hong hadn't even finished speaking when Lang Yu turned around and got into the Audi S8, disappearing in a flash of smoke. He had to send Lang Yu a voice message on his phone: "Slow down, don't be in such a hurry, and be safe on the road." He put the phone down. Lang Yunluo had already come to the front of the car. The girl had her hands behind her back, tilting her head to one side in a quirky manner. "Brother-in-law, my sister has entrusted me to you, so you must not lose me." Fong Heng's head swam. Although Lang Yunluo was cute, she was obviously a little trouble. "If you run away on your own, will that be on my head too?" "Of course." "Then you'd better hurry up and get in." Fong Hong unlocked the car door. Lang Yunluo sat in the passenger seat and grinned at him. "This is the first time I've ridden in your car." Fong Hong started the car and asked, "Why aren't you driving today?" "Driving is so tiring, and I get angry whenever I encounter idiots who can't drive, and my throat gets all hoarse from cursing." Fong Hong couldn't help but say, "Is it possible that there's something wrong with you? How could it be my problem when I'm so cute?" Lang Yunluo said as she fastened her seatbelt. "Forget it, where are you going?" "I'll locate the address. I'll adjust the navigation and you just drive." Lang Yunluo tossed and turned a bit and said, "Oh yeah, it's done, let's go, Pikachu." Fong Hong looked at the distance and was relieved to see that it was only a few kilometers, so he endured it. Along the way, Lang Yunluo was like she had ADHD, looking here and there. "Brother-in-law, look, there's a beauty. Brother-in-law, look, there's Ultraman. Wow. Brother-in-law, look, there's my sister over there. I really didn't lie to you this time." "Ha, you fell for it this time." Finally, they arrived at the address on the navigation. Fong Hong opened the car door and urged, "Okay, get out of the car quickly, I still have things to do." "No, I only came here to buy something, this is not the real destination." Fong Hong almost couldn't hold back from blurting out his catchphrase. Lang Yunlu folded her hands and said, "Wait a little while, I'll be back after buying something." "And you promised my sister that you definitely won't leave me behind, right? Please hurry back, Grandma." Lang Yunlu gave an okay sign and then went to various stalls to buy things with great enthusiasm. When she came back, a layer of cobwebs had formed on Fong Heng's body. Fong Hong was helping to put the bags into the car when he was about to complain, but Lang Yunlu suddenly smiled and took out a snack and put it in his hand. "You're quite sensible. Don't get me wrong, I'm just asking you to hold it for me." Fong Hong almost went crazy. Lang Yunlu, however, laughed and said, "I'm not teasing you, this is for you. I'm telling you, I'm not someone to be trifled with." "Oh, I see." Lang Yunlu didn't think much of it and was about to enjoy the food. Unexpectedly, the snacks in his hands were snatched away in an instant, and then Fong Hong tasted them all in turn. "The taste is good, I actually bought so much back for me on purpose, thanks," Fong Hong said while eating. Lang Yunlu couldn't laugh anymore. Chapter 44, I have already broken up with this person. Lang Yunlu was dumbfounded, and then pouted her lips. The aggrieved look was as if she would cry at the slightest touch. Fong Hong continued to eat as usual, saying, "It's really delicious. You are too good to me, your brother-in-law. Do you want a skewer?" Lang Yunlu was really angry this time and her eyes turned red. Fong Hong pretended to be confused. "Oh, why are you crying? Were you overwhelmed by the smell? Alright, I won't give it to you then." "You big jerk, I'll definitely tell my sister about this," Lang Yunlu said angrily. At that moment, a voice suddenly came from behind the two of them. Yo, isn't this Fong Hong?" Fong Hong looked and saw that the person who had come was Lu Li, accompanied by a man in a white suit. As soon as he saw Lu Li, he lost his appetite and naturally ignored the other person. Lu Li's gaze moved to Lang Yunluo, who gave her a close look and then gave a meaningful smile. TSK, who is this? It can't be a new love interest you found behind your wife's back, can it? And you even made the other person cry? Lang Yunluo was on the verge of losing her temper, so she saw what was going on and directly shouted at Luli, "I'm your father." Her current appearance, coupled with her somewhat childish voice, directly made Fong Hong laugh. However, Lu Li and Bai Hongyi naturally did not find it funny. Bai Hongyi complained, "Who is this little brat, with no manners at all?" He did not know that a certain word in this sentence happened to touch Lang Yunluo's sore spot. Lang Yunluo angrily said, "You're the one who's little, and your whole family is little." You. Bai Hongyi felt incredible. As the young master of the Bai family, this was the first time someone had dared to be so arrogant in front of him since his return to the country. Fong Hong noticed the injuries on Lu Li's body and said, "What happened to you? Did your new boyfriend next to you beat you up?" The injuries on Lu Li's body were not caused by Bai Hongyi, but by Wu Dazhuan, who broke into the house after Bai Hongyi arrived too late to save her. Of course, Lu Li was beaten together with her best friend Run Yanxiao. When Bai Hongyi arrived, the two women were both about to be knocked unconscious by Wu Dazhuan. Guilt, combined with the promise they made before going abroad that year, caused Bai Hongyi's old feelings for Lu Li to quickly resurface. He appeared here at this time because Lu Li had been pestering Bai Hongyi to buy expensive clothes. Unexpectedly, he just happened to run into Fong Hong and Lang Yunlu. Lu Li snapped, "What's it got to do with you? It seems that this is tacit consent. I have to say, you're a bit of a piece when it comes to relationships. You were clearly crying and begging me for a reunion just the other day, but then you turned around and fell in love with someone else. Don't be so weird. If you won't agree to get back together with me, what if I get together with someone else? Besides, Hongyi is my ex-boyfriend. When I was dating him, you weren't even a blip on the radar. This is serious. It seems that this is ex-husband brother. No, it should be ex-boyfriend brother." Bai Hongyi felt a little embarrassed. "Lily, didn't you just say that you have been waiting for me for so many years, and that you have never been in a relationship since we broke up?" Lu Li then realized that she had been exposed, and she began to explain in a flustered manner. "Hongyi, listen to me, you have always been in my heart. It was that guy who kept pestering me. You know, as a girl, I was worried that he would get angry and hurt me." She started to cry as she spoke, "And I have been waiting for you for so many years, but you never contacted me. I thought you had forgotten me, so I'm sorry. You can hit me and scold me, but I swear to God, Lu Li, the person I love has always been and will always be you." Lu Li finally pointed at Fong Hong and said, "Of course, I have already broken up with this person. He abandoned me first." Fong Hong clapped his hands and said, "Lu Li, you and Ren Nianqiu are worthy of being best friends. It's a pity that you didn't study acting in college and enter the entertainment industry together." Lu Li was infuriated. "Fong Hong, don't go too far. Don't worry, the more anxious you are, the more it shows that you are guilty. I just praised your acting skills, why did you turn around and ruin it?" Lu Li knew that the more she said, the more detrimental it would be to herself, so she focused all her attention on fooling Bai Hongyi. "Hongyi, don't mind him, let's go, he's just trying to take advantage of the situation to destroy our relationship. Lily, there's no need to explain so much, I'm willing to believe you. This scum must have been dating that little brat next to him, that's why he abandoned you so heartlessly." Bai Hongyi grabbed Lu Li's hand and looked at her with a love-struck expression. "It's okay, since I'm back, from now on I will protect you, and I will never let you get hurt again." At the moment, he can only see Lu Li in his eyes, and he didn't notice at all that a certain young girl had clenched her fists. Fong Hong couldn't help but praise, "Impressive, impressive, buddy, you are the top-notch boiling goat." A trace of anger rose in Bai Hongyi's eyes. "Don't sow discord. Since you dare to hurt Lily's feelings, I, Bai Hongyi, will never let you go so easily today." "You mean you want to spar with me? What, are you scared? What do I have to be afraid of? On the contrary, if you can't beat me, be careful of being disliked by Beauty Goat." Lu Li hated Fong Hong so much that she was itching to get revenge, and she hoped that Bai Hongyi could help her vent her anger. Moreover, just now Wu Dazhuan was treated like a football by Bai Hongyi, so how could Fong Hong possibly be Bai Hongyi's match? So Lu Li directly provoked, "Cut the crap, Fong Hong, I can see that you are just scared. You really aren't a man, and you can only bully a weak woman like me." Lang Yunlu suddenly took a step forward and stood in front of Fong Hong. "Let me go first. You have repeatedly touched my. Do you two really think that I am someone to be bullied? But saying that you are just a little girl, what is wrong with that?" Lu Li felt puzzled, but she didn't know that she had successfully stepped on a minefield again. You want to die. Long Yunlu was furious and quickly rushed to Lu Li's face, punching her in the chest. Lu Li didn't take it seriously at all. She thought, she's just a little girl, so hitting someone is probably no different than tickling them. Even if I really get punched, where will the pain go? As a result, the next moment, the intense pain felt as if her sternum was about to shatter. In just half a day, Lu Li had already been hit twice. In comparison, Lang Yunluo's beatings hurt even more than Wu Dazhuang's. Lu Li immediately stopped being arrogant, covering her chest and hurriedly hiding behind Bai Hongyi. Baby, she hit me so hard it hurt, you have to help me get back at her. Lu Li pointed at Lang Yunluo. Bai Hongyi was furious. Not long ago, Lu Li had been beaten by a man first. He had just said that he would not let Lu Li suffer even the slightest harm, yet now she had been beaten up by a little girl. This was not Lu Li that the other party was beating up, it was clearly a disguised way of hitting Bai Hongyi in the face. How dare you hit my woman, I see you are looking for death. Bai Hongyi shouted angrily, and immediately rushed at Lang Yunluo with punches and kicks. Chapter 45, A man who is not ruthless will not be able to maintain his position. Bai Hongyi studied Taekwondo abroad to defend himself. He is a master of the red and black belts, second only to the highest rank of black belt. Bai Hongyi did not take Lang Yunluo seriously, thinking that after a few moves, the opponent would fall to the ground and be unable to get up. Unexpectedly, after a while of competition, not only was Lang Yunluo fine, but he was getting overwhelmed by the opponent's moves. Being beaten back by a little girl no doubt made Bai Hongyi feel annoyed and angry, and at the same time, it revealed more of his flaws. Lang Yunluo seized the opportunity to kick him in the knee. Bai Hongyi immediately fell to one knee, as if bowing to Fong Hong on the other side. Lang Yunluo's every move was so familiar that Bai Hongyi understood that she had also studied Taekwondo and was a black belt who was superior to him. If they continued to fight, they would only suffer. So he simply conceded defeat. Lang Yunluo saw that Bai Hongyi was no longer resisting, and she made another move to go and get Lu Li. Lu Li was surprised that Bai Hongyi could not even beat a little girl. But she still quickly conceded defeat, saying, "Sister, I'm sorry." Hearing Lu Li call her sister, Lang Yunluo's mood improved somewhat. Be more careful in the future, okay? If you dare to shout at me again, I'll beat you up every time I see you. Lang Yunluo waved her little fists. Okay, big sister, I remember. Lu Li couldn't help feeling a little depressed. Women, including her, generally dislike shouting at the top of their lungs, but why is this guy doing the opposite? Lang Yunluo snorted lightly, clapped her hands, and stepped aside. Fong Hong couldn't help teasing Bai Hongyi when he saw that he was still kneeling. Stand up, my dear minister, it's not even New Year's Eve yet, and you won't get any money if you keep kneeling. He stood up and said unhappily, "What did you say?" I lost to this little. Ha! The girl's gaze instantly became sharp. Bai Hongyi immediately corrected himself, I lost to this older sister, not to you, so what are you so proud of? That's right, Fong Hong, what's the point of hiding behind a woman, if you're capable of fighting Hongyi one-on-one? Lu Li realized that Lang Yunluo had also learned Taekwondo, which was why Bai Hongyi was no match for him. But she knew all about Fong Hong. Fong Hong had never taken any martial arts classes and would definitely be defeated in one blow in front of Bai Hongyi. So she whispered again, Hongyi, Fong Hong is a weakling. You must help me teach him a lesson. Don't worry, I will definitely help you get even. Bai Hongyi believed Lu Li's words. Since Fong Hong is not a martial artist, the advantage naturally comes to his side. Bai Hongyi can't wait to fix Fong Hong. If you're a man, then don't be scared. Come on, I'll let you punch me first. He deliberately provoked. Fong Hong was amused. If he punched him, even a tiger would call him big brother. Bai Hongyi is really arrogant. Think carefully. If you can't even beat her, you're just asking for trouble. If you're afraid, just say so, I won't make things difficult for you. As you wish, just stand still. Come on, if I make a sound, you win. Bai Hongyi puffed out his chest and said. Lang Yunluo knew Fong Hong's strength very well, and shook her head, saying, Alas, you're on your own. Bai Hongyi thought Lang Yunluo was talking to Fong Hong, so he became even more unrestrained. Don't hold back, otherwise after this punch, you'll be the one who'll be unlucky. I won't hold back, he said contemptuously. Okay, shut your damn mouth. Bai Hongyi shut his mouth and already imagined how he would humiliate Fong Hong after receiving this punch. However, all he saw was Fong Hong raise his hand, and his fist was as fast as the wind. Before anyone could see it clearly, his fist had smashed into Bai Hong's chest. First came a crackling sound, as if a bone had snapped, followed by a clang. Quite the ox, he didn't say a word. Fong Hong said. Bai Hong really didn't say a word, because as soon as his eyes went dark, he directly lay on the ground. Lang Yunluo supported his forehead, and it was indeed the expected result. This person is really a big idiot. What's more, he asked for a punch. I've never seen such a cheap request. Luli was dumbfounded on the side. She crouched down and shook the unconscious Bai Hong. The other party didn't respond at all. She looked up, incredulously at Fong Hong. This is wrong. This is simply not right. Fong Hong couldn't even hold on for long before he was hugging her. How has he become so powerful now, and can even knock someone unconscious in an instant? Could it be that he was pretending on purpose at the beginning? On the way back, Lun Yunluo was happily eating, her lips looking like they had been coated with lip balm. When she saw Fong Hong looking at her, she hastily hid the snacks in her arms, looking wary. Still trying to steal my food? Fong Hong said with a smile, if you don't want people to call you young, why do you still call yourself that? Because Big Sister Ben sounds weird, and besides, I'm happy, so what do you care? She said this, showing her small fangs and looking fierce. Quite a double standard. Lun Yunlu snorted lightly, her little feet under the seat swinging, and she lowered her head and began to rummage through things to eat again. You were a bit too ruthless just now, knocking someone out with one punch. A man who is not ruthless has an unstable position. Fong Hong said casually. Lang Yunluo was slightly startled and laughed as she patted the car seat. Mom, that's a strange thing to say, it feels both rustic and cool. In the midst of their conversation, Fong Hong delivered Lang Yunluo to her real destination. She opened the door and got out of the car, imitating the punch Fong Hong had just thrown. Stinking brother-in-law, you were really fast just now, teach me how to practice it later? No time. Stingy. Oh, right, I have a piece of advice for you, related to my sister. What advice? Just don't be so quick in front of her. Lang Yunlu gave a mysterious smile and then ran off. Fong Hong was at a loss. When he realized what had happened, Lang Yunlu had already run far away and was even turning around to give him a face. That brat, I must let Ling Yu give her a good scolding when I get back. Fong Hong returned to Junyuan. After a few days, the system's prompt finally sounded in his head again. Congratulations, host, you have accumulated 100% soft rice value. Would you like to participate in the lottery? Naturally, Fong Hong chose yes. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the skill of the Divine Doctor. Your soft rice value has been cleared, and you can continue to accumulate it to participate in the lottery again. The skill of a miracle healer? In other words, in the future, he can diagnose his own illnesses, so he won't have to worry about suddenly falling ill. Fong Hong was quite satisfied. With this skill, he can enjoy the good life even more unscrupulously. In case Ling Yu gets sick one day, he can also check her body while he's at it, saving her the trouble of going to the hospital again. Chapter 46 I Will Protect You. It was still early, so Fong Hong had nothing to do, so as usual, he went to play basketball for a while. He ran into the grandfather and grandson at the basketball court again. However, this time, the little boy didn't seem to be in the mood, and the old man, who was supposed to be cheering for him, wasn't shouting as loudly as before. After the game was over, the little boy was still shooting baskets by himself, while Fong Hong came up to the old man. Fong Hong wiped the sweat from his brow and asked, "What's wrong with you two today?" Xian Fuhua let out a deep sigh, and his gaze at his grandson was full of guilt. Xiao Bao heard people talking about him at school today, saying that he was mute. It's all my fault, the grandfather, for not being able to find someone to cure him. Xian Xiaobao was born with congenital muteness. Since birth, Chen Fuhua has hired various famous doctors to treat him. However, over the years, he has run all over the country and abroad, and no one has been able to cure him. As he grew older, his grandson went from being lively to introverted, and Chen Fuhua saw it in his eyes and it hurt his heart. Fong Hong thought about the divine medical skills he had just acquired and decided to help this grandfather and grandson. If you don't mind, old man, I might be able to cure your grandson. Really? Chen Fuhua raised his whitened eyebrows and suddenly perked up. Well, I'll try my best. Upon hearing this, Chen Fuhua immediately called Xian Xiaobao to him. After a bit of inspection, Fong Hong quickly diagnosed the problem based on the vast amount of medical knowledge that came to mind. He smiled and said, I have an idea, but I need acupuncture needles or something like that, and I don't have any on hand. That's okay, I have some at home. Xian Fugao grabbed Fong Heng's hand and immediately led him home. Even though Fong Hong didn't seem very reliable, Xian Fugao still chose to believe him. First, there was really no other way. Second, after spending this amount of time together, Xian Fugao had not revealed his true identity, and he didn't feel like Fong Hong was after something from him. In this way, under the leadership of Xian Fuao, Fong Hong entered an area of the Junyuan that he had never been to before. What came into view was a golden, resplendent villa. The overall decoration style was just lacking the words "I'm rich" written on it. There were many servants in the courtyard of the villa, bowing to greet the three people who had entered. Xian Fuao invited Fong Hong to sit on the sofa, personally poured tea for him, and finally asked a few servants to bring a medical kit. The large medical kit was opened, and it contained all kinds of medical equipment. Fong Hong found the necessary things inside and then asked Xian Xiaobao to lie down on the bed. The servants looked at this scene and understood each other. Over the years, many famous doctors have tried countless methods, and none of them have been able to make the young master speak. The man in front of them is so young, and his strength is most likely not as good as those famous doctors, so obviously it will only end in the same result. Fong Hong, on the other hand, first calmed Xian Xiaobao. Don't be afraid, it will only take a moment. Xian Xiaobao looked at the silver needles in his hands, which were emitting a cold light, and couldn't help but feel a little nervous. However, as Fong Hong inserted the needles, he quickly lost consciousness. When he woke up again, he felt an unbearable itch in his throat. Xian Xiaobao spat out a mouthful of black blood, and at the same time, he was surprised to find that he could make a sound. He was very excited, covering his throat, and with difficulty, he said to Qian Fuwa, "Grandpa." This long-awaited cry of Grandpa caused Qian Fuwa to slowly open his clouded eyes and tremble all over. He excitedly dropped his walking stick, embraced Xian Xiaobao, and burst into tears. "Xiaobao, my little treasure, Grandpa can finally hear your voice." The servants were dumbfounded and felt unprecedented shock. Young Master Qian Xiaobao was born mute, and even the medical expert Li Sherdong was unable to help. Now, he has been cured by this man in the blink of an eye? This is really incredible. Who on earth is this person? Xian Fuhao calmed down and walked up to Fong Hong. Suddenly, he bent his knees and wanted to kneel down to express his gratitude. This scared the servants. Fong Hong quickly helped Xian Fuhao up. "No, old master, I can't bear it." Xian Fuhao also realized that this was not reasonable. "Young doctor, may I ask your name?" "My surname is Fong Hong." "Mr. Fong, let me, Xian Fuhua, owe you a favor. In the future, whenever you encounter any difficulties, just let me know, and I will definitely help you with all my strength." "Okay, as long as you don't kneel down, then everything is fine." Fong Hong didn't know what Xian Fuhua's identity was, and he didn't want to get any benefits from him. He just wanted to test the skill of the divine healer. From the results, this skill really does have something, and he has made a big profit this time. Seeing that it was almost time, Fong Hong got up and prepared to leave. "It's fine, old man, my wife is probably going to be back soon, so I won't stay here with you for long." "Okay, Mr. Fong, I'll see you out." After arriving at the court, "Old man, it's enough to see you off here. You take care." Xian Fuhao took Xian Xiaobao by the hand and stood in the same place, watching Fong Hong go far away. He never imagined that this young man he met at the basketball court would turn out to be a hidden medical genius. Fong Hong happened to meet Lun Yu, who was driving back on this side. Lun Yu looked at the grandfather and grandson not far away, and then set his gaze on Fong Hong. "Do you know each other?" "Oh, you mean the grandfather and grandson? We met playing basketball. Old Qian is the richest man in Los Angeles." Fong Hong was surprised. The richest man in Los Angeles? Lun Yu nodded. "Yes, try not to get into conflict with him, or it will be tricky." "It's fine, I don't have any conflicts with him." Fong Hong didn't expect the old man to be the richest man in Los Angeles. No wonder he felt the aura of a superior from time to time. "That's good, but even if there is a conflict, it's fine, I will definitely protect you," Lun Yu said with a firm expression in her eyes. Well, the two returned to the villa. They went into the pool together and started swimming. After swimming for a while, they stayed in the shallow end and started chatting. Lun Yu's hands played with the water, and she said, "By the way, Yu Luo complained to me again, saying that you took something from her to eat. You ate quite a lot in one go, and I'm a bit full. Did you really take something from her to eat? Lang Yu was slightly taken aback. She had thought that Lang Yunluo was just being silly as usual, but she never expected that this time it would actually be true. Yes, who let her tease me on purpose at that time? Fan Hong told her the whole story, and Lang Yu laughed after listening to it, covering her mouth. Well done. Next time Yunluo bullies you again, just go and get her. Okay. After resting, the two of them prepared to go ashore. Lang Yu lifted her long legs, her jade feet stepping on the steps, and she walked up slowly, first. Water droplets slowly slid down her graceful curves, as if they weren't falling into the pool, but rather falling drop by drop onto Fang Heng's heart. After getting out of the water, Lang Yu saw that Fang Heng not only did not follow her, but instead went back to the deep end. She was puzzled and asked, "Why aren't you coming up?" "I want to swim a few more laps. I really can't do anything about you, so I'll go first." After Lang Yu left, Fang Heng dove back into the water. Even so, the previous scene still lingered. Damn, it was too damn good. Chapter 47, The Missing Clothes. On his way back to his room, Fang Heng ran into Lang Yu coming down the stairs from the second floor. Lang Yu had changed into her usual loungewear and seemed to have encountered something. However, when Fang Heng asked her about it, she just stuttered and didn't answer, then turned around and quickly went back upstairs. When it was time to eat, Lang Yu still looked distracted. Fang Heng said, "If there's something you want to say, just say it." Lang Yu put down her chopsticks, but then stopped herself. It wasn't that she didn't want to say anything, it was just that this matter was really embarrassing. Because she was missing an item of her intimate clothing. Lang Yu had searched her room from top to bottom but couldn't find it. Although she didn't want to believe that Fang Heng had taken it, there were only the two of them in the villa, and the key was that Fang Heng had just entered her room today. "Go on, there's no need to be embarrassed, it's just the two of us." Seeing that she was hesitating, Fang Heng persuaded her again, then lifted her bowl and took a sip of soup. Lang Yu then made up her mind and said, "I'll just come right out with it, then." "Well, just say it." Finally, Lang Yu asked a little embarrassed, "Did you touch my underwear?" Upon hearing this, Fang Heng almost choked on the soup he had just drunk. He put down his spoon and said, "Why would I touch your underwear?" Lang Yu pursed her lips and said, "But when I left the house in the morning, there was clearly an underwear on the bed, but it was gone when I came back. I looked for it for a long time but couldn't find it." Fang Heng tried hard to recall the scenes of entering Lang Yu's room. He vaguely remembered that when he first entered the door, there was nothing on the bed except for the doll and the quilt. "I really didn't touch it, and when I went to your room to help you get your briefcase, I remember that there was no underwear on the bed either." "That's strange. Did a thief break into the house?" "It's unlikely. Even if a thief did break in, they wouldn't just take one item of clothing. That would be even stranger." Feeling Lang Yu's gaze, Fang Heng always felt a little strange. Indeed, there were only the two of them at home. It was only natural to subconsciously suspect him when Lang Yu's things were missing. If it was his own things that were missing, he would definitely subconsciously associate it with Lang Yu taking them. So in order to prove his innocence, Fang Heng accompanied Lang Yu up to the second floor. "Can you roughly describe the color of the shirt?" Lang Yu said unnaturally, "Pink." "Okay, I'll help you look for it." Fang Heng carefully searched Lang Yu's room. Miraculously, he didn't find it after searching the entire room, even lifting the bed. Fang Heng was a little depressed that he couldn't find it. The thing definitely didn't disappear for no reason. So where did it go? If not, just forget it. No, after all, this concerns my innocence. Let's not look for it, I'm sure you didn't take it. I have to find it. However, Fang Heng rummaged and looked for a long time, but Lang Yu's clothes were never found. It wasn't until then that he accidentally glanced at Tang Yuan, which had snuck in through the door. "Lang Yu, do you think it's possible that this guy stole it?" Fang Heng pointed at Tang Yuan. Lang Yu shook his head, "It's unlikely, Tang Yuan is just a cat." "It's possible because Tang Yuan is a cat. After all, in a cat's eyes, clothes are just clothes. Maybe it felt like having fun and carried it off." Fang Heng, holding the mentality of better to kill a wrong person than to let a right person go, immediately began interrogating Tang Yuan. "Confess and be lenient, resist and be strict, confess quickly, where did you hide the clothes?" Tang Yuan seemed to be able to understand human speech, turned around and ran, even drifting like a race car when turning corners. "Something's wrong. Something's very wrong. Fang Heng immediately set off in pursuit. In the end, he managed to catch Tang Yuan in the cat's nest. In its litter box, he also found the pink underwear that Lung Yu had lost. Lung Yu looked helpless, hugged Tang Yuan, and scolded, "You stinking Tang Yuan, have you started to do bad things?" Tang Yuan seemed to know that he had done something wrong, and obediently lay in her arms, occasionally stealing a glance at Fang Heng, looking like a little victim. At this point, the criminal Tang Yuan was arrested on the spot, and the incident came to an end. Then the two returned downstairs and were finally able to eat in peace. "Fang Heng, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have doubted you. It's fine, there's only the two of us at home. It's reasonable for you to suspect me. If I lost my clothes, I would definitely associate it with you taking them." "Me? What would I do with your clothes?" The more they talked that day, the more things went wrong. Fang Heng hurriedly changed the subject, saying, "Cough, let's eat first, the food is getting cold." Lung Yu bit her chopsticks and, in a slightly awkward atmosphere, the two finished their dinner. Before going upstairs, Lung Yu suddenly remembered something. "Right, Fang Heng, Grandpa's birthday is coming up soon, and you may have to go back to the family with me to celebrate Grandpa's birthday." "No problem." Meanwhile, on the other side, in a splendid villa in Junyuan, Chen Dashan led the medical leader Li Shidong into the door. Seeing Qian Fuao's happy face, Chen Dashan was slightly taken aback. He hadn't seen his father so happy in a long time. "Dad, I've invited Dr. Li." Li Shidong first paid Qian Fuao a few compliments, and then directly stated his reason for coming. "Qian Lao, recently my team has made a new breakthrough. After discussing it with Mr. Qian, we have decided to bring your grandson to our hospital. Maybe we can cure his muteness." "Dr. Li, there's no need." Chen Fuhao waved his hand and laughed. On hearing this, Li Shidong was slightly taken aback and said, "Chen Lao, what do you mean?" Li Shidong was particularly puzzled. Chen Fuhao had been running around for many years in order to cure his grandson's congenital muteness. Now that there was hope in this regard, why would he suddenly give up? Qian Dashan said with a heavy heart, "Dad, don't give up on yourself. Bao Bao has a chance to be cured, so let's just listen to Li Shindo." Qian Fuhua said, "I'm not listening, but Xiaobao's muteness has already been cured." Upon hearing this, Chen Dashan and Li Shidong were both shocked. "What? Dad, you're not lying to me, are you?" "Why would I lie to you?" Chen Fuhua shouted at Qian Xiaobao in the room. "Xiaobao, your father is back, come out and see him." In a moment, Chen Xiaobao walked out and said in a not quite standard voice, "Dad." Hearing his son's voice, Chen Dashan froze in place, and tears of joy immediately blurred his vision. He immediately rushed up and embraced Qian Xiaobao. "My dear son, after so many years, I can finally hear you call me Dad." Li Shidong still couldn't accept this reality. He asked tremblingly, "Jian Laosher, may I ask who cured your grandson's illness?" "It was a young man in his 20s who cured him." Li Shidong said decisively, "No way, how could a young man in his 20s have such medical skills?" "Jian Laosher, please don't make fun of me. Li Shindo, I really didn't lie to you. If you don't believe me, you can watch the surveillance footage." Chen Fuhao retrieved the surveillance footage of Fang Heng treating Qian Xiaobao. When he saw the man's fluid needle manipulation, Li Shidong's jaw dropped in surprise. Chapter 48, He is Lung Zong's husband. Li Shidong is renowned in the medical world, and with just a pair of discerning eyes, he can easily discern the approximate level of skill of others. Fang Heng's skilled needle manipulation is something Li Shidong believes he himself cannot achieve, and the acupoints that the other party has inserted are also beyond his understanding. Li Shidong has only experienced this feeling of being at a loss for words on the body of his late mentor. This also shows one thing, and that is that Fang Heng's medical skills are most likely above his. But Fang Heng is really too young, which makes it even more unacceptable for him to accept this reality. "Qian Lao, forgive me for being presumptuous, but can I examine your grandson to see if he has really recovered?" "That's good, just in case, you check it." Chen Fuhao did not refuse Li Shidong's request. Li Shidong immediately asked his apprentices to fetch professional equipment and then conducted a comprehensive examination of Qian Xiaobao's vocal cords and other areas. When the results came back, Li Shidong and his apprentices were shocked. Not only were Qian Xiaobao's vocal cords fine, they had returned to normal. This was almost impossible, and could even be called a medical miracle. Li Shidong wiped the sweat from his brow and said excitedly, "That's amazing, really amazing, this person's medical skills are definitely above mine." The apprentices also looked at each other, affirming Fong Heng's medical skills. Chen Dashan, who was standing nearby, was dumbfounded. He never imagined that in Los Angeles, there was someone whose medical skills were above the medical master Li Sherdong. He immediately looked at the surveillance camera, his eyes not blinking as he carefully memorized Fong Heng's appearance. This was a great benefactor of their Qian family. Sunday. Fong Hong went to the mall alone. Long Yu's grandfather's birthday was approaching. Since he was married, Long Yu's grandfather was naturally his grandfather as well. It really wouldn't do for him not to get a gift or something. But before buying a gift for the old man, Fong Hong decided to give Long Yu a gift first. After all, since getting married, Long Yu had spent quite a bit of money on him. He has everything he has now thanks to Long Yu. Long Yu is his nominal wife, and it is only right to be nice to her. If you only know how to take without giving, such a marriage relationship is doomed not to last. After some thought, Fong Hong finally decided to give Long Yu a watch. So he walked into a high-end watch store. The sexy saleswoman immediately came up to him enthusiastically when she saw him. "Handsome man, what kind of watch do you need?" Long Yu is the president of Guangyan, and an ordinary watch definitely doesn't match her status. Fong Hong plans to give her a more expensive one. "What are the more expensive watches in your store?" As soon as he heard Fong Hong say this, the salesperson immediately perked up. Just by looking at Fong Heng's appearance and clothing, he didn't seem like an ordinary person. It turned out to be a correct guess, and indeed he was a big customer. "Sir, please follow me, the luxury watch area is this way." The salesperson personally led the way, looking back every few steps, with a smile on his face the whole time. Entering the luxury watch section, Fong Hong saw someone who looked a little familiar. It seemed to be the female manager of DL Jewelry who had accompanied Long Yu to buy the diamond ring. "Sir, please wait a moment, I will go find the manager to personally serve you." "Okay, I'll just look around for now." Yang Huimei couldn't help but be startled when she saw Fong Hong over here. The salesperson walked over to her and whispered, "Manager Yang, that gentleman wants to buy a famous watch." Yang Huimei whispered back, "This is Mr. Fong, the gentleman I was telling you about." The salesperson's eyes widened, and she covered her mouth in shock. "Oh my, is he General Lang's husband?" "Yes." "Since he came in, you haven't neglected him, have you?" "No, I haven't." The salesperson stuttered as she spoke. She had never imagined that the man in front of her was the husband of the president of Guangyan Company. "That's good, I'll take care of the rest, you go make some tea." "Understood." Fong Hong turned around and saw that the counter was filled with hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of famous watches, each one worth a lot of money. At this time, Yang Huimei smiled and walked up, bowing lightly. "Mr. Fong, what a coincidence, we meet again." "It is quite a coincidence, did you jump ship to this store?" Fong Hong said. "No, this store also belongs to DL, and I occasionally come here to have a look." "I see. Which watch do you like, and do you need me to explain each one to you?" "I want to take a look at this one." Fong Hong pointed to a Carousel watch. "Mr. Fong has good taste. Are you buying this watch to give to President Leng?" "Yes, this one." "Wrap it up for me." "Okay." The salesperson came over with tea in her hands. When she saw that Fong Hong had chosen $1 million Carus watch, she let out a gasp. No wonder he is the husband of the president of Guangyan, he is so generous. I wish I could marry a man like him. At that moment, two women with beautiful faces walked into the store. One of them was Qin Shui, who had just failed to confess her love to Fong Hong at the promotion party. Accompanying Chen Shui was her best friend Su Qingqing. Su Qingqing saw Fong Hong at a glance, pushed Chen Shui, and excitedly said, "Shui, look, there's a handsome guy over there, he's so handsome he'll kill me." "Don't make a fuss, everyone looks handsome to you." Chen Shui didn't care, since she met Fong Hong, she hadn't seen a man more handsome than him. Chen Shui wasn't in the mood to look at the so-called handsome guy her best friend was talking about. However, when she caught a glimpse of the other person in the corner of her eye, Chen Shui suddenly froze. It was Fong Hong. No wonder her best friend is so excited. Su Qingqing said, "Ha, woman, you're infatuated, and you didn't want to believe me earlier." Chen Shui said with some sadness, "He is the Fong Hong I was talking about earlier." "Ha? He's the male colleague you confessed to but failed?" Earlier, Su Qingqing had heard Chen Shui describe Fong Hong, saying that he was much more handsome than any male celebrity. Su Qingqing had not believed her at all, but now that she had seen his true appearance, she was completely unable to argue anymore. Because Fang Heng is indeed handsome, he is simply handsome beyond the sky. Chen Shui nodded, yes. He seems to be buying a watch, let's go over and say hello to him. This is not good, Chen Shui hesitated. Chen Shui didn't want to disturb Fang Heng, but under the encouragement of Su Qingqing, the two of them finally came to Fang Heng. Fang Heng, what a coincidence. Chen Shui waved her hand. Hi, handsome. Su Qingqing also greeted him. Well, hello. Fang Heng's response was cold and perfunctory. If this were any other man, Su Qingqing would have cursed him in her heart already. But since it was Fang Heng, Su Qingqing not only didn't feel any resentment, she was screaming in her heart. So handsome. So cold. I want to conquer him. Chapter 49, Lung Yu's Kiss. Fang Heng didn't say anything else. Chen Shui didn't know what to talk about either, and the atmosphere became a little awkward for a while. Su Qingqing was furious and said in a low voice, say something, will you grow up? Chen Shui was about to speak. Feng did not expect Yang Huimei's appearance to interrupt her. Mr. Feng, the watch you purchased, the carousel, is packed, along with the invoice and complimentary gift. Thank you for your business. You're welcome. This is what I should be doing. Welcome back. Yang Huimei handed the items to the salesperson and said, take these to Mr. Feng's car. Okay, manager. The salesperson carefully took it, then silently followed Fang Heng. As they passed the two women, out of courtesy, Fang Heng still said, I'll go first. Okay. Chen Shui looked at Fang Heng's departing back in a daze. Su Qingqing's attention was drawn to the watch Fang Heng bought. She rushed to Yang Huimei and asked, hello, I'd like to ask, how much did the handsome guy just buy the watch for? It is said that carousels are all worth a lot of money, and Su Qingqing was curious about how much Fang Heng spent. About 1 million. Upon hearing this, Chen Shui was also drawn in. The two women locked eyes, and both froze for a moment. How much? 1 million? Su Qingqing couldn't believe her ears. Yang Huimei nodded and smiled, yes, do you two want the same model? No, we're just browsing. Su Qingqing hurriedly pulled Chen Shui away. These watches that cost millions, where could the two of them afford to buy them? They saw Fang Heng get into a Mercedes-Benz G-Class and leave. Su Qingqing immediately hailed a taxi. Driver, please follow that G-Class. Chen Shui complained, Qingqing, what are you doing? Su Qingqing gave Chen Shui a little tap on the head. What else can I do? Of course I'm helping you, you little idiot, chase after a man. The two women followed Fang Heng all the way. They eventually arrived at an antique shop. Fang Heng was seen negotiating with the shopkeeper. He even spent another 1,000,000 yuan to buy an antique porcelain. Su Qingqing was stunned and whispered, Shui, Fang Heng is too rich, spending 2 million yuan in no time. I don't know how long I have to work to earn this much money. Chen Shui had never thought that Fang Heng would be so rich before. It wasn't until the promotion banquet that she discovered that the Mercedes-Benz G-Class was Fang Heng's that she completely refreshed her perception of him. In Chen Shui's opinion, Fang Heng had always deliberately kept a low profile and didn't want to attract attention. In contrast, Xiao Kangpeng, who was pursuing her, was putting on airs and graces, and at the time had even said that the Mercedes-Benz was his own, which made him nothing more than a buffoon. If you marry him, you'll become a rich woman straight away, so why work? Chen Shui blushed and said, don't talk nonsense, I haven't even started with him yet. Hey, he's gone, hurry up and go after him. The two women chased him outside the mall. Su Qingqing gave Chen Shui a nudge. Shui, go, take this opportunity to confess again. Chen Shui hesitated, I feel that it's definitely not going to work. I give up, if you don't go, I'll go. How can you compete with me for a man? Chen Shui became a little anxious. If you don't want me to steal him away, then you'd better confess your feelings. Under Su Qingqing's pressure, Chen Shui gathered her courage and prepared to confess her feelings to Fang Heng once again. However, after taking 2 steps, she froze in place. In her line of sight, an Audi S8 stopped. Fang Heng and Lung Yu, who got out of the car, were talking and laughing. Chen Shui was shocked. Of course, what shocked her the most was the wedding ring shining on the ring fingers of the two. At that moment, Chen Shui realized that Fang Heng was indeed married, and to Lung Yu. Who is that woman? Su Qingqing frowned and asked. In terms of appearance alone, she had never been impressed by anyone, but at that moment, a sense of inferiority suddenly rose in her heart. The president of our company. Ha! The rumored beautiful and ruthless president of Guanyin? Su Qingqing was dumbfounded. This woman was obviously someone she could not afford to offend. Qingqing, let's go. Xue Chen forced a smile, as every second she stayed felt like torture. She considered herself a beauty, as she attracted the attention of men wherever she went. But the appearance of Lang Yu made her feel a deep sense of defeat. Lang Yu was just too beautiful, so beautiful that she could not help but be jealous. As the president of Guanyin, Lang Yu was of noble status, and the key was that she was already married to Fan Heng. Now she knew that she had no chance at all. On the other side of the street, Fan Heng didn't expect to run into Lang Yu when he went out to buy something. The two took the opportunity to go shopping and eat together again. It was late at night when they got home. Lang Yu went into the bathroom first. Fan Heng secretly took the carousel watch he bought out of the car. Then he rummaged through the suitcase and found a special item from it. Lang Yu got out of the shower and changed into pajamas. Seeing that Fan Heng was sitting on the sofa watching TV, she hugged Tang Yuan and sat down next to him. Lang Yu took out some liquor-filled candies from her pocket and handed them to Fan Heng. Yun Luo gave them to me. I just had a few, they're not bad. Do you want to try some? Fan Heng tried one. It was sweet, but the alcohol taste seemed to be a little stronger than ordinary liquor-filled candies. That's good. I have a gift for you too. What gift? Just open it and see. Fan Heng deliberately played hard to get, and even changed the original packaging. He said, "You're a bad woman, and you're a bad man too, for always teasing me." Fan Heng laughed. In the pause between their words, Lang Yu opened the package. A carousel watch? Do you like it? Fan Heng asked. Because he had always been scolded for giving gifts to Luli before. This scene seemed familiar. Now he couldn't help feeling nervous. Lang Yu felt full of surprises. I like it, but this style should be very expensive, and it cost you a lot. Hearing Lang Yu say this, his heart dropped. As long as you like it, come on, I'll put it on for you. Fan Heng grabbed Lang Yu's soft and delicate jade hands, and then slowly put the watch on her delicate wrists. It looks good. Lang Yu couldn't help but exclaim as she rotated her wrists. She often received expensive gifts, but she had never been so happy as she was at that moment. Wait, there's something else. Fan Heng took out a necklace from his pocket again. This is so pretty, did you buy it too? He shook his head. No, my father gave it to me, and he said that when I get married in the future, I should give it to my other half. You want to give it to me? Of course, we're both married. Fan Heng leaned closer to Lang Yu and prepared to put the necklace around her white neck. The two were close enough that Lang Yu could even see her own reflection in Fan Heng's eyes. Lang Yu couldn't help but feel a little nervous, and her breathing became a little rapid. The man's exhale breath tickled her face, but it also seemed to caress her like a feather. Somehow, Lang Yu suddenly had an impulse. As time passed, this impulse became stronger and stronger, causing her to slowly move closer to Fan Heng against her will. However, Lang Yu did not get what she wanted, but instead, due to her inexperience, she bumped into Fan Heng's nose. What's wrong with you? Fan Heng was a little depressed. He had just helped Lang Yu put on her necklace, but for some reason, she bumped into him inexplicably. Lang Yu covered her nose, and her chest kept pounding as if a deer had barged in. To hide her embarrassment, she picked up Tang Yuan and tried to leave without saying a word. Why aren't you talking? Don't you like it? Ha! Facing Fan Heng's continuous questioning, Lang Yu had already walked to the stairs. She suddenly stopped in her tracks and fought with herself. Finally, Lang Yu put down Tang Yuan and quickly walked back to Fan Heng. Seeing her aggressive appearance, Fan Heng had not yet had time to speak when Lang Yu pushed him over with her hand, her back pressing against the sofa. Immediately afterwards, Lang Yu sat on his lap and leaned forward to kiss him directly. Chapter 50. Do you like me? Fan Heng's mind went blank, his eyes wide, and he was completely dumbfounded. When he came to his senses, he saw Lang Yu retreating a few meters away, her eyes avoiding his, and a light blush on her cheeks. Good night. Her voice trailed off. She picked up Tang Yuan and fled, so anxious that she almost fell while climbing the stairs. Fan Heng was so shocked that he stood up, saying, "You take it easy. It's fine." Lang Yu quickly disappeared in the same place, but she left behind Tang Yuan and a cat slipper. Fan Heng walked over and picked up the cat slipper. Tang Yuan looked up at him and meowed. Don't panic, I'll take you up there. Fong Hong picked up Tang Yuan and walked upstairs. Second floor room. Lang Yu leaned against the doorframe, her heart beating rapidly, as if a deer had entered her chest. She covered her burning cheeks with her hands, recalling what she had just done, and wished she could dig a hole in the floor and crawl into it. Knock, knock. The sudden knock on the door startled Lang Yu. She quickly put her hands on the door, afraid that Fong Hang would push the door open the next moment. It's me. Outside the door. Fong Hong was holding a pair of slippers in one hand and Tang Yuan in the other. After a while, Lang Yu's voice came from inside the room. I'm already asleep. Fong Hong didn't even know what to say. I've left Tang Yuan and the slippers by the door. He straightened up again and said. Oh, I'll bring them in when I wake up. Okay. Lang Yu pressed herself against the door until she heard footsteps disappear, then quickly opened the door and carried the cat and slippers inside. She locked the door behind her, dropped Tang Yuan, and threw herself onto the bed, covering herself with the quilt. She didn't know how long it had been. Lang Yu slowly lifted the quilt, lying on her side on the bed, and looked at Tang Yuan, who had suddenly appeared. Tang Yuan, what do you think I should do? I don't think I'll have the courage to walk out of this door tomorrow. I don't think I'd been possessed by a ghost. How could I suddenly do that to him? It's all Yunlu's fault. It must be Yunlu's marzipan candies that are giving me problems. It wasn't until Tang Yuan fell into a deep sleep that Lang Yu stopped talking to herself. She subconsciously touched her lips, and her heart, which had finally calmed down, suddenly quickened a little. The room downstairs. Fong Hong lay on the bed, unable to sleep. Lang Yu's shy appearance kept lingering in his mind. He could never figure out Lang Yu's intentions for suddenly kissing him. Teasing me? Liking me? Practicing in advance for an emergency? Fong Hong thought about it for a long time, and first ruled out the possibility that Lang Yu liked him. After all, the two had only known each other for a short time, and Lang Yu was only with him to deal with her family's forced marriage. But no matter what, he was looking forward to seeing Lang Yu tomorrow. Fong Hong didn't know what time he fell asleep, and woke up the next day after 10 o'clock. He glanced at the garage and sure enough, the Audi S8 was gone. He went to the dining table, which was empty. This was the first time that after a late night, Lang Yu had not left him breakfast and a sticky note. Fong Hong was even a little uncomfortable for a while. He tidied up everything and drove to work. He arrived at the company. Fong Hong met Chen Shuai in the elevator. As soon as she saw him, Chen Shuai's whole body became unnatural. Fong, secretary. Fong Hong nodded, and Chen Shuai's sudden change in attitude was most likely because she knew about his relationship with Lang Yu. When the elevator reached the designated floor, Fong Hong got off first, and Chen Shuai's expression suddenly became despondent. She recalled what she had witnessed yesterday, the image of Fong Hong and Lang Yu chatting and laughing, and her heart grew more and more uncomfortable. Unconsciously, the elevator had returned to the first floor. Two employees walked in and, seeing Chen Shuai motionless, couldn't help but look at her with strange eyes. Chen Shuai gathered her emotions and pressed the button for the floor she wanted again. Since Fong Hong had married a woman who was superior to him in every way, it was time to let go. Chen Shuai believed that Fong Hong and Lang Yu's life must be happy. It was enough to be able to watch the person you love be happy. President's office. Fong Hong pushed the door in and didn't see Lang Yu as he wished, but instead saw Su Mu. Assistant Su, where is President Lang? Su Mu was busy as hell. President Lang said she would come later. She took the time to put down her pen and looked directly at Fong Hong. This is the first time I have seen the president late for work since I joined Guangyan. I wonder if Secretary Fong has any ideas? Fong Hong didn't know how to answer. Lang Yu's lateness was probably related to last night's incident. He couldn't possibly tell Su Mu about their personal matters. I'll give her a call and ask. Meanwhile, a coffee shop. Lam Yunlu, who had entered a private room, looked surprised. She looked at her phone carefully to make sure it was Monday. Sis, it's a weekday, and you're not at work, but here having fun? Lang Yunlu felt as if the sun had risen in the west. Her sister was usually a typical workaholic. Lang Yu put down her coffee cup and said, "Can't I slack off once in a while?" Lang Yunlu leaned over to Lang Yu and rubbed her chin, looking at her back and forth. Something's wrong, very wrong, you definitely aren't my sister. Hey, demon, show yourself quickly, or Sun Wukong, won't be polite. Ouch, it hurts. Lung Yunluo was still in shock, and as a result, Lung Yu grabbed her by the cheek with her free hand, making it difficult for her to speak. Stinky sister, let go. If you don't let go, I'll let you taste the power of a black belt in Taekwondo. If you dare to move a single finger on me, I'll let Fong Hong fix you up good. Just as she was saying this, Lung Yu received a phone call. Seeing the caller ID, she immediately let go of her sister. Lung Yunlu rubbed her cheeks and said, Sister, who called? Why didn't you answer? It was Fong Hong. You answer for me and say I'm not here. Ha? Lung Yunlu was puzzled, but she did as she was told. After the call was connected, she said, Hello, brother-in-law, my sister said she's not here. Chapter 51. I feel that you are more like a cat. You look aloof and cold, but you are very cute. I saw Lung Yu anxiously gesticulating. Lung Yunlu was slow to realize what the problem was. She hastily added, No, my sister didn't say she wasn't here. Anyway, she isn't next to me right now either. You must believe me, brother-in-law. It was quiet on the other end. Even over the phone, Lung Yunlu could feel Fong Hang's helplessness. After a moment, he said, Okay, I understand. Well, then I'll hang up first. Oh, when my sister comes back, I'll let her call you back. Bye, brother-in-law. Without waiting for Fong Hong to respond, Lung Yunlu hung up the phone and then beamed at Lung Yu, taking credit for herself. Sister, wasn't I very resourceful? Lung Yu gave her sister a look and snatched the phone away. You're making me laugh. Lung Yunlu doggedly helped her kneed shoulders and back. Oh, it's nothing. By the way, what's wrong with you and your brother-in-law? Why do you suddenly want to avoid him? Don't ask so many questions, kid. And don't call me kid, you stupid sister. Lung Yunluo stopped trying to curry favor and sat down, but she couldn't hold back her curiosity and kept asking. What's wrong with you two? Could it be that your brother-in-law has a concubine behind your back? Or is it that you, Sister Stinky, suddenly have an incurable disease and don't have much time left? Lung Yunlu suddenly let her imagination run wild, thinking about the melodramatic novel she had read recently. Lung Yu said impatiently, Are you trying to curse me? Oh, dear sister, if you don't tell me, I'll just have to guess, won't I? Lung Yunlu suddenly acted like a spoiled child. It wasn't really that. Even after a night's sleep, when Lung Yu thought about what she had done, she still wanted to find a hole to hide in. Lung Yunlu stared straight at her sister and soon caught a look on her face she had never seen before. It was as if she had discovered a new continent. She was clearly a beautiful young girl, but she was smiling like a lecherous old man. Sister, you and brother-in-law must have some kind of secret. No, we don't. What happened last night wouldn't be considered a secret if it happened to an ordinary couple. But Lung Yu and Fong Hong are not an ordinary couple, so it's a bit more complicated. You're still denying it, but you're blushing. Don't be ridiculous. Where am I blushing? Lung Yunluo smiled without saying a word, her expression intriguing. Lung Yu was getting a little anxious, so she simply gave up and pretended to tidy up the former. Lung Yunluo took off running, and she got up and chased after her. This scene stunned the manager, who had come to flatter them. Fong Hong returned to his office. A moment later, he received a call from Lung Yu. Hello, I heard Yunlu say that you called me a while ago. Her voice was getting smaller and smaller. Well, I didn't see you at the company, so I was a little worried and thought I'd give you a call. I'm fine, I'll be back soon. It was nearing noon. After the call ended, Fong Hong went downstairs to the cafeteria and specially packed some meals. When he returned, he saw that the elevator door had just closed, so he immediately rushed up and frantically pressed the open button. The staff were shocked and whispered to each other in discussion. The elevator door slowly opened. There was only one person inside, it was Lung Yu, who had just returned. Fong Hong stepped inside and then turned back to ask them, Aren't you coming up? The staff looked at each other and, without exception, took a step back. When the elevator door closed, the scene erupted. This guy has some nerve. In my opinion, he probably didn't recognize who that was. Daring to ride in the same elevator as the CEO, he's a real wolf. In the elevator. It feels like they're about to treat you like a witch. Fong Hong teased. Lung Yu was helpless, and softly asked in return, So do you feel like I'm a witch? Fong Hong shook his head, No, I feel like you're more like a cat. A cat? A trace of confusion appeared on her pretty face. Yes, she looks aloof on the surface, but she is actually very cute. Lang Yu suddenly didn't know how to respond, and her fingers unconsciously twirled around the end of her hair. The elevator door slowly opened. Lang Yu lowered her jade hands, and her expression became as cold and elegant as usual. Outside the elevator, Lang Ruoxue frowned. I don't know if it was her imagination. Just now, it seemed like I saw Lang Yu, who is usually aloof, acting like a shy teenage girl. Are you coming or not? Lang Yu said coldly. Lang Ruoxue got into the elevator. Then her gaze fell on Fang Heng. Lang Yu, Grandpa's birthday is in a few days. I'm sure you'll bring this person with you, right? What should I do? You don't need to tell me. As expected of President Lang, as arrogant as always, I wonder if you dare to make a bet with me? For Lang Ruoxue, Lang Yu was like a mountain that could not be overcome. Whenever the two met, she was always overcome by hatred. At this time, Lang Ruoxue deliberately provoked Lang Yu because she naturally had an ulterior motive. Lang Ruoxue, why are you still as childish as you were as a child after so many years? Lang Yu's words were straightforward, but they also stung Lang Ruoxue's pride. If you're afraid, just forget it. Still using the bait and switch method? So are you going to bet or not? Lang Ruoxue was furious. She felt that in Lang Yu's presence, she was like a naked person, and every move she made would be seen through. What are you betting on? Lang Yu, if I'm not wrong, you two are secretly dating, right? I bet you won't dare to bring him to Grandpa's birthday party. Lang Ruoxue pointed at Fang Heng. Lang Yu laughed, and Fang Heng shook his head and laughed. What are you laughing at? Nothing, just laughing at your stupidity. Lang Yu said. I am stupid, so do you dare to take it? If I lose, I will learn to bark like a dog in front of all the guests, but if you lose, you must kneel down and admit that I, Lang Ruoxue, am better than you. Lang Ruoxue glared at Lang Yu. Because of the other party's existence, she had never been taken seriously since she was a child. Lang Ruoxue wanted to tear Lang Yu's self-esteem so badly that she even fantasized in her dreams about Lang Yu groveling before her. Forget it, Manager Lang, what you did in the game was deliberately giving away your head, which is pretty meaningless. Fang Heng said. Ignore her, let's go. In between the words, the elevator arrived at the designated floor. Fang Heng walked out together with Lang Yu. Looking at the two of them leaving, Lang Ruoxue gradually dissipated her anger. In her opinion, Lang Yu had conceded. Lang Ruoxue often flirts with handsome guys in private, but as the daughter of the noble Lang family, this kind of relationship cannot last long and is destined to remain secret. Lang Ruoxue is certain that Lang Yu, like herself, is just playing with Fang Heng's feelings and simply enjoying the beauty. After all, Fang Heng is outstandingly good-looking and is a rare beauty. However, Lang Yu definitely would not dare to bring someone back, let alone publicly announce the relationship in front of everyone in the Lang family. Thinking that she had finally caught Lang Ruoxue's slip-up, Lang Ruoxue decided to take advantage of the situation and pursue her advantage. She had to humiliate the other party to vent the hatred she had harbored for many years. Chapter 52, Taking a Photo with Lang Yu. Fang Heng and Lang Yu returned to the office. The two of them opened the packing box and were preparing to eat. At this time, Lang Ruoxue pushed open the door and walked in. She looked pleased with herself and said, 30 years of glory, 30 years of disgrace. Lang Yu, I never thought that one day you would admit defeat in front of Lang Ruoxue. I don't understand, where did I admit defeat? You dare not bet against me, so what is this if not a sign of weakness? Lang Yu was at a loss for words. Lang Ruoxue had always been unreasonable, and indeed her way of thinking was quite different from that of normal people. This is endless. Fine, I accept your bet. Lang Ruoxue was stunned for a moment. She had originally intended to mock Lang Yu and take the opportunity to vent her anger. However, Lang Yu suddenly accepted the bet, which was like hitting a fist into cotton, and she was completely unable to exert any strength. You Lang Ruoxue are a bit at a loss. Please leave immediately. Lang Yu did not say any more to her, and decisively called Sumu to forcibly escort Lang Ruoxue out. With that, the office door closed. Sumu said, Manager Lang, if you have nothing to do, you can play games in the office, but please don't come and cause trouble for the president. Lang Ruoxue's mood had only improved for a short while, but in just this short while, she was once again so angry that she wanted to jump up and curse. But there was nothing she could do, so she left angrily. Lan Yushue looked forward to the day when the bet would come to pass. She just didn't believe Lang Yu would dare to bring Fong Hong back to the Long family to announce their relationship. In the office. This Lang Yushue is really infuriating. Fong Hong felt that Lang Yushue was quite strange, like a jumping clown. He took a dish of food and put it between Lang Yu and Fong Hong, reassuring her, "Don't be angry, let's eat first." Lang Yu gradually calmed down. When she saw the food in the bowl, her tone unconsciously became gentle. "Why did you have to help me when I could have reached it this time?" "There's no other reason, I just wanted to help you." After getting her reply, Lang Yu hesitated for a moment, and then also helped Fong Hong to pick up a lot of food. "What are you doing?" "There's no other reason, I also just want to help you." Fong Hong smiled. "Why do I feel like we're like children?" Lang Yu bit her chopsticks in agreement with Fong Hong's statement. Just now, she had said that Lang Ruoshua always liked to play childish games, but in the end, she and Fong Hong were not that different. Halfway through the meal, Lang Yu put down her chopsticks, pulled open a drawer, and took out a card from inside and handed it to Fong Hong. "Ha?" Fong Hong was puzzled. "Take it, there's 1,000,000 yuan in here, go spend it." After calming down last night, Lang Yu guessed that Fong Hong had most likely spent all his savings on the 1,000,000 yuan carousel watch he had given her. She even speculated that Fong Hong and Shan Fuo were acquaintances, and that it was very likely that he was coaching the other man's grandson in basketball in exchange for money. Lang Yu didn't want to see Fong Hong become so hardworking because of her. Fong Hong, on the other hand, had no idea that Lang Yu had thought so much, and very naturally accepted the bank card. Although it could not trigger the Soft Food King rebate, it could increase the soft food value, and he was looking forward to drawing more powerful skills in the future. That night, Fong Hong came out of the shower to admire the moon. He stretched and happened to see Lang Yu in the courtyard. The moonlight shone on Lang Yu's stunning face. She was holding her sleeping Tang Yuan in her arms, and the swing was swaying gently, her hair and skirt swaying with it. Fong Hong remembered what Lu Li had said before. He felt that he should take some photos with Lang Yu, so that they could be closer to the real couple. Fong Hong walked up to her slowly. Hearing the sound, Lang Yu touched the ground with her toes and stabilized the swing. "Do you want to play?" It had been so long since he last played on a swing that Fong Hong didn't even remember. Lang Yu's suggestion unintentionally awakened his childlike innocence. "I'll try." Lang Yu hugged Tang Yuan and got up, and Fong Hong immediately sat down on the swing. The swing was big, different from the kind made of woven wire when he was a child, but it quickly gave Fong Hong a sense of familiarity. "It's quite fun, isn't it?" Lang Yu stood quietly to the side, a smile creeping up unconsciously at the corner of her mouth, watching as Fong Hong began to gradually drift off into his own thoughts. It wasn't until she heard his voice in her ear that she came back to her senses, looking a little flustered for a moment. "What were you thinking about so intently?" "Nothing." Fong Hong pulled his phone out of his pocket and said, "Let's take a photo together." "Take a photo?" "Well, it's like this." After hearing the reason from Fong Hong, Lang Yu felt that indeed they should take a photo. "So what pose do you think we should strike?" Fong Hong thought for a moment, got up from the swing, motioned Lang Yu to sit down, then went around behind her, chin close to her shoulder. "How's this?" Looking at the image in the camera, Lang Yu shook her head, obviously not very satisfied. "It's not intimate enough, it doesn't feel like a couple, but more like siblings. There's no reason to look like siblings, it should be like brother and sister." Lang Yu patted next to her and said, "How about this, you sit on the swing too?" Fong Hong came back around and sat next to Lang Yu. "Then what?" Lang Yu hesitated for a moment, then lowered her head through Fong Hong's arms, leaning into his embrace, her side face slowly pressing against his chest. "That's it," she said, her hands unconsciously clenching the corner of her shirt. Fong Hong froze for a moment. This is indeed much better than before, like a couple in love. He made a slight improvement again, grabbed the dumplings, and hugged Lang Yu along with them. "I'm going to take a picture." "Well." Lang Yu's cheeks flushed slightly, and she couldn't help but grumble to Fong Hong in her heart. "It's all his fault, his chest is so hot." Fong Hong adjusted the angle and took a number of photos. In the end, the two of them just happened to pick the same one. The more Fong Hong looked at it, the more satisfied he felt. Lang Yu's hand, which was clenching the corner of her shirt, and that touch of shyness were all just right, sublimating the artistic conception of the photo directly. Lang Yu's attention was focused elsewhere, however. She felt that Fong Hong had a very nice, indescribable special smell, and that she was very comfortable leaning on his chest, and felt inexplicably safe. Lang Yu slowly closed her eyes, unable to resist the temptation. Lang Yu, I've sent you the photo. Lang Yu didn't respond for a long time. Fong Hong looked down and realized that she had fallen asleep. While debating whether to wake Lang Yu up, Fong Hong took the opportunity to secretly observe her up close. He saw Lang Yu breathing evenly, quiet and revealing a sense of obedience. Fong Hong wanted to touch her head, but he gave up for fear of waking Lang Yu. His gaze unconsciously fell on the neckline. Just as when he had taught Lang Yu to cook before, that scene that felt so familiar appeared again. Fong Hong silently averted his gaze and looked up at the night sky above. He had to say that the view tonight was pretty good. Apart from the scattered stars, the brightest was the big, round moon. Chapter 53, I Will Always Be By Your Side. However, he did not get to enjoy the view for long. The stars in the night sky were becoming fewer and fewer, and the moon was gradually being swallowed up by dark clouds. It was clear that it was about to rain. A moment later, large raindrops fell, landing directly on Fong Heng's face. Damn it! He let out an expletive, and reluctantly picked up the cold rain and hurried towards the villa. Cold Rain naturally woke up as a result, but she was half awake and a little dazed. That moment was exactly the same as the present moment. Fong Hong in front of her seemed to have turned into the young man he once was. She said with a slight sense of guilt, "Fong Hong, thank you." Fortunately, Fong Hong was quick enough, and the two of them didn't get too wet. He put Lang Yu down and said, "There's nothing to thank me for." "Have you forgotten our promise again?" Lang Yu had of course not forgotten the promise. Her thank you was meant to make up for the regret she felt back then. Because she was so shocked by the drowning at the time that after Fong Hong rescued her to shore, she realized with hindsight that she had forgotten to thank him. It was also for this reason that she had always remembered Fong Hong over the years. Later, when she heard his name at the company, Lang Yu remembered it very clearly, and at that moment her heart skipped a beat. It was just that these days had passed, and Fong Hong had never recognized her, leaving Lang Yu a little helpless. Was it that Fong Hong was forgetful, or was it that she had changed too much? The sound of rain grew louder, punctuated by the occasional thunderclap. Lang Yu said softly, "Well, I'm a little sleepy." "You were sleeping soundly just now. Are you just tired lately?" "I've actually been a little tired for a long time." Fong Hong could understand. As president of such a large company as Guanyin, Lang Yu was busy every day, and even had to work overtime on weekends, so it was inevitable that she would be tired. "In the future, you can tell me, and I'll find a way to help you relieve your fatigue." Fong Hong had mastered the skills of a divine doctor, so this was a piece of cake for him. "In fact, I think that method was very good just now." "Just now, you mean sleeping together?" Fong Hong realized that the wording was not correct, and hastily corrected himself. It means that you sleep, and I stay by your side?" "That's right." "Then you can do this whenever you're tired, and I'll always be by your side." "Really?" Lang Yu almost blurted it out, and then stammered to explain. "It's true." Fong Hong nodded. She then acted less awkward, but bit her lip and didn't know what to say, so all that was left was the sound of the rain. Gradually, Lang Yu realized something was wrong. She looked around and found that Tang Yuan was not around. "Fong Hong, have you seen Tang Yuan?" He was too busy hugging Lang Yu to notice where Tang Yuan had gone. "Is it scared of the thunder and hiding upstairs?" "I'll go look for it." "I'll go with you." The two of them didn't find Tang Yuan upstairs, and eventually found the little guy in the garage not far from the swing. As soon as Tang Yuan saw them, he immediately started meowing non-stop, obviously complaining. Fong Hong and Lang Yu were a little embarrassed. This situation was quite similar to the feeling of parents coming home and leaving their children outside alone. Tang Yuan was drenched in the rain. After carrying him back to the villa, the two of them bathed him together and also chatted. "Fong Hong, tomorrow is Grandpa's birthday, we need to get up early to buy a gift." "I've already prepared it." Lang Yu was a little surprised by this. "Then it seems that we can all sleep a little longer." "Yes." Lang Yu has always liked the feeling of listening to the rain hitting the glass and then staying in the room and falling asleep. For her, this will give an inexplicable sense of comfort. But tonight, she was not satisfied, probably because that embrace was far more comfortable. The next day was the birthday of the cold old man. Fong Hong and Lang Yu woke up and made full preparations before setting off for the Long family. Lang Yu changed into a dress, with her hair up in a high bun, looking noble and cold. Fong Hong was wearing a black tuxedo and had specially blown out his hairstyle. The journey took about an hour. The destination was a super large manor. The endless walls are enough to show the strength of the Long family. The two got off in the banquet hall parking lot, and Long Yunlu, who had been waiting in advance, quickly came up to them. Long Yunlu was obviously a little surprised to see Fong Hong. "Brother-in-law, you look so handsome today." Fong Hong smiled and said, "Don't I usually look handsome?" "Handsome, so handsome that the whole universe is sparkling for you." Fong Hong was speechless. This little sister-in-law was as mischievous as ever. Long Yunlu walked up to Lang Yu and took her arm, then kept giving her signals. "Sister, you come with me first." Lang Yu said, "Fong Hong, you go to the banquet hall first, I'll be back later." "Okay, see you later." After the sisters left, Fong Hong set off for the banquet hall. At that moment, a convertible supercar slowly pulled up. A man with a center parting and wearing a pink suit got out of the car. The man was the second young master of the Su family. He had heard about the birthday of the elderly Mr. Lang and came to congratulate him on behalf of the Su family. Su Cohen got out of the car and spotted a familiar figure. He looked carefully and was surprised to find it was Fong Hong. The previous scene of Fong Hong beating up Lao Mo was still vivid in his mind. During this time, Su Cohen also figured it out. Chen Ting was just a plaything for him. To offend a mysterious master of unknown origin for a plaything that can be discarded at any time is clearly not worth the trouble. Su Cohen knows that it is better to have many friends than many enemies. Besides, he and Fong Hong don't have any deep-seated hatred for each other, but just a little conflict over a cat. Compared to the conflicts and disputes he has encountered before, this can hardly be considered a problem. So he took the initiative to walk towards Fong Hong and greeted him with a smile. "Hey, Mr. Fong, what a coincidence." For a moment, Fong Hong couldn't remember who the guy in the middle was. "Who are you?" "My name is Su Cohen." "Do you remember the cat incident?" "I remember now, it's you. You've even followed me here. Are you still not ready to let go?" Su Cohen came up and put his arm around Fong Hong's shoulder, saying, "You've got it all wrong, Mr. Fong. I'm here today on behalf of my family to congratulate Master Lang on his birthday." Fong Hong let down his guard and pushed Su Cohen's hand away. "We don't seem to know each other well, what do you mean?" Su Cohen was a little embarrassed and said, "It was my problem before. I would like to apologize to you here. I hope Mr. Fong will not hold a grudge and can be friends with Su." Just as he was talking, Su Cohen received a phone call, and the voice of a middle-aged man came from the other end. "Okay, Uncle Lang, I'll be there in a minute. I ran into a friend here." Su Cohen hung up the phone hastily and then chased after Fong Hong. Soon, the Su family will officially run for the next family head. As the second young master of the Su family, compared to his eldest brother, Su Cohen does not have an advantage. The only way to get closer to the family head position is to make powerful friends and strengthen his own influence. Naturally, the mysterious master Fong Hong, who came from an unknown background, became the person he wanted to win over. Chapter 54, I don't want to see you get hurt. Su Cohen quickly caught up to Fong Hong, but his enthusiasm was met with a cold response. "Sorry, Mr. Fong, I just got a phone call." Fong Hong responded indifferently with a single nod. Mr. Fong is highly skilled in martial arts and must come from a noble family. "I'm just an ordinary office worker." Su Cohen didn't believe him. In his opinion, Fong Hong was just being deliberately humble. There were only a handful of people in the entire city of Luo who could defeat Lao Mo in one move. "Ha, Mr. Fong is really good at joking. Are you here alone today?" "I came with my wife." Su Cohen was slightly surprised and continued to flatter Fong Hong. On the other side, Lang Yun Luo led Lung Yu into the room. "Sister, you're not crazy, are you? You really brought your brother-in-law here? Today is Master Lang's birthday, and in addition to the elders of the Lang family, there are also the bigwigs of Los Angeles." Lang Yun Luo never imagined that her sister would be so bold as to actually drag Fong Hong along to celebrate the birthday. "I married Fong Hong, so it makes sense for us to celebrate Grandpa's birthday together. That being said, I don't know what to say. What are we going to do about our father?" Lang Yun Luo simply couldn't imagine what was going to happen next. "It's fine, it won't affect you." Lang Yun Luo sighed again. "I'm usually carefree, but I don't want to see you get hurt either." Lang Yu stroked her head and smiled bitterly. "Little girl, you've grown up." Lang Yun Lu pushed Lang Yu's hand away. "You've messed up my hair, and don't call me little, you stupid sister. As the two women were talking, a voice came from the side. The person who came was Lang Rushue. Lang Rushue was dressed in a cheongsam and holding a folding fan in her hand, and she started acting weird. Oh, isn't this Lang Yu? Why are you the only one here? Lang Yunlu immediately retorted angrily, Lang Rushue, are you blind? What do you mean only my sister is here? Am I not human? Lang Rushue's face changed slightly. Lang Yu would only fight when she was really angry. But Lang Yunlu was different, she would fight directly if she didn't agree with what someone said. When they were children and had conflicts, this brat didn't know when to stop, and the beatings hurt for weeks. She was afraid of Lang Yunlu. I'm sorry, Yunluo's sister, it was a slip of the tongue. Lang Yunlu snorted lightly and said, that's more like it, be more observant in the future. Lang Yushue could only secretly scold in her heart. Stupid girl. What's with the arrogance? Then she looked at Lang Yu and said, Lang Yu, you still haven't answered my question. Why didn't you bring your good secretary? Did you forget our bet? Lang Yu said indifferently, of course I haven't forgotten. As for you, don't lose and then deny it later. Don't worry, I, Lang Ruoshue, keep my word and will never be a scoundrel. Then we'll wait and see. Fine, we'll wait and see. She watched Lang Yu's departing back. Lang Ruyu shook her head and laughed confidently with the corner of her mouth curled up. In her opinion, Lang Yu was just being stubborn. On this special day, she was certain that Lang Yu would not dare to bring Feng Hang. Therefore, she would definitely win the bet between the two of them. She could not help but start imagining Lang Yu kneeling before her, her face red with shame. As she thought about it, Lang Ruoshue became so carried away that she burst out laughing, causing the passing guests to look at her strangely and avoid her. The two sisters were over here. Lang Yunlu curiously asked, Sister, what kind of bet did you make with Lang Ruoshue? Lang Yu told her sister about the bet. After listening, Lang Yunluo immediately said, this Lang Rushue is like my teammate in a game. She is simply giving it away. Where is there someone as stupid as her? She just wants to win me too much. I think she has a hole in her head. She has been like this since she was a child. When she lost to you, she came to trouble me, but I gave her a good beating and she went home crying and telling tales. In the interval, a middle-aged couple came up to the two sisters. Xiao Yu, you're back. The one speaking was Leng's mother, Yang Shulan, and next to her was Leng Tianrui, her father, with a stern expression. Lang Yunlu hurriedly greeted them, Dad, Mom. Lang Yuchong called out to Yang Shulan indifferently, but when it was Leng Tianrui's turn, she remained silent with a cold face. Leng Tianrui said unhappily, You're getting more and more rude. You don't even want to call me Dad when you see me? Lang Yu didn't say a word, and just kept quiet. Lang Yunluo, who was standing nearby, was already feeling nervous. The moment her sister and father met, she felt the temperature drop several degrees around them. The big problem was still to come. The father still doesn't know that his sister is married and has even brought her along to celebrate Grandpa's birthday. Yang Shulan persuades, okay, Tianrui, you know how Xiaoyu is. She's been like this since she was little. You've had a fight before and haven't made up yet. It's normal that she won't lower her head. This is a lack of education. If word gets out, people will think that I, Leng Tianrui, can't teach my child properly. Lang Yu suddenly snorted coldly. Leng Tianrui continued, the Su young master I told you about earlier is here to celebrate the birthday today. Take this opportunity to get to know each other and set a lucky date to get married as soon as possible. Lang Yu's face was as cold as ice, and she said, if you want to arrange a marriage so badly, you can marry that Su young master yourself. Leng Tianrui was furious. Lang Yunluo was shocked and almost laughed out loud. My sister is really something. Even if she were given 10 bear hearts and leopard guts, she would never dare to speak to her father like that. Lang Yunlu suppressed her laughter and secretly gave Lang Yu a thumbs up. Even with Yang Shulan's help, Leng Tianrui still frowned and was about to scold Lang Yu. It was only when he saw Su Kuan walking towards them in a pink suit that he forced down his anger. Su Kuan was feeling a little annoyed. He had just spent energy trying to please Feng Hung, but it hadn't gotten him anywhere, and he regretted having had a conflict with the other party before. Su Xiao, you're here. Seeing that Leng Tianrui and Yang Shulan were greeting each other with smiles, he immediately smiled and greeted them as well. Hello, Uncle Lang, and hello, Auntie Yang. After a while of small talk, Su Kuan's attention was drawn to the pair of sisters not far away. He was suddenly taken aback. Su Kuan had seen Lang Yu's photos before, and felt that she was so beautiful that it was a bit hard to believe. Now that he had seen her in person, he discovered that she was even more beautiful than in the photos. The key was that Lang Yu was also very tall, and she seemed even taller than him in her high heels. She was exactly the type of long-legged, elegant beauty that Su Kuan was obsessed with. As for Lang Yunluo next to her, although she also had a very pretty face, Su Kuan really couldn't get excited about this kind of flat-chested girl. Chapter 55, we'll talk about it when it's just the two of us at night. The three of them came together in front of the two sisters. Lang Tianrui introduced, Su Xiao, this is my eldest daughter, Lang Yu. Su Kuan pretended to be a gentleman and said, hello, Miss Lang, I am the second young master of the Su family, Su Kuan. Xiao Yu, this is Su Xiao. Can't you see that he's greeted you? Why are you still standing there? Lang Tianrui's face sank again as he scolded. Lang Yu not only ignored Su Kuan, but also Lang Tianrui, and turned around and walked directly towards the banquet hall. This scene made several people freeze, completely unexpected. To hide the embarrassment, Su Kuan turned his head and greeted Lang Yunlu again. Hello, I'm Su Kuan. I'm sorry, I'm a mute, ABA can't hear what you're saying. Lang Yunluo was not as domineering as her sister, and after a perfunctory attempt at a joke, she turned around and ran away. This left Su Kuan completely at a loss. Seeing this, Lang Tianrui finally couldn't hold back his anger and shouted at the two women. You two, stop right there. Lang Yu paid no attention and kept walking. Lang Yunluo hesitated and glanced back, but then sped up to catch up with Lang Yu. These two are both stubborn. If this continues, I don't think I can control them anymore. Lang Tianrui puffed up his chest in anger. Yang Shulan hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Su Xiao, I'm sorry, but Xiaoyu has been arguing with her father recently and she's not in a good mood, and she's like that with everyone. If this was any other time, Su Kuan would definitely be upset at being treated like this. But Lang Yu's beauty gave him enough patience. It's fine, Auntie Yang, I don't mind. Su Kuan was aroused by a sense of rivalry. His favorite conquest was this kind of aloof and cold noblewoman with a proud personality. In the past, the aloof and cold noblewomen he met were all pretending, because they knew his identity and status, and deliberately kept him at a distance in order to get close to him and achieve their goals. So Su Kuan quickly got bored with them. He could feel that Lang Yu was not pretending at all, and was exactly the kind of aloof and cold noblewoman he had always dreamed of. Su Kuan felt an unprecedented excitement. After all, Lang Yu was not married, and with Lang Tianrui's intention to form an alliance, it was only a matter of time before they got together. Once they were married, Su Kuan was willing to give up the entire forest for her. Lang Yunluo sighed. She had finally caught up with Lang Yu and panted, Sister, you are too domineering, but you are right, you definitely cannot be with that shit Su Xiao, he is a playboy. Although it was the first time she had met Su Kuan today, Lang Yunluo had long heard of the other party's notorious reputation. It was said that Su Kuan was extremely licentious, and the women he had played with could form a long queue, and he had even forced his ex-girlfriends to have abortions and so on. This kind of scumbag, even if I die, I could never be with him. In the beginning, it was because Lang Tianrui forced a marriage alliance that Lang Yu rushed to the Civil Affairs Bureau in a rage, and then just happened to meet Feng Heng, who had just broken up with Lu Li. The more I think about it, the more speechless I feel. Our father is really something, how could he do this for the sake of a family marriage alliance? I guess I can't escape this fate either. Is interest really that important? Don't worry, I will protect you, and I will never let that person get what they want. Sister Wawa, you're still the best. Lang Yunlu was deeply moved. Then you have to behave in front of me from now on. Hey, I'll try my best. The two women entered the banquet hall and after some effort, they found Feng Heng in the corner of the back row. Wow, brother-in-law, you played hide and seek, causing my sister and I to search for a long time. Lang Yunlu said, unconsciously lowering her voice. It's quieter here. Feng Heng helped Lang Yu adjust the seat height and asked, what took you so long? Lang Yunlu and I glanced at Lang Yu, wanting to say something but unable to. Lang Yu said, it's just some annoying stuff. We'll talk about it tonight when it's just the two of us. Okay. Lang Yunlu pouted, a little jealous, and said, what's wrong? You know everything, don't you? I want to hear it again. Lang Yu bade her a cold look. With the arrival of guests, the banquet hall became more and more lively. The well-known host was on the stage to set the mood, and even the popular stars were invited to perform. After the warm-up was over, the banquet hall suddenly went dark, and the people on the stage hurriedly exited. The curtain slowly opened, and in the spotlight, an elderly man in a wheelchair was pushed by Leng Tianrui to the center of the stage. The old man waved his hand gently, and he was awe-inspiring. After Leng Tianrui stepped aside, the old man swept the crowd with his gaze. "Thank you all for taking the time to come to this birthday party for this old man." Then the host led the way, and words of praise began to flow. Lang Ruyue even stood up and shouted, "Grandpa, you're the coolest today." The old man laughed. Leng Tianrui took the list and whispered to him, "Dad, the gift list is done, do you want to announce it?" The old master Leng nodded, and after receiving the affirmation, Leng Tianrui immediately gave the host a wink. "Thank you for the golden toad sent by Mr. Gao of Qiangxing Company, which is worth." The host immediately began to announce according to the process. Everyone who was read out stood up and greeted the crowd. When it was Su Kuan's turn, Leng Tianrui began to introduce him personally. As you may not know, this Mr. Su Kuan is the second young master of the Su family. When the crowd heard that he was from the Su family, they couldn't help but boil with excitement. The Su family is also a major family in Luo City, and is even more powerful than the Leng family. The Su family is currently in the process of electing a new head of the family, and the Su Kuan in front of them is likely to be the future head of the family. Many people began to show their goodwill towards Su Kuan, trying to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. After all, if you befriend Su Kuan, once he really becomes the head of the Su family, you will also soar to the top. If the Su family chooses him as the head of the family, then sooner or later it will be the end. In the corner of the banquet hall, Long Yunlu sneered. Then she suddenly recalled that this was not the first time she had seen Su Kuan. When she had secretly followed Fang Hong, she had seen the two of them have a conflict. "Hey, brother-in-law, why did Su Kuan have a conflict with you at that time?" Upon hearing this, Lang Yu also looked at Fang Hong. "You know him?" Fang Hong said, "He was the one who harassed me for wanting to buy the glutinous rice balls." At that time, the woman by his side even offered 20 times the price. Lang Yu frowned, and she disliked Su Kuan even more. "I see, no wonder you and I were blocked together at that time, and I was wondering why you always talk about cats and stuff." Fang Hong, "So you weren't hurt?" Lang Yu asked with concern. "No." Lang Yunlu waved her pink fist slightly and said, "Sister, you have no idea how strong my brother-in-law is. He's practically a one-punch man, and those people were completely helpless against him." Lang Yu let out a sigh of relief when she learned that Fang Hong was fine. On the stage. At this time, after introducing Su Kuan, Leng Tianrui became puzzled. "Fang Hong, may I ask who this Mr. Fang Hong is?" Chapter 56, Your husband and wife are more domineering than each other. Leng Tianrui noticed that someone on the gift list had given $1 million antique porcelain. However, only the name Fang Hong was written, and nothing else. Leng Tianrui did not have an impression of this name, and for a moment, he did not know how to introduce its identity. "It's me." Fang Hong stood up helplessly. He thought at the time that it didn't matter whether or not he filled out the form, so he just casually filled in a name. Unexpectedly, this big family made such a complicated gift. Leng Tianrui smiled slightly and said, "Very well, thank you Mr. Fang for the $1 million antique porcelain." Everyone was slightly shocked. Not only was it because of the value of the gift, but also because of Fang Heng's appearance. They found that this unfamiliar man was so handsome that they were shocked, and even the popular male star they had invited to warm up the crowd today was nowhere near as good looking as him. Lang Yunlu whispered in surprise, "Wow, brother-in-law, you're so generous." Lang Yu was also a little surprised. She had thought that Fang Hong would at most give a gift worth a few 100,000 yuan, but he had instead spent $1 million. The card he had just given Fang Hong had probably been used to buy this gift. She said resentfully, "Why didn't you save some money for yourself?" "I still have money in my card." At that moment, Leng Tianrui's voice came from the stage again. "Mr. Fang, forgive me for being presumptuous, but it seems that you and the Long family have not previously crossed paths. I wonder which important member of the Long family introduced you to my father to celebrate his birthday." As Leng Tianrui spoke, he noticed the two sisters next to Fang Heng. A trace of doubt arose in his heart. Could it be that this Mr. Fang knows my daughter? Su Kuan felt that he had seized an opportunity and immediately said, "Oh, Uncle Lang, in fact, apart from that important person, Mr. Fang and I also know each other, and we are friends." Su Kuan's move was naturally to win over Fang Heng. Otherwise, if this mysterious master was snatched by his older brother, his chances of winning the family headship would be even slimmer. There was an instant flurry of discussion. Everyone marveled that Fong Hong could be Su Kuan's friend. They couldn't help but look at him in a higher light. Many even began to pay him compliments. Mr. Fong is handsome and dashing, much more so than that popular male star just now. Mr. Yi, you shouldn't have said that. How can you compare a male celebrity to Mr. Fong? Isn't that demeaning to Mr. Fong? I apologize for saying the wrong thing. I hope Mr. Fong will forgive me. Directly below the stage, the popular male celebrity almost fainted from anger. I came here to warm up the crowd, but who did I offend? Of course, the one who felt even worse than the popular male celebrity was Lang Ruoxue, who had a bet with Lang Yu. At the moment, she was dumbfounded, not expecting Lang Yu to actually dare to bring Fong Hong to the Lang family. Lang Yuxue was extremely panicked, constantly praying that Lang Yu would cover up her relationship with Fong Hong. Otherwise, if she lost the bet, she would have to bark like a dog in front of all the guests. Not only would she lose face, but the entire Lang family would lose face as well. Corner of the banquet hall. Lung Yunlu whispered, "Brother-in-law, you and that Su Kuan have actually become friends?" Su Kuan obviously had the cheek to try to befriend him, and Fong Hong felt the need to step in and explain. It so happened that the old man, Lang Yulu, was very interested in Fong Hong. Firstly, Fong Hong had never met him before and had presented him with $1 million gift on the first occasion. Secondly, Su Kuan was on good terms with him, so it was clear that he was no ordinary person. So the old man, Lang Yulu, personally invited him. "Mr. Fong, would you please come to the front of the stage?" Fong Hong was about to get up and go on stage, but he noticed Lang Yu tugging at the hem of his shirt. "It's fine." Seeing Fong Hong leave, Lang Yu's pretty face was filled with worry. Lang Yu Luo said with a sigh, "Sis, you really shouldn't have brought your brother-in-law." Lang Yu remained silent. Su Kuan then realized that next to Fong Hong were the two sisters. He also had a trace of doubt, and looked over to Fong Heng's side. He quickly walked to the stage. "This way, Mr. Fong." Lang Tianrui took the initiative to lead the way. Seeing this scene, Lang Yunluo put a hand to her forehead. When father finds out the identities of Fong Hong and his sister, he will probably be so furious that he will lose his temper. Grandpa Lang said, "Mr. Fong, everyone, including me, is very curious about you. Do you want to say something?" "Okay." Fong Hong took the microphone, faced the crowd, and spoke solemnly. "Su Kuan, don't try to curry favor with me. This will cause misunderstandings. We are not friends." When these words were spoken, no one expected that Fong Heng's first words after taking the stage would be to distance himself from Su Kuan. Who is Su Kuan? He is the second young master of the Su family, and it is very likely that he is the head of the Su family. Many people have wanted to befriend him but have not had the opportunity. However, in front of everyone, Fong Hong completely spared no face for Su Kuan. "Mr. Fong, it's my problem. I thought our relationship was already considered friendship." Su Kuan was infuriated, and could not believe that Fong Hong would not give him face. But in the face of Fong Hong, who he did not know, he did not dare to lose his temper, for the sake of the family head position. This scene shocked everyone present. The once arrogant and domineering Su Kuan was actually polite in the face of Fong Heng's unsparing approach. "Who on earth is this Fong Hong?" Fong Hong added, "Su Kuan, I am not willing to be friends with just anyone." Many people drew a sharp breath. Insolent. So insolent. So arrogant. Everyone in Los Angeles knows that Su Kuan's private life is not up to scratch, but due to his status as the second young master of the Su family, everyone deliberately pretends not to know. Just now, Fong Hong simply did not give Su Kuan any face, and this time, it was no different from directly hitting the other person in the face. Everyone agreed that Fong Hong must be very important, otherwise how could he not even care about Su Kuan? Good, good. Su Kuan's face turned red, and the words he wanted to curse came to his lips, but he gritted his teeth and held them back. Lang Yunluo was also stunned. "My sister, you two are really domineering one after the other." As she marveled, she noticed Lang Yu stand up and start walking towards the stage. On the stage, the elderly Lang Lasher was both surprised and happy. He felt that the Lang family might have had great luck today. "Mr. Fong, your presence is a blessing to the Lang family. Grandpa, you can just call me Fong Hong." Long Yushi's grandfather is Long Yu, who is married to her and is now naturally considered to be Fong Heng's grandfather as well. This grandpa title took Long Yushi's grandfather by surprise, and even Lang Tianrui next to him was momentarily stunned, suddenly having a bad feeling. At this time, dressed in a gown, Long Yushi, who was noble and cold, slowly walked onto the stage. Everyone had long heard that Lang Yu was as beautiful as a fairy, and now that they saw her, they were so shocked that they couldn't take their eyes off her. When he saw his daughter come onto the stage, Lang Tianrui's face immediately turned cold. There is a limit to your rudeness. It's fine if you don't respect me, but today is your grandfather's birthday, why didn't you even bring a gift? Chapter 57, We're Married. Off stage. Lang Ruyue held her breath, sitting on pins and needles, her eyes fixed on Lang Yu on stage. What did this woman want to do on stage? No. She dares not. She definitely dares not announce her relationship with Fong Heng. However, the next moment, Lang Yu said lightly, "The gift from Fong Heng contains my feelings for Grandpa." Upon hearing these words, for Lang Yushue, it was like a tightly stretched string suddenly breaking, and her whole body began to tremble violently. Many people were stunned for a moment. Because Lang Yu's words implied one thing, and that was that she and Fong Heng were together. And the two of them had an unusual relationship. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to give a gift together. Grandpa Lang asked, "Xiaoyu, are you and this Mr. Fong?" "Yes, I am with Fong Heng," Lang Yu said calmly. There was an exclamation of surprise in the room. Everyone was surprised that Lang Yu had already found a husband, and that he was none other than the well-connected Fong Heng. Lang Tianrui was momentarily stunned, and in his shock, he didn't know whether to be happy or sad. Although Fong Heng had an extraordinary background, the fact that his daughter was dating him meant that the plan to marry the Lang and Su families together would be ruined. The old master Lang reacted, overjoyed, his eyes narrowing into slits. "Good, at your age, you should be looking for a partner too, and Grandpa is very satisfied with this Mr. Fong." Su Koan, on the other hand, felt as if he had eaten something unpleasant. Not only had Fong Heng just slapped him in the face, but the woman he had his eye on was already taken. As the second son of the Su family, when had he ever been treated like this? Su Koan felt very frustrated, but he couldn't let it out, so he was even more angry. Lang Ruyu, on the other hand, met Lang Yu's gaze. She knew she had lost. If she didn't keep her word, she would never be able to hold her head up in front of Lang Yu again in this life. Lang Ruyue clenched her hands so hard that her knuckles turned white. Even though she was reluctant, she could only close her eyes and begin to fulfill the bet. And a strange scene appeared. A loud barking suddenly sounded in the large banquet hall. Woof! 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 Everyone was startled and thought that a vicious dog had broken into the banquet hall. Lang Tianrui shouted at the person in charge under the stage, "What are you doing? How did you let the dog in? If it hurts these VIPs, can you take responsibility for it?" The person was also dumbfounded. "Impossible." "Then explain what's going on," Lang Tianrui asked. Someone shouted from a distance, "Captain, no dog has broken in, it's a person, someone is imitating a dog barking." Soon, everyone followed the sound and found Lang Rushue, who was imitating a dog barking. The guests next to Lang Rushue had already hidden 3 meters away, fearing that she had some strange illness. Grandpa Lang patted the armrest of his wheelchair and said unhappily, "Rushue, what's wrong with you?" Lang Rushue's eyes were red and her voice choked as she said, "Grandpa, I've been learning voice acting recently and was just practicing, that's why I made the dog barking sound." "Couldn't you practice in private? In public, it's not proper. If this happens again, get out of the party." Grandpa Long was furious. This was his birthday banquet, and his granddaughter was embarrassing him and the entire Lang family by barking like a dog in front of so many people. "I'm sorry, Grandpa," Lang Rushue said apologetically. "If you know you're wrong, then shut your mouth." On stage, Fong Heng and Lang Yu exchanged glances, and they didn't feel the least bit sorry for Lang Rushue's predicament. After all, they hadn't agreed to the bet in the first place, and it was entirely Lang Rushue's own fault for being so stubborn. Lang Rushue wiped away the tears in her eyes and glared viciously at Lang Yu. Her hatred of Lang Yu rose to a new high, and she believed that Lang Yu was just crazy, determined not to let her win, and that was why she was willing to take such risks. "Master Lang, congratulations, from now on the Lang family will have an unlimited future." Yes, Mr. Fong and Miss Lang are a perfect match, and with them, the Lang family is bound to reach new heights in the future. Master Lang, I hope that when the Lang family rises to new heights, it won't forget to help those of us who are following behind. Everyone began to praise the old master of Lang because of the couple. This scene undoubtedly stung Lang Rushua's fragile pride again. Since she had made a fool of herself, she didn't mind directly exposing herself to Lang Yu. Lang Rushua stood up and loudly attracted attention. Grandpa, don't be fooled by appearances. Fang Hang is not a powerful person at all. He is an employee of Guanyin, and that $1 million gift was definitely paid for by Lang Yu. Lang Yushua suddenly broke the shocking inside story. For a moment, it caused a lot of discussion at the scene. Many people looked at Fang Hong with rapidly changing expressions. This Lang Yushua is really annoying. Lang Yunluo angrily slammed the table. And Su Koan looked even more furious. Damn it! No wonder I couldn't figure out Fang Hang's background. After all this time, I've overestimated Fang Hong. He is the second young master of the Su family, but he has wasted his efforts to please an ordinary clerk. What's most infuriating is that he has actually failed. The more Su Koan thought about it, the angrier he became, and he even wanted to slap himself. Now that he knew Fang Hang's identity, Su Koan naturally would not take this kind of nonsense anymore. In his opinion, Fang Hong had no background and was only outstanding in martial arts, so he was not at all to be feared. Dealing with someone like this was as simple as squishing an ant. Su Koan thought that he and Lang Yu were also a match, because Ling Tianrui would definitely not agree for the two to be together. On the stage, the old master Lang's face changed slightly. He had thought that the Lang family had great luck today, but now it seemed that he had been thinking too much. He didn't really care about Lang Yu and Fang Hong dating. The young children of these big families in Los Angeles, which are not rich in emotional experience, can even change several partners a day. In short, as long as they are not married, everything is fine. Compared to the old master Lang Tianrui didn't seem so calm. He glared at Lang Yu, his face as gloomy as it could get. Do you know who you are? The president of Guanyin Company, and even the future heir of the Lang family, is actually dating an ordinary employee. I ask if you are crazy? I know exactly what I am doing, and you are mistaken. I am not in a relationship with Fang Hong. Lang Tianrui froze for a moment. Not in a relationship? So that means they haven't even started dating? It's good that you're not in a relationship. Lang Tianrui's anger subsided a little. Su Koan laughed on hearing this. If they're not even boyfriend and girlfriend, Fang Hong is really a joke. Then it'll be even easier for me to woo Lang Yu, right? Su Koan could already see himself wooing Lang Yu and Fang Hong crying and begging Lang Yu not to leave. At that time, he'll just kick Fang Hong away. Wow, just thinking about it makes me feel so good. Fang Hong is an ordinary person, how can he compete with him, the second young master of the Su family? However, while Su Koan was fantasizing wildly, Lang Yu simply announced their relationship in public by taking Fang Hong's hand. The reason why Fang Hong and I are not in a romantic relationship is because we are married and are in a legitimate husband and wife relationship. Chapter 58, Get a Divorce Immediately. The entire ballroom was deathly silent at first. Then it suddenly exploded. No one could believe their ears. The daughter of the prestigious Lang family, the president of Guanyin Company. She had actually married an ordinary person like that? The corner of the ballroom. Looking at the two people on the stage, Lang Yunlu felt both envy and emotion. Her sister dared to love and hate, and was brave enough to rebel against her father's control over her life. If it were her, she simply could not do it. This time, Su Koan could not laugh at all. Lang Yu and Fang Hong were married, which meant that he had no chance at all. Just now, he thought that Fang Hong was a clown, but now it seems that the clown is himself. As the second young master of the Su family, he is actually inferior to an ordinary person? This is the first time he has been frustrated by a woman. On the other side, Lang Tianrui's mind went blank, and he covered his chest, almost fainting from anger. He yelled, "Divorce, divorce me immediately." Lang Yu said indifferently, "I'm not getting a divorce. Even if I did, do you think those families would consider an alliance because of the reputation issue?" Lang Tianrui took a step back, deflated like a punctured balloon. He knew full well that every family, including the Lang family, valued their reputation. Even if his daughter was outstanding, once she got married, those families would never agree to an alliance. Lang Tianrui was heartbroken, and suddenly broke into a bitter smile. He felt like his hard-won daughter had been tricked away by a little yellow kid on a ghost bike with a cup of milk tea. And Fang Hong is that little yellow hair. Grandpa Lang was also very shocked. He cast a disappointed look at Lung Yu, unable to believe that his favorite granddaughter would actually do such a ridiculous thing. He knew that it was already done, and there was nothing he could say at the moment. Furthermore, Lang Rushua, although she had never won against Lung Yu, felt a little better when she saw this scene. Seeing that many people around her had begun discussing Fang Hong as a gold digger, Lung Ruya slowly raised her smile. Ha, Lung Yu, what does it feel like to have your beloved man being criticized? If you won't let me feel good, then you won't feel good either. However, as Lang Ruyue listened, she felt more and more uncomfortable, and her smile gradually froze. Damn, this guy is really something, he's the strongest soft-bread king in Los Angeles. Isn't he? Marrying the president of Guangyan has taken him straight to the top of life. I can't even imagine how happy this guy is. Unfortunately, if I had his looks, I'd go after a rich girl too. Lang Ruyue said unhappily, can you guys be a little more ambitious? Do you think it's glorious to be a softie? Someone next to her immediately retorted, you don't know anything. You can just enjoy it, why should I work hard? Lang Ruyue was stunned for a moment, feeling that something was wrong, but it seemed to make a little sense. Just as the whole banquet hall was in an uproar, there was suddenly commotion outside as well. The banquet hall door opened, and when everyone saw the man being escorted in, there was an immediate uproar. Oh my god! It was Chen Dashan, the son of the richest man in Los Angeles. Chen Dashan is the only son of Qian Fuwa, and now that Qian Fuwa is old and has retreated to the background, he has handed over the management of the business to Chen Dashan. In other words, Chen Dashan represents Qian Fuhao. Now that Chen Dashan has appeared here, it is equivalent to the richest man in Los Angeles paying a personal visit. Grandpa Lung hurriedly wheeled his wheelchair to greet him with a smile. If he weren't disabled in both legs, he would probably have stood up and rushed over directly. Leng Tianrui reacted and quickly went to push the wheelchair. The two arrived in front of Qian Dashan. Grandpa Lang nervously said, I welcome you, Mr. Qian. It is truly a blessing for an old man like me to have you come to celebrate my birthday. Chen Dashan laughed and took the crumpled hand of the old man. Master Lang, you are celebrating your birthday, and I, as a junior, definitely had to come and visit. I'm a bit late, but I hope you don't mind. The old man was flattered and said, No, I wouldn't dare. I'm already very grateful that you, Mr. Qian, could come. While Chen Dashan and the old man were talking, a group of men in suits carried gifts into the banquet hall. They saw the expensive gifts laid out on the stage. They were piled up several meters high. Everyone below the stage couldn't help but stare in awe. It was no wonder that the son of the richest man in the world had such a grand entrance. Chen Dashan had come to congratulate the birthday boy, naturally because of Fang Hong. If it weren't for Fang Hong, his son Qian Xiaobao's congenital muteness would never have been cured. Qian Dashan noticed Fang Hong from afar. So, with the puzzled stares of the crowd, he quickly walked up to Fang Hong. Chen Dashan first greeted Long Yu, who was standing next to Fang Hong, Mrs. Fang. How are you, Mr. Qian? Lightyear and the Qian group have always cooperated with each other. It wasn't the first time Lang Yu and Qian Dashan had met. However, Chen Dashan's address of her as Mrs. Fang was somewhat unexpected. Chen Dashan then turned to Fang Hong and said, Mr. Fang, can I have a word with you? Sure. Fang Hong nodded. Although he didn't know Chen Dashan, he realized that the other party was most likely related to the old man of the cheerleading team, Chen Fuao. You and Yun Luo wait for me, I'll be back in a moment. Fang Hong let go of the hand that Lang Yu had been holding tightly. Then, under the gaze of everyone, he walked with Chen Dashan towards the outside of the banquet hall. As they passed by the old Master Lang, Chen Dashan paused slightly and said, Master Lang, I still have some business to attend to, so I'll see you later. Okay, you take care. Seeing that Chen Dashan was being polite to Fang Hong, the old Master Lang was obviously very shocked, and Lang Tianrui on the side had the same reaction. The crowd below the stage began to stir again. Does young Master Qian actually know that guy Fang Hong? Yes, young Master Qian seems to have great respect for him. Holy shit, could it be that Fang Hong is pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger and is really some kind of big shot? Su Koan frowned and was also very surprised. Although the Su family was powerful, Chen Dashan represented Qian Fuwa, and the richest man in Los Angeles was not someone to be trifled with. Fortunately, he had not mocked Fang Hong just now. Once the other party had a close relationship with Chen Dashan, he could be setting himself on fire. Grandpa Lang looked at his granddaughter and asked, Ruoshua, are you sure you are not lying, and that Fong Hung is really an employee of Guangyan? I'm not lying, Grandpa. You can check. Leng Tianrui saw the two sisters walking towards him, and immediately frowned as he began to question Leng Yu. What exactly is the background of this man you found? Leng Yu simply ignored Leng Tianrui's words and dragged Long Yunlu away from the banquet hall. Everyone looked at each other. Because of Qian Dashan's attitude towards Fong Hong, they began to question whether he was really a gold digger. After all, which gold digger could make the son of the richest man politely address him as sir? Chapter 59, Is Fong Hong a miracle doctor? Outside the banquet hall, Fong Hong and Qian Dashan walked to a deserted place together. Qian Dashan immediately bowed to Fong Heng. Miracle Dr. Fong, I can never thank you enough for your great kindness. In the future, if there is anything I can do for you, you can just let me know. Just now, in front of everyone, Qian Dashan did not dare to reveal his true feelings. Over the years, he had met too many strange and powerful people. Some of them would deliberately keep a low profile, not wanting too many people to know and disturb their peace. He once went too far with his showiness and angered a high-level person, a scene that he still vividly remembered. So after that, whenever Qian Dashan met a high-level person, he would first observe their words and actions. In Qian Dashan's opinion, Fong Hong should be someone who doesn't like to show off. Otherwise, with such medical skills, he would have long been famous throughout Jianghu, rather than staying in this small Luo city. Are you the old master? I am Chen Dafeng's son, Chen Dashan, and I am also the father of Qian Xiaobao, whom you cured of his congenital muteness. Oh, I see. Is there something the matter? No. Fong Hong was a little speechless. He thought Chen Dashan had sneaked up on him to ask him something important, but it turned out to be a self-introduction. Okay, that's it, go back and give my regards to the old master, and tell him to bring Xiaobao to play basketball with me when he has time. I will definitely bring him. Watching Fong Heng's departing back, Chen Dashan wiped the thin sweat from his forehead. Sure enough, a master is a master, and he didn't take the son of the richest man in the world seriously at all. If this were someone else, they would have come up to him in the morning and wouldn't let go of his leg. Fong Hong returned to the banquet hall door. He happened to meet the two sisters who had come out. Fong Hong said, Hey, why did you come out? You didn't feel comfortable staying inside. Leng Yu really didn't want to stay in the same place as Leng Tianrui. That's good. Why don't you show me around? I feel like there should be a lot of interesting places in the Leng family. Fong Hong could tell that Leng Yu and Leng Tianrui had a very strained relationship. The reason why Leng Yu's eyes were red when she first returned home was probably also Leng Tianrui's doing. Leng Yu eagerly said, me too, don't leave me behind, otherwise I'll be too bored on my own. I know, you little tail wagger. Leng Yu was helpless. Leng Yunluo looked displeased. Stinky sister, you can call me a tail wagger, but you can't call me a little tail wagger. Fong Hong laughed and shook his head. Leng Yunluo asked curiously, by the way, brother-in-law, what is your relationship with Qian Dashan? He is the son of the richest man in Luo City. Not much of a relationship, I just play basketball with his son a lot. I see. I thought you two were close friends. But I can give you some advice. Leng Yunluo sounded mysterious at the end. What advice? Apart from playing basketball, you can also learn to sing and dance. You're so handsome, if you post a video online, you'll definitely be able to attract a lot of pretty girls. That's enough, you're still testing me. Leng Yu lightly tapped Leng Yunluo on the head and said, Don't give me any bad ideas. Leng Yunlu stuck out her tongue and gave a mischievous smile. Hey, sis, I'm just doing this for you. Go away, I've never let you do this before. The other side. Lang Rushua overheard the conversation between the two and immediately turned around and ran back to the banquet hall. Because she was in such a hurry, she didn't stop in time and almost knocked the wheelchair of the old Master Lang over. The old Master Lang was so angry that his beard was about to stand up, and he said, What the hell is going on, acting recklessly? Lang Rushua looked apologetic, then spoke up. Grandpa, I just heard it with my own ears. Fong Hong has nothing to do with Mr. Qian. They just play basketball together with his son. Leng Tianrui said, Dad, I remember now. Mr. Qian also has a house in Xiaoyu's neighborhood, which is close to the school. It is said that his son, Chen Xiaobao, often stays there. In other words, Fong Hong only knows his son, and there is no other relationship? Most likely, but I just saw that Qian Gongzi was quite polite to Fong Hong. Qian Gongzi's son is a mute, So it's only natural that Qian Gongzi would treat him politely, but what's the point? When it comes to real interests, all this is just empty talk. Grandpa Lang sighed repeatedly. Yes. After some discussion, Lang Tianrui's hopes were extinguished once again. He had to accept the fact that his daughter had married an ordinary person. Off stage, everyone realized that they had been fooled by appearances and had overestimated Fang Heng. Su Kuan's tightly knitted brows finally relaxed. After all this time, it turned out that Fang Heng was still the same ordinary Fang Heng, and he did not really have a deep relationship with Chen Dashan. So what's the point of encouraging him? Su Kuan had previously thought too highly of Fang Heng, causing himself to be constantly timid. Now that he thinks about it, it was really pathetic. He decided that he would not tolerate a single bit of it in the future, and the anger he had previously felt towards Fang Heng must be repaid in full. At this time, someone mentioned that Qian Xiaobao's congenital muteness had been cured. The banquet hall was instantly abuzz with discussion. Lang Tianrui suddenly recalled. Dad, I forgot to tell you, Qian Xiaobao's son's congenital deafness has been cured. Is this true? Grandpa Long was shocked. Qian Xiaobao's congenital deafness was something even the famous Dr. Li Shidong couldn't do anything about. Now someone has cured Qian Xiaobao. Doesn't that mean that person's medical skills are even better than the medical master Li Shidong? It's absolutely true. If I had mentioned it to Qian Xiaobao earlier, I would have found that miracle doctor, and you would have a chance to stand up. I don't know. I've had this illness for quite a few years. I'll ask Qian Gongzi about it sometime. After all, I should give it a try. Since that miracle doctor was able to cure Qian Xiaobao's congenital muteness, there's a good chance he can cure you too. Grandpa Lang tacitly agreed. Back in the day, he was full of vigor and vitality, and was very happy. The old ladies were attracted not only to his status and position, but also to him as a person. But since he fell ill and had to use a wheelchair, no more old ladies were attracted to him as a person. In public, Grandpa Lang pretends to be strong, but behind closed doors, he is often depressed. He wants more than anyone else to throw away the wheelchair and stand up again. Lang Tianrui pushed Grandpa Lang off the stage, and a sudden thought popped into his head. Dad, do you think it's possible that Fang Heng is the same miracle doctor who cured Qian Xiaobao, so Qian Dashan came to the Long family to congratulate you on your birthday, and then just now he was also polite to him? What you said seems to make some sense. Chapter 60, From now on, I don't have a daughter like you. Long Rushui on the side was speechless. In her opinion, Lang Tianrui just couldn't accept Lang Yu marrying Fang Heng, and had become a bit obsessed. Brother-in-law, have you watched too many TV dramas? If Fang Heng really were a miracle healer, he wouldn't be working at Guanyin. Besides, where would there be such a young miracle healer? In my opinion, the reason Mr. Qian came to celebrate Grandpa's birthday is most likely because of the increasingly close cooperation between our company and the industry under his name. Lang Rushue's words left the father and son speechless. Indeed, how could Fang Heng, an ordinary employee, be the legendary doctor? Fang Heng was led by the two women and strolled around Lang's manor for a long time. There was everything in it, and there was even an amusement park and a zoo, which completely refreshed Fang Heng's perception. In the past, Fang Heng felt that having money meant being able to buy whatever you want. But stepping into a real wealthy family made him realize that he was shallow. Seeing Lang Yu slow down, Fang Heng reached out his arm to her. After walking for so long in high heels, your feet must be uncomfortable. Holding on to me should make you feel better. Lang Yu didn't expect Fang Heng to be so considerate. She hesitated for a moment, and finally took Fang Heng's arm. Fang Heng was stunned for a moment. He could clearly feel the softness of her arm, and knew that she was feeling better. Well, Lang Yu was feeling better, but Fang Heng was suffering. Not to mention the fact that there were many people around. There was Lang Yunluo next to him. He was afraid that something couldn't be hidden anymore. As they walked, Lang Yunlu suddenly stopped and pouted. Stinky sister, I'm also wearing high heels. You have a husband if you're tired, but I don't have a man. Lang Yu said, then you can hold my hand. Lang Yunlu really went along with it and held Lang Yu's hand. It was just a bit strange, and Lang Yu wasn't very comfortable being sandwiched between them. In the end, the three of them had to sit down on a nearby bench to rest. The bench had all kinds of interfaces, and even wireless charging. Lang Yunluo leaned over the bench to brush her phone, and her high heels were casually thrown aside. Fang Heng, on the other hand, was completely focused on Lang Yu's hand holding his arm. He was a little puzzled. They had all sat down to rest, but Lung Yu still hadn't let go. Did she forget? Fang Hong wanted to remind Lung Yu, but he also had selfish thoughts as a man. Just as he was hesitating, Lung Yu took the initiative to let go of his arm. Then, Lung Yu opened the zipper of her handbag and took out a card from inside and handed it over. There was also 1 million yuan in it. This time, don't be silly and use it all on gifts, save it for yourself. It seems that Lung Yu has misunderstood, no wonder she said that in the banquet hall just now. However, Fang Hong naturally took it. There is nothing to be embarrassed about being a soft-bred. Fang Hong originally had 5 million in his hand, and spent 2 million on gifts, but he never expected Lung Yu to give him another 2 million. In other words, after the exchange, he still had 5 million in his hand. Although it did not trigger the Soft Food King rebate, he gained a lot of soft food value. Fang Hong glanced at it and saw that it had reached 60%, so he estimated that he could draw another lottery soon. After putting the card away, Fang Hong suddenly noticed something, and that was that Lung Yu's originally loose hand had naturally taken hold of his arm again. Before he could think too much about it, Lung Yunlu's voice came to his ears. "Brother-in-law, I envy you so much. If only I were a handsome guy, I could find a rich woman like my sister and start living off her too. Living off someone else isn't that easy." Fang Hong felt that he had just happened to be in the right place at the right time. After all, most rich and beautiful women were not like Lung Yu. Lung Yu gave Lung Yunlu a cold stare. "Don't you usually get enough pocket money from me?" Lung Yunluo gave a hee-hee laugh. "It's not about the money, I just want to simply enjoy the feeling of being a soft rice eater." "Then you're hopeless." Lung Yunluo suddenly teased Fang Hong. "Hey, brother-in-law, do you know any men who want to be soft rice eaters, and can you introduce one to me?" Lung Yu glared at her. "Where would I find one for you?" Fang Hong said. "Forget it, I'm just teasing you." Lung Yunluo didn't like men who wanted to live off her, but she didn't have any antipathy towards Fang Hong. On the contrary, she liked her brother-in-law very much. She knew that when Fang Hong was a child, he had saved her sister's life. A precious life, which could never be measured in monetary terms. Moreover, her sister had a lot of money, so it was only natural to repay the favor by supporting Fang Hong. Even if this was set aside, Lung Yunluo also had an inexplicable intuition, a vague feeling that Fang Hong was not like an ordinary person. The three of them didn't finish shopping at Lang's house until the evening. Fang Hong and Lung Yu were originally going to go back to Junyuan. However, under Lung Yunlu's persuasion, and with the appearance of Lang's mother Yang Shulan, they had no choice but to go home. Once inside, Yang Shulan was busy going back and forth, pouring water for Fang Hong and serving fruit. Unlike Lang Tianrui, who forced Lung Yu into a marriage of convenience for the sake of the family's interests, Yang Shulan is a woman who only wants her daughter to be happy. Unfortunately, she has never had much of a say in this family, so she couldn't stop Lang Tianrui. Yang Shulan still likes Fang Hong very much. After all, he is the person personally chosen by her own daughter. Although he is a bit ordinary, he is good-looking, and he is many times better than Su Kuan. Lang Yunluo raises an eyebrow. "Mom, what do you think? Are you satisfied with your brother-in-law?" Yang Shulan smiled kindly. Very satisfied, very satisfied. He's tall and handsome, and even more eye-catching than your father was back then." Lang Yunluo rested one foot on a stool, holding a canned drink in her hand, looking carefree. She waved her hand and said, "My father is a hammer. I've seen his photos when he was young. With that face value, he'd be beaten up by my brother-in-law, okay?" However, after she said this, no one answered. Lung Yunlu was slightly startled. "Hey, what's wrong? Why aren't you guys talking anymore?" Yang Shulan smiled and gestured for her to look behind her. Lung Yunlu turned around and realized that her father was standing right in front of her. She was so scared that the canned drink she was holding fell to the ground, and she immediately withdrew her foot from the stool. In just a short while, she had directly transformed from her previous carefree appearance to a quiet and obedient girl. "Dad, you're back." Lang Tianrui's face was stern. "What do you mean, Dad? I'm not a hammer, am I?" Lang Yunluo blushed embarrassedly, then bowed her head and pretended to be mute. Lang Tianrui didn't continue to be difficult with her, but instead focused his attention on Lung Yu. "Who gave you permission to come in? Get out immediately, and from now on, I will consider you as if you were not my daughter." Lang Tianrui's face was gloomy. He really couldn't accept the idea of his daughter marrying an ordinary person. He had drunk quite a bit at the banquet earlier, and now he was a little drunk. Lung Yu stood up, her face cold. "I welcome it. What a welcome! I see that you have grown up and have wings, otherwise, you would have long since disowned me as your father, right?